Oh, man. I think the only person that might have had a worse Sunday than Mel Tucker was Mike Valeni. That was a rough day for him.
Yeah, with Tucker and the Giants. Just
finally, you're like, at least I get to watch my team on Sunday Night Football.
Well,
They got blasted.
In fairness to him, he didn't think the Giants were going to be that good anyway. So, but not
40
to
nothing.
nothing. Yeah, I know that was.
Happy with that Daniel Jones contract? Which contract's worse, Jones or Tucker?
Wow.
Oh,
Well,
God,
Jones is lasting longer.
And Michigan State could get out of it at least.
Yeah.
You know, it seems like if I don't know. I mean, that was some wild news yesterday, right? I mean, I can't say anything that you guys already haven't said. I mean, at minimum, I think it just shows poor judgment. And I'm not going to sit here and I'd hate to laugh about it, but I'm not going to call this woman Tracy
Brenda Tracy.
Brenda Tracy, #1 advocate, rape survivor. I'm not going to call her a liar. So, but I'm with you guys. Like we still feels like we don't know everything. But at minimum, like I said, I think it shows that Mel obviously made a horrible decision and bad judgment.
How do you walk into a recruit's house and they're looking at him and say, "Well, this is the guy who, had a one-man party on the phone"?
I mean, I don't think that's going to happen for a while.
I know.
It feels like
he's done October 5th or 6th.
It feels like it has to be, right?
Yes.
And I don't think any of us are, cheering that fact, but
no,
it's just the reality of it. I mean, if he gets fired and if things come out that this was true and the investigation takes her side, I mean, Mel's probably not going to be recruiting for a while. Right?
No,
I mean, I don't think he's going to have a job for a while.
No, and I mean, there's a lot that plays into this, and there's just it's going to be a credibility issue. Who do you believe more? Because there's no text messages. All you have is length of phone calls. There's no content to the phone calls, obviously saved anywhere. So it's hey, he said, she said, and it's going to come down to credibility. And then you start looking at the way that Mel Tucker has handled things since this happened, of trying to reach a settlement, or I was there on personal business, but then they find out that it was actually university business, or she's supposed to come back and he cancels, or the program cancels her return trip. His excuse was, we had something scheduled, and they checked on that, and no, there wasn't anything scheduled for that. So there's just you start looking at the dominoes, and they're just not falling the right way for
Mel. Yeah, and you're looking at a lady who's traveled to almost every campus in the nation.
Yeah,
having speeches and talking to young athletes about this. And I saw a headline yesterday. I haven't seen anything to back this up, but it said something about what Mel Tucker did, and then it said later threatened. Like there was a headline. I couldn't find any proof though of. It kind of the headline made it seem like, he threatened her afterwards, like, don't say anything about this, blah, blah, blah. I haven't found anything to back that up, but I thought that was a weird headline.
Yeah.
I read last night, I think it was one of maybe the
headlines are there
news.
To get you to click, and what did you do?
Well, I wanted to find more information, right?
Yeah.
And that's, and it said later threatening, and I was like, I haven't found anything to back that up, but the whole situation's messy. I mean, I texted John yesterday, and my wife's a Michigan State grad, and I honestly felt bad for Michigan State fans. It seems like they've been through a lot. The fans have, over the past 5, 6, 7 years,
alumni,
right?
All the students,
alumni.
I mean,
and
you're talking about the shooting.
But there's been a lot of just embarrassing things that have happened. Not to their fault of their own, but just when it starts to get a little bit more. Things are going our way. Things are getting better, right? We have a football coach that, we think is going to be the guy. And then, bam, this comes out and slaps you in the face again. And it's like, man, here we go, another setback. Like, how much more can you take? I mean, it's just, honestly, a part of me yesterday started to feel a little bit of sympathy for the fans and just how much they've had to go through. And now this. When you're at the height of optimism around your team.
I said earlier, it just smells like hopeless to a degree.
It does.
Like if you're walking, are you kidding me? And of all the things that he was doing and got allegedly going to get in trouble for and lose his job over this, you're kind of sitting there. Can I just have me a 3-game suspension scandal because I did something wrong with a recruit, recruiting him or something like that. It's like you can't even. That's the thing with state right now. You can't even get like a normal trouble. You know what I mean? It's embarrassing.
Yeah, whatever happens is like the extreme. And it's just. it's almost like a, here we go again, right? Like, when are we going to get it right type of deal.
And in a weird way, if the season was not going that well, this is a way for them to get out of the contract. I mean, obviously, it's not the way they wanted to do it.
And this is how my brain works. I look at it yesterday. I'm saying, I wonder who leaked that, right? I'm like, and I know it was probably that Brenda Tracy did the interview, and maybe this had been something that Michigan State probably knew about for a couple weeks. I mean, because it even said in the report, we've reached out to them, no response. I think normally these outlets give the other party a chance to respond and give their side of the story.
Right.
But they probably say, hey, this is our cutoff date. If we don't get a response by this time, the story's going to run. So they probably knew it was coming.
And the details in the article, though, this is not something that this guy just, did in 2 days. This was probably months of reporting.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there weren't many, quotes from the individuals involved. I think they pulled the quote that Mel Tucker had given to the investigators about he didn't do anything wrong in any manner, didn't break any, harass in any sort of definition. And obviously they had a little bit from the accuser as well. But other than that, it was just kind of a timeline of what happened and who she was in the background. And there's still just, and like you said, I mean, it's a he said, she said kind of thing, right? Mm-hmm. I think any of us would be fools to jump on either side.
But the school, handled it properly.
And I start, you hear people last night. Well, the only reason they suspended him was because it came out public. Well,
they didn't know until.
They didn't know the details until Saturday.
Until the article came out.
Yeah, and I mean, there were probably people that knew. I think even Alan Heller said he knew. There was an investigation.
Well, that they know, but you can't suspend based on that there being an investigation.
And I know there's legal issues there that if they would have suspended Mel, I mean, they probably could have been on the hook for some sort of litigation themselves if Mel Tucker ended up being cleared of everything, right? So I don't think they mishandled it. But like I said, even watching a little bit of the press conference last night, you could just tell people are exhausted. They're just exhausted. I mean, it's like
so exhausted they only allowed 3 questions.
Well, yeah, and who does a press conference at 5:00 on NFL Sunday? Like, come on, let's wait till Monday.
The attack. I mean, it was becoming a humongous story, and they were trying
they had to
squash it. I don't think it worked at all.
No.
Hey, just on the timeline thing, they couldn't suspend him without pay until her accusations went public. That's my read on it.
Yes, it's true.
That didn't happen until late Saturday night, Sunday morning.
Because that violated the contract.
That allegedly couldn't happen with anybody within the administration because of her privacy rights, that it was sealed.
And his privacy rights, too.
Right, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Are we all in agreement, though, that it's very, very unlikely that Tucker coaches another game at Michigan State?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's done.
Right.
I mean, once that hearing is over, he's done.
Yeah. And I think even if you're Michigan State, I mean, can you even take the chance of trying to say, hey, this is the new MSU, and then, you know what I mean? You can't go back on it now.
No.
And
I don't think they want to. I mean, I think they want to move on.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's just exhausting.
Plus, he's
sad.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's talk some on the field stuff. We'll start with college football, then we'll get to the Lions. By the way, thanks to your alma mater for not giving up a score late, so they covered against Minnesota. Although I lost the back. Although I lost the back end of the parlay, which was over in the USC game, and because USC decided, you know what, we're up 49-3 at the half. We don't need Caleb Williams anymore.
Oh yeah, they only needed like 15 more points.
Yes, but Michigan State, first of all, they beat a team that's not even Division 1A, so they won by 31 points. Congratulations. I mean, Carter looks like he's really good. Another running back they got out of the portal, but the competition level, who the hell knows? I mean, it was Richmond this past week, and the week before was Central Michigan. So, like, who knows how good he is? But he certainly looks a lot like Kenneth Walker did in his early beginnings too, right?
Yeah, I think Kenneth Walker had some really good competition early in the season.
Yeah, it was a conference game right away.
They started with Northwestern, and I think the first time he touched the ball, he went 70 yards,
right.
Or 75 yards.
And you look at that and you say, okay, I mean, that's real. Same with Michigan, too, though. You look at them and say,
I know, I'll get to them,
both
too.
These teams look good. I mean, how sustainable is it? What are they going to look like against better competition? That's the big question.
Yeah.
I think Michigan State certainly looked better than they did against Central. At least in the first half of that Central game, it just looked bad. Look, the question with Michigan State is, I think they're a talented team, but where do you go from here? Right? I mean, where do you go from here? That's going to be
got Washington coming to town. It's a tough week.
Yeah, and this could be the issue with the coach could be something that just derails your entire season, or it could be, something where you get D'Antonio in there and he finds a way to get the guys to stick together and give them a little bit of hope and motivation, and maybe you use this thing to catapult you to more positive things. Try to turn a negative into a positive. So
galvanize.
I don't know how it's gonna. I don't know how it's gonna go for Michigan State. I do know that. You got a hell of a challenge this week with Washington. I mean, Michael Penix Jr. looks like an absolute stud.
Oh, Heisman candidate.
And he probably made a really good decision going back to school. Mm-hmm. I think he would have been maybe a second, third round pick last year, but he's working his way up into that maybe top 3 quarterback debate when you look to the NFL draft next year. I know I'm looking way ahead, but yeah, Michigan State's going to be challenged. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they bounce back after this awful news, right? I mean, it's a tough week.
And we'll talk Michigan coming up next, and then the Lions. TJ was in Kansas City for the greatest opening day win since maybe Billy Sims' debut. 97 won the ticket.
Utah, who on national TV totally dissected an SEC foe, he's got this product, and he couldn't strike a TV deal. It is so irresponsible and so unbelievable that happened with this product. I think it's going to be a fascinating watch this year, and quite frankly, it's sad. Here's what's crazy about this, Gator, and you tell me if this makes sense. On February 27th, the Detroit Lions to win the NFC were 8-1 on February 27th. Updated today, they are 10-1. They're a longer shot now than they were on February 27th. Now, whose odds have gone up dramatically in that time? Eagles went from 7-2 to 3-1, which is not dramatic. Basically from 7-2 to 6-2. 49ers went from 4-1 to 7-2, so 8-2 to 7-2. 49ers went from 15-2 to 11-2. This is obviously a little bit better. And the Lions' odds have gone down.
Didn't want to interrupt Mr. Voice Guy there with his TJ intro. All right.
Awesome.
We talked about Michigan State. Let's talk a little about Michigan, then we'll get into the Lions. Obviously, no problem with UNLV, 35-7. John, TJ, JJ McCarthy looks great, locked in. Granted, once again, the competition, but even there were a few plays where there was tight coverage and he threaded it.
Well, he did. There was one to A.J. Barnard where there were two linebackers converging. He threaded the needle on that one. There was one to Cornelius. He was running a corner route. It was against cover 2, and he dropped a dime right down to him. And then the one that Roman Wilson caught, the 47-yard touchdown pass, when you have the ability, and he's 48 of 55 right now, there are a lot of quarterbacks that can't even do that on air.
Right.
And so that's an impressive number, but it's also being able to hit receivers and giving them the opportunity to gain yardage after you catch. Well, he hit Roman Wilson. Like, Roman Wilson didn't even break stride. It was right there at the right time, at the right moment, and then it was up to Roman Wilson. He created that separation after that, but he is doing a really good job of finding those tight windows, getting it in there, and then doing it so that the receiver can do something with it after the catch.
Did you see I went back because somebody told me about that play and the broadcast on CBS with Nessler and Gary talking about at that time that JJ had number 47 on his wrist because
a high school teammate.
His high school teammate was at UNLV, got killed, and as they're talking about that, he throws the pass and it's 47 yards.
Yeah,
I mean,
have you ever had that moment where you know if somebody's passed and you kind of feel like they're still around, like whether it's their aura, their spirit, there's something like they are still amongst us.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, yeah, for sure.
That was part of it. All right.
JJ's just a kind of double. I mean, his accuracy so far through 2 games has been the most impressive for me. And his ability to move around in the pocket without just running just to run, right?
Yeah.
I think we saw that a lot last year where first read's not open. Okay, second instinct is I'm using my feet somehow to move, to get outside the pocket. There were times last year where you're going crazy watching the game because you're like, dude, there's no pressure.
Right.
You don't have to do that. I think his pocket presence has been tremendously better. Just moving. And even on that 47-yard touchdown pass, he had a couple guys, coming right up the middle, and he just softly kind of steps to the left, steps up in the pocket, eyes downfield, boom, delivers the ball. You didn't really see that last year, right? And look, I know it's UNLV, right? But
yes,
even there was a couple times in that East Carolina game where he's throwing, those 20, 25-yard outs to the sideline and tightly covered and putting him in spots where it's like, okay, didn't really see that last year, at least consistently. That's been huge for him. If they can get that passing game going, if he can continue to take care of the football and still continue to be a dual threat offense, not just running the ball 60 times a game, they're going to be a lot better team.
Well, they're not going to run the ball 60 times a game because their running game is not as good as it was last year. Now, small sample size, 2 games. Corum still looks good. Is there concern from you guys, because you played the position, that the run blocking just is not there? There's no way this offensive line is winning a 3rd straight Joe Moore award. And is there any concern about Donovan Edwards right now?
Well, I think how many transfers are on that offensive line, John?
On the starting unit?
Yeah.
2.
2?
Yeah.
So it takes time.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You need
Yeah.
game reps. And I can even compare it to the Lions a little bit. I know these guys have been together for a long time. That's the first time we saw that starting offensive line in 2 years. There was a lot that was, need to be cleaned up, some miscommunications and guys not being on the same page. So you kind of attribute it the same thing to the chemistry. Also, look, I mean, you look at these games and you're like, that these small school teams that you play, if you're Michigan, are just going to load the box up. They're going to give you every pressure. They're going to give you every stunt. They're going to try to confuse you every way possible. I mean, those little things are hard to pick up the first couple weeks of the season. You almost have to get in that game mode and midseason form. Okay, we've seen this before. We know how to adjust to it. We're not going to get burned with it the second time. So just to answer your question, I'm not overly concerned with the offensive line. I think the more snaps that they continue to play together, they're going to keep improving as a unit.
Yeah, and anytime you switch out the center, which is their third center in 3 years, Vistartis 2 years ago, and then last year it was Oluwatimi who's won the Outland Trophy. You take that out of an offense, it's going to take a little bit of time. I think Drake Nugent is going to be a very good center for him. Do I think he wins the Outland Trophy? Probably not. But there's an adjustment period as well, and then obviously the most important position on the field, the right tackle. You got a new guy in there as well, and Miles Hinton. It's going to take a little bit of time, but once he gets going, this will be the offensive line that TJ expects.
You're going to give him some one-on-one work while you're down there, Miles Hinton?
Yeah, I talked to him some here and there. Yeah, so it's a collaborative effort. He'll be just fine.
Now, what about Donovan?
Careful. You're not. I think John was the analyst that they were talking about helping out. Right?
No, not the color analyst.
Yes.
No, not the color analyst.
What about Donovan?
You just outed yourself, John.
Yeah.
Any concern about Donovan Edwards?
No, about his production?
Yeah.
No, not at all. Okay. I think they're going to use him in so many different ways. He's going to be all over the field. We've seen him line up in the backfield. We've seen him line up at receiver in the slot. You're going to see him all over the place, and they're going to find different and creative ways to get him the ball in areas where he's going to be able to do a lot with. Okay. And they're just trying to figure out right now how we can use him and where he's comfortable.
Let's go to Terry in Southfield. Good morning. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to, make a comment about this whole, Michigan State thing. I think that, this is a real bad thing, for Michigan State. It's really going to set them back. And I just want the Michigan fans, don't take this and use this, really against Michigan State because, we're talking about just a sensitive subject and we don't want to pull a scab off about, because, Michigan got their own thing, even though it's been swept under the rug a little bit with Bo Schembechler. I think we have to be real careful about how we, Michigan fans kind of go after Michigan State about this. This is a bad thing for Mel Tucker and his family. It's a bad thing for the program as a whole, and the school's still healing from that whole situation. So, I just think Michigan fans should just be real careful about how they kind of attack Michigan State about it.
Well, on this program so far, we've had no Michigan fans are gloating. Now, there will be people that are, tell your little jokes.
A-holes in every Apple. But when you think about this, it's so much bigger than the school.
Right.
It's so much bigger than, like you're talking about somebody's life and the effect it's going to have on them.
Evan in Carlton, you're 97 on the ticket.
What's up, guys?
How are you?
Good.
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
Quick question. Am I crazy to think, the whole thing with Mel Tucker and Michigan State, disturbing, disgusting, and especially if it comes out as everything that's being said is true. But am I crazy to think it doesn't truly affect the team this year? I think it may be going forward with recruiting purposes, but, I don't believe Mel was calling plays on offense or defense, correct?
No, but it's the mental side of things. It's having to answer the questions. It's always, and it's wondering, as a student athlete, what's next? Who's going to be the head coach? Is it going to be somebody that runs a system that I fit into? Are they going to like me? Am I going to have to enter the transfer portal? That side of it will certainly have an effect on each individual that's on that team.
Right, and with D'Antonio there, which I don't think is a great idea, but I understand why they did it. They'll be ready to play Michigan.
Oh, sure. Sure. Yeah, they're going to be ready to play, and they're going to come out, and hopefully this is something that for the team, that it's able to galvanize them and they can hang together and find a way to fight through it.
Yeah. All right. TJ was in Kansas City on Thursday. We'll get his impressions of that and what went on with the National Football League yesterday, including his other former team. And boy, did they look pretty damn good. 97 won the ticket.
When you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, or motorcycle accident, or a slip and fall, attorney David Feminino is the guy that you need to call, and he needs to be your first call. As I've told you, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and get paid. David personally makes sure that you get every single dime that you deserve. And hey, David never takes a fee until you get paid. So if you've been injured or you know someone who's been injured, you need to tell them to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Two four eight 539 TJ, Arrowhead, the scene was pretty cool during the game. It seemed we were in, obviously, Las Vegas watching it. And then afterwards with the amount of Lion fans that made the trip. And the most important thing, obviously, they won the game. But it was a pretty cool experience, huh?
It was, yeah. And that was John and I talked about it. We both played in Arrowhead.
Yeah.
When I played there in 2011, they were a bad team. I think they were like 1-11. So I didn't get to experience everything about that stadium. It was all, I mean, even, 2 hours before kickoff when the gates open and people start coming in and you start seeing the stadium fill up and it's just blue, more blue, more blue, more blue. And you're just like, whoa, like this is, as a player that does something for you, it feels like you're not going into maybe as hostile as an environment, knowing that you have a lot of support there for you. I thought the fans were unbelievable on both sides.
Yeah.
The noise in there, the national anthem, the whole home of the Chiefs, that whole thing kind of gave you goosebumps. I mean, it was certainly, Dan Campbell mentioned it, in the weeks leading up, but it was one of those environments you kind of just got to step back once in a while and just kind of soak it in, just because it's just that cool, and not only to go in there to have that experience of opening the season, but to come out with a win. I mean, for me, the biggest thing that came out of it is they can beat anybody. If they play good football, if they play, offense, defense, special, like they can beat anybody. And much has been said about Travis Kelce, Chris Jones. Who cares? I don't know how that game goes if either of those guys are on the field.
It's irrelevant.
I don't care. It's irrelevant because it didn't happen. Lions took care of business, and we knew the defense was going to be better. We didn't know how much better. To me, it looked like they took a huge step.
Oh, yeah.
And that's not easy going in, and especially when your offense scores, 2 minutes left in the first quarter, and then they don't score again until 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Yeah, how often do you give Patrick Mahomes 2 quarters of football where he's not going to go up 2, maybe 3 scores?
I know.
How often are you going to give Patrick Mahomes a football, around the 2-minute warning, only needing a field goal already at the 45-yard line, and he doesn't come through? Your defense steps up and makes plays, to not even allow him to get those 15, 20 yards to get in the field goal range, but to knock him back 15 yards. It was just, there was a whole lot of, I think, scars for me as a Lions fan that we've seen it. Yep, this is where it goes bad. We went for it on fourth down late in the game, didn't get it. Yep, this is where it goes bad. That were kind of erased. You know what I mean? Like some of those fears that I think a lot of us fans still live with are starting to go away.
Well, let's talk about some of the coaching decisions that were made. They were controversial. It could have gone either way, depending on what you feel. How did you feel about when they went for the fake punt that early from deep in their own territory?
I mean, it took everybody by surprise, and that's probably why it worked.
How shocked were you?
Yes.
You're sitting on the sideline, and I saw there were people coming up to me like, what had happened? Did Kansas City jump off sides? How do we get the ball? I'm like, no, we faked it. Wow, okay, from your own 17. And the play was actually well defended. Yeah. I mean, you go back and watch it. Jalen Reeves-Maben kind of goes through 2 guys and, just barely got that first down, but huge play in the game. I mean, your offense had just gone back-to-back. Well, that would have been a 3-and-out, the second straight one to start the game. You're probably thinking, okay, we need a boost, right? We're not going to beat Kansas City going 3-and-out the whole game. Let's roll the dice. And it worked. And you know what? I mean, that's what makes those decisions so good in my mind, is because they're unpredictable. And just when you start to think like, okay,
can't
possibly do this, right? You do it, and I think that's the element of surprise that not only got us, but also got the Kansas City Chiefs. And even Andy Reid told him, he's like, we prepared all week. I mean, they had twice as many fake, fourth downs or fake punts last year as the second place team. So we were ready for it. We knew it was coming at some point.
I remember last year they tried the onside kick week 1, and it didn't work at all, and that ended up being a big play in that game.
Coming out of halftime, I think that wasn't it, against Philly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing, a few things. The decision to go 4th and 2 when there was a penalty.
Yeah.
And they elected not to go 3rd and 17. You remember that play? That decision?
When the Lions were on defense?
Yes.
Yeah. They accepted the penalty, and they, instead of being 4th and 2 and then putting the onus on Andy Reid to say, well, we're either going to go for it at 4th and 2 or we're going to punt.
Yeah.
They decided to accept the penalty and give Patrick Mahomes another down, which they ended up converting.
Correct.
And going down to score a touchdown.
Yep. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, you play the odds. Even there was one, on the offensive side of the ball that I think it was a defensive holding. Would have put you at 1st and 5. Instead, you take the 2nd and 2.
Yeah.
I don't think that decision came back to bite them, but
no, the Lions ended up scoring. But I don't understand why you wouldn't take the.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, maybe there's some sort of analytics that say 2nd and 2 is
easier to
with your
convert
offense, easier to convert than 1st and 5. I mean, you go 1st and 5, you go play action. Now it's 2nd and 5. You're sitting there saying, but we wish would have taken 2nd and 2.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
Either way, 2nd and 2, you got to get 3 yards for a first down.
Right.
1st and 5, you still got to get those yards back. I know you got another down, but I didn't hate it. I mean,
what about going for it on 4th and 2?
I think that was Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
That's aggressiveness. That's saying we got a chance to go try to milk this clock out right now. We're going to do it.
Well, Sirianni did the exact same thing.
Yesterday against New England.
I mean, my friend, I said, what is he thinks he thinks he's Dan Campbell or something? Punt the freaking ball.
Well, the good part is,
and they went empty. Now, granted, they have Jalen Hurts, so he can run.
Yeah, and the good beauty of football is you look at those decisions, and let's say Mahomes does go down in the 2-minute warning, they kick a field goal and lose. We're ripping those decisions, probably.
Yes.
Right?
Oh yeah.
But the beauty of it
they
is
don't convert on the fake punt, and you give Patrick Mahomes the ball on the 17-yard line.
Yeah, we're ripping them. I mean, but that's the beauty of football. When it works, you look like a genius. When you don't, I mean, you're going to take heat for it. Ended up, winning the game, and nothing hurt. And that's the beauty of play calling. You can't, like Dan Campbell says all the time, you can't call a scared game, right? You can't play the hindsight. You can't do you just got to trust your gut and go with it. And when it works out, and you look great. And that's what happened Thursday.
You see what his mentor did yesterday? Sean Payton?
Started the game off with the onside kick.
No, I didn't. Did they get it?
No.
Oh,
the Raiders
went.
No. Garoppolo took it down and they scored.
Yeah.
It's not surprising, but
What'd you
Denver, my goodness. And even Russell Wilson looked better.
Yeah.
But he still only scored, 16 points? I mean, it's oh, man. That's
still nice to see him lose.
I'm never going to shed a tear about that.
Yeah. The offensive line. Your thoughts? Because it was the first time that we've seen this group together in the last couple of years. We've heard a lot about how good they can be. I'd like to know what you thought being on site, seeing it firsthand. What did you think of their performance?
Yeah, probably, and this is only based off of the expectations that they have and that we probably have being a top 5, if not top 3 offensive line. I'd say maybe a B-.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think it was a bad performance. Look, I think the biggest positive was late in the game, you get a chance, you need 3 downs, you get 3rd and 2, and you just, mash Kansas City right in the middle and finish the game. That's what you're supposed to do as an offensive lineman. You get that chance, that's your chance to shine. No matter what happened the rest of the game, we have one chance to go close this thing out, put it on our back, let's go. They got it done. Going back and watching the time, definitely some miscommunications. And look, that some of that could be, just the chemistry. These guys haven't played together, or the crowd noise. I mean, it's really hard to hear there too. It was a challenging environment. I thought the pass protection was pretty good.
I thought it was.
I
really
didn't think
good.
there were any,
except for that left guard who couldn't get his hands down on the batted pass in the first drive. I mean, is it really that hard for a guard to actually cut someone?
Yes, it is. I'll tell you what, it's difficult to chop block somebody. Jonah, man, that was not his specialty. It wasn't my specialty either. So I'm laughing when I watched that play. I was like, oh, I feel you, buddy. I used to do the same thing. Little bit surprised that the offense in general didn't have more of an answer for the pressures that they were seeing.
Yeah.
I mean, there started to become a pattern there in the 3rd quarter and the 4th quarter where it's like, all right, pretty much every 1st and 10, you're getting some sort of edge pressure, whether it's a corner, a nickel, a safety, an outside linebacker. I was a little bit surprised that, there wasn't maybe a little better adjustment made to some of those calls. John, we know when you see pressure like that opens up the play action game. That opens up one-on-one routes. It's like they didn't really take a deep shot the entire game.
Didn't take advantage of it.
And that's something to me this offense still isn't hitting their potential until they get that big play in the passing game. I know that they had some good chunk plays, right? A couple 20-yard catches. Khalif had one. Reynolds had a really good one.
Yeah, that was a big play. And what was great about that play, the long one of Reynolds, because John, we were watching. John goes, he's not that fast. I said, but what he did, and
he protected the ball.
Secured the ball.
Yeah, and there was a huge play.
Yeah.
So the offense in general, I think, probably feels like they played maybe a B-, C+ game. I mean, like I said, you're not going to play many games where you score late in the 1st quarter and then don't score again till the 4th quarter. And I just don't like, in any offense, you don't like putting that much pressure on your defense to go out there, especially against a guy like Patrick Mahomes, and say, all right, guys, come on, we need one more stop. There was one play in that game, I'll tell you, that me just watching, being on the sideline, just felt different. And it was right after the Lions went for it on the 4th and 2. with 2:30 left in the game, whatever it was. They didn't get it. That's it. That point right there. I think it's very easy for a defensive player to get frustrated, to say like, "Gosh, come on, guys! Like,
pick up 2
we got to
yards.
do it all ourselves." Yeah. And I looked over at the defense, and every single one of those guys grabbed their helmet, took off sprinting on the field, and it was just kind of that attitude of like, "All right, let's just go do it again. Let's go stop them again. Let's go get off the field again." And that for me it's a little thing, but you look at it and you're like, man, like I really haven't seen that the last couple of years, right?
Yeah.
You see frustration. You see the defense letting up a ton of points and offense getting frustrated, like, gosh, we got to score 50 today. Or you see the offense stalemating and the defense is getting frustrated. Come on, guys, what else do we got to do? Like throughout that entire game, it was just like it felt like they were together and it felt different. And that was a little thing that I noticed that I think really made a big impact, because it was, all right, we got you,
Yep.
Hey, offense is struggling. Hey, I don't care. Let's go do our job. And to go out there and finish the game like that was that's big time.
All right, coming up next, we'll get TJ's thoughts on the rest of the league, what he saw yesterday. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, do you wish that you weighed less than you do right now? Well, there's still time before summer ends. 90% of Ideal U customers lose at least, no, TJ, I'm not talking to you. 90% of Ideal customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. I lost 10 pounds in 10 days, and I lost 50 pounds overall during that period of time. But here's the best part, is you're going to be assigned a weight loss coach. They're going to teach you what to eat and drink to lose weight. And when you're done, they're going to stick with you so that you keep that weight off. I've lost a total of 65 pounds since I started the program. If you sign up right now, you can lose weight and get a $200 Visa gift card. The reason that it's successful is it's not prescriptions, it's not shakes, prepackaged foods. It's real whole foods. Don't wait. Go to idealu.us today to book your free consultation. Find out how you could be down 15, 20, or even 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. What do you have to lose? Go to idealu.us now and book your appointment. If you want to weigh less, sign up now and get a $200 Visa gift card. I did it. You can too. Go to idealu.us.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yeah, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Mm-hmm. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Devontae on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done.
And finally,
for you,
bold ass predictions, Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long, Monday through Friday, prior to the NFC title game.
Wow. That's a lot, but That's what he's willing to do. Lastly, Doug, bold ass prediction. Brian Branch will take a fumble and an interception back for a touchdown this year.
Beautiful.
Lions are home to Seattle on Sunday. The Seahawks losing, as my late but great father would say. They got schmeiced. They didn't score in the second half, 30-13. Seattle lost both of its starting offensive tackles due to injury. Abraham Lucas and Charles Cross left the game. Tyler Lockett also was injured. He had a concussion, went through protocol. He'll probably be back by Sunday. I'm not sure about the offensive tackles, but that was a stunner that the Rams won that easily.
Yeah, I didn't get to watch much of that game. I'm sure I'll go back this week and watch, but big surprise. I think, and a big question mark too, was around that Seattle team. Can Geno do it again, right? I mean, was last year kind of flash in the pan, or is that who he is? Obviously, yesterday, not a great start. But, yeah, I think with L.A., a lot of us had kind of written them off. You know, they lost a ton of people. Cooper Kupp's hurt. And to go out there on the road.
Yeah.
And division games, weird things happen, but they pretty much whooped them. And that was one of the surprising games yesterday to see that outcome.
Two of the best home field advantages, Seattle and Kansas City. And they both dropped, yeah. Now it'll be interesting to see what that home field advantage is like at Ford Field this coming weekend.
Oh, it's going to be, man, I can't wait.
It's going to be
it
so
should be,
loud.
It should be rocking.
And
it's got so much potential, too. Yep. I mean, just a dungeon down there. Noise just echoes, you know. I'll tell you, it's going to be fun on Sunday.
Minnesota at home loses to Tampa, just bad turnovers, Cousins, and Baker got him down there when it mattered the most. And the Tampa, say what you want about Todd Bowles, he might not be the greatest head coach, but he's still, he still can run a defense as the head coach, and that defense played really well.
Yeah, and Tampa's going to have to play good defense.
Yes.
I mean, we all saw, whoever watched that game saw their offense yesterday, and not a lot going on. I mean, Baker made some plays late in that game that were huge, scrambling. I mean, the last pass he threw to Chris Godwin was big time.
Yes.
I mean, so he's always going to be that quarterback that's going to play as hard as he possibly can. He's going to keep you in games just because of his determination. But, yeah, their defense, I mean, that's kind of where Tampa's going to have to, win some games. And holding Minnesota to 17 points. I mean, I know they lost Dalvin Cook, but They got some weapons. I mean, Jefferson had 140 yards in the first
and
half.
Addison scored a touchdown.
Addison,
The rookie
yeah,
who took Thielen's place.
Yeah.
Hawkins is well paid.
Yeah. I saw him. I don't know what his final stats were.
Nice compliment.
I know. I saw him.
8 catches for 35 yards.
Yeah, right. Bunch of little 2-3 yarders.
Speaking of former Lions, if you care, DeAndre Swift, 2 targets, 1 reception for no yards, and 1 carry for 3 yards. And Jamal Williams, 18 carries for 45 yards. That's not even 3 yards a carry.
No.
And by the way, if you watched any of that game, Ryan Tannehill still blows.
It stinks.
Oh, my God.
It stinks.
He had 3 picks, and most of them were really bad
Yeah, he
picks.
stinks.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of been trending that way for a while, though, with Tannehill. Then he'll have one game, probably week 12, where he throws for 380 yards. And,
Yeah.
How long do you think he lasts as the starter?
I don't know, man. They got, Malik Willis, and they got Will Levis.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see if the first month goes bad, you probably got to inject some sort of juice into your team. But
Vrabel's probably killing himself.
That's not good. And we know Swift, man. He'll get more involved as the season goes on. We know Philadelphia. Nobody knows them better than you, Stoney.
Yeah.
They use 3, 4, 5 backs throughout the
Gainwell
course
looked
of the
really
season.
good
His
early.
A-team.
Yeah, I mean,
No, it's not.
Swift's going to have games where we're laughing now, like, oh yeah, he's not doing anything. He's going to have a game where he rushes for about 180 and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And we're all going to be
Just
like,
got to
God
get him
damn.
healthy.
I know. By the way,
Packers.
Jalen Carter looked pretty damn good. That's all.
It did. I saw they were kind of gloating on TV the sack he had late. I mean, it was Mac Jones stepped up and it was kind of,
but during
give rap to him.
But other parts of the game, he played.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see how that whole thing works out. Packers, I'll tell you
Loving
what, man.
himself some Philly.
I'm loving myself some
cow.
Jalen Carter, just like you.
I don't know what happened. The Bears look terrible, or the Packers look pretty damn good.
It was a
Maybe
little bit of both.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the Packers are. Jordan Love is at least through one game better than I anticipated, but I just don't know if the Bears are just that bad right now. That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. Are the Bears just that bad?
Well, they're trying to turn Justin Fields into a real quarterback, and he's not a real quarterback. He's a good athlete.
He's a runner.
Like, he's a good athlete. I mean, if you get into a game where, and even they were talking about, he wants to run less, and I'm like, why? That's like the only thing he's good at. I mean, I'm not trying to be.
Yeah, don't take it away.
You know, but it's like his only reason, you guys got hope is because of the athlete he is. You ask, Justin Fields to drop back 45 times a game. You're not going to win many of those games,
especially when he does not have great receivers either.
Yeah.
How quick does Baltimore try to get Jonathan Taylor?
Oh man, that was rough, wasn't it? Costa's laughing over there. He knows why I'm laughing.
We're in a fantasy league. In addition to Mike Valenti's weekend being terrible, he also has J.K. Dobbins on his fantasy team.
Oh, geez.
His Giants get slaughtered on Sunday night, and all the Michigan State stuff, and then J.K. Dobbins, torn Achilles.
Is there a guy that might be like just more injury prone than J.K.? Unfortunately, I mean, he's a great kid, and that's the crime of it. Yeah,
serious injuries. I mean, especially with the lifespan of running backs now, and nobody wanting to pay anybody. Or touch any. I mean, it's just you can't help but to feel if you see him again on the field. I mean, that's just tough.
And Lamar didn't look great yesterday either.
No, not at all. No.
And they were playing. Look, D'Amico Ryans is a really good defense. That Houston's defense looked pretty damn good.
Well,
it was their offense was awful. They have all the rookie quarterbacks
to try to work this out. I mean, Houston's going to be okay in a couple of years.
Yes, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, Baltimore's limited with what they can do.
They're always going to play tough defense. That's Baltimore's MO.
Yeah.
No matter who they have, it's always going to be a tough.
It's going to be good enough to win 10 games.
Yeah.
And it's going to playoffs every year.
Yeah,
they're good enough.
And Anthony Richardson looked to be.
Okay.
Yesterday, he was the best of the three.
Couple flashes. Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah. I found it interesting to watch on Red Zone and seeing how the guys are going to do. And I'm a big Bryce Young guy, but Bryce Young's got nothing to work with just yet.
Yeah, well,
it's
Adam
embryonic
Thielen's
stages
corpse,
there.
Right?
You know,
and DJ Chark was hurt again.
Yeah,
Chark was hurt. Gee, there's a bullet.
Yeah.
Chark was hurt.
Well, you look at the flip side. You say Joe Burrow. What the hell was that? I mean, 70 yards pass. I mean, that was
3 days.
Well, we could say the same thing. Like, he's well paid.
Yeah, good thing.
So is Trevor.
Yes. God, enjoy it, buddy.
You hear the Gator, Jim Costa in for Doug. What do you guys got going today? Obviously, Gator probably not thrilled with what happened. What was revealed yesterday, Sunday morning?
It's just brilliant. We can't get out of our own way. It's sad and pathetic, and I think it's a fireable offense. Yeah, it's going to end up being a fireable offense, and I don't know. I think there's three different kind of, I don't want to say narratives because that leads you down a different path, but I think there are three different outcomes you have to look at, and what's next for each three of those pieces. We'll get to that. I know, Jim, we want to talk a lot about football over the weekend.
Yeah, I was going to say 11 o'clock hour. We're going to start with the Tucker stuff, but 11 o'clock hour, 5 week 1 overreactions from ESPN. One involves the Detroit Lions. Is it an overreaction or is this the new reality? We'll get to that in the 11 o'clock hour.
All right. TJ, thanks for coming in. We got Karsch and Anderson with Jim Costa in for Doug Karsch coming up next. Have a wonderful day, everyone. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. The future of Michigan State football coach Mel Tucker is in jeopardy. The university has suspended him without pay as a sexual harassment investigation continues. According to a report by USA Today, Tucker is accused of sexually harassing Brenda Tracy, a rape survivor and sexual assault prevention advocate. Athletic Director Alan Haller explains when the university first learned of that complaint. Tucker claims what happened with Tracy was consensual and did not qualify as misconduct. Secondary coach Harlan Barnett has been named acting head coach. Mark D'Antonio returns to the program as well as associate head coach. The Spartans play Washington on Saturday in East Lansing. It's an off day for the Tigers after taking 2 out of 3 against the White Sox this weekend, but the headline from the finale was Sawyer Gibson-Long. In his Major League debut, he threw 5 innings, giving up just 2 runs with 5 strikeouts. Manager A.J. Hinch had high praise. The Tigers open a 3-game series against the Reds. That's tomorrow night at Comerica Park. And the 2-0 Wolverines remain at number 2 in this week's AP poll. Georgia's still the top team, and Texas jumps 7 spots to number 4. Michigan plays Bowling Green Saturday at 7:30. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Gator, you touched on it. It's where we start the show. Mel Tucker suspended, and believes he will be.
Can you say touched on it?
Okay.
Are we allowed to?
We're doing that right away.
Can we just get rid of them? Can we get them all out of the way? Okay. Can we get it all out of the way? All right. Sorry, it's the easy button, and I just hit the easy button, and I'm embarrassed.
It doesn't help what the guy's slogan was. And that's in a different light now. And, but let's talk about it, Gator. You are a Spartan fan, and yeah, I mean, I want to hear from people today, and we aren't trying to do 4 hours on it. We have a lot of NFL Week 1 stuff to get into, including some overreactions involving the Lions. That's hour number 2. Hour 1 is reaction to Mel Tucker being suspended, and the belief is eventually fired.
Well, Mel Tucker should have been suspended. He will be fired. The whole firing process is just something that you have to let play out, right? Because they have their protocols in place. You went through Title IX investigation. You get the report from there. And then there's supposed to be some hearing in October during the bye week. And, you know, I don't know what the original thought was from Michigan State's standpoint, if like they could wait till you get to that hearing. And then when the, I guess, quote unquote, evidence comes out or whatever, that's what the hearing is for. That at that point that they were like, okay, this is going to drag out for the rest of the season, and we'll take care of it after the season. If they thought that was going to be the case, I don't know. Obviously, things came to light yesterday morning with the USA Today report at 12:45 in the morning, which is interesting. But it comes out, and it's salacious because of the sexual nature of it. But after reading the piece, you know, he deserves to be gone because he has embarrassed the university. Now, obviously, if this story doesn't get out, it's not embarrassing because people don't know about it. But it did, and can't hide it. It happened. He admits to it.
Mm-hmm.
To
the conduct.
Yeah, the conduct, which is phone sex. All right, he admits to that. And it's a full stop. You don't have to go any further. I'm not looking for motives from Brenda Tracy. I'm not, because this is not the time for it. All you're looking at right now is, it's like being a manager of a restaurant. Did you treat the customer badly? Well, yeah. Okay, that's it. Full stop. And you can't do that. And you'll move on to the other stuff at an appropriate time. But right now, it's about this guy admitting doing what he did, and she filed a complaint against it. So you have to act accordingly. What's the problematic thing for Mel Tucker is that now this is obviously out in the light there, and he's been suspended without pay. He's got $80 million left on a contract. And the story says this happened in late April while he was in Florida in a hotel room. And she was wherever she was, but it was not in the same state. They were thousands of miles apart, I believe. So the problem is he lied, or his attorney lied when they talked to Title IX and said, no, he was at home in East Lansing. Well, that's just dumb to lie about that, because that is the easiest thing you can verify in this whole story. Well, let's see. The time links up. She's got the phone record of this phone call coming in at whatever time it was in April, and let's look at Mel's calendar. Oh, there he is. He's there courtesy of the Spartan Fund for some fundraising event or whatever, some golf charity work. It's on the university's dime. So you've just forfeited everything, right? Because of where you did it, because you did it on company business, company time, and they've got the clause in about if you embarrass the university. Is it embarrassing the university right now that your head football coach just got in trouble for having phone sex with somebody? Yes, it's embarrassing. He's gone, and he's going to be gone. And none of the rest of it, if anybody wants to paint a narrative of what she wants, I don't care. It doesn't matter. The cat's out of the bag. He admits to it. That's enough. And now the whole thing is about, from Mel's perspective, they were trying to say that he wasn't even in Florida, that he was in. Why? Because they want to protect the money. He's got a huge paycheck he's trying to protect, and it's not likely going to happen. Michigan State's standpoint. Well, after last season, people weren't thrilled with the season. There were plenty of people that said, I can't believe we paid this guy $100 million, whatever the contract was, $95 million. How do we get out of this contract? Well, here's a way to get out of the contract if you really wanted it. Now, I'm sure you didn't want it this way, but there you go. So now Michigan State, from what's next for them, well, they can get out of this contract and breathe a little easier and say, okay, maybe we acted hastily in giving him the contract in the first place. Then there's Brenda Tracy, and what's next for her? Well, that's going to be interesting to see what is next for her. Is there a lawsuit involved? I would assume so. I assume this is something about money. Can't say it's all about money. It's about her reputation because of her background and what she was hired to do in the first place. And if she didn't bring this complaint about, then it would have torpedoed her whole business, because there would be no, her reputation would be done, right?
And she already had feared retaliation about not being invited back to campus because of the incident. Yeah, I mean, Gator, I spent 3.5 hours talking to people about this yesterday on the station, and you could imagine the type of phone calls you get, and we're not into the victim blaming routine here.
Nope.
Don't need any of that. I think you summed it up pretty easy there. The behavior, while not illegal, is inappropriate. It's gross, it's stupid, and not just what he did, who he did it to. A rape survivor, the most vocal advocate against this behavior in college athletics, he allegedly sexually harassed. He admitted to the behavior. He did it on company time and company dime. And in the details, he tries to throw this grenade out there that Brenda Tracy's rape story might not be true and she's being investigated by Paula Levine. One problem, Paula Levine admits that's not true at all. She's not being investigated. Why are you now trying to blame this woman? He's throwing stuff at the wall desperate because he knows he screwed up. And he knows, you're right, Gator, that this is going to be the most expensive phone sex of all time. He's going to lose out on $80 million.
Yeah, this is... I mean, really, am I interested in what he has to say? somewhat, not really. I mean, at this point, it's just move on. And it's too bad because I like Mel Tucker. I was one of the few people that was actually defending him. What happened last year, it didn't bother me as much because I did a deeper dive and looked at the situation. And when you lose several starters a couple weeks into the season, I'm guessing it's not going to be a great year. And then you have a tunnel incident and you lose half your defense. I'm guessing you're not going to finish very well. So it didn't bother me, the record. I was excited about what they could do moving forward. And they've got together a pretty decent team. I don't think this is a team that's going to win 10 games by any means, but it was a team that through the first 2 weeks in the season, you wonder were they going to develop a quarterback, and we get into the football aspect of it, and it's like, Noah Kim looks pretty good. Like, Noah Kim looks better than I think what Peyton Thorne had looked like. So, okay, I'm excited. And then this stuff happens. And it's
on the heels of a top 10 opponent coming into town.
Right. It's brutal. Now, it's so unfortunate. Like he let everybody down. Mm-hmm. Let the team down. Let his coaching staff down. He let the university down. He let the alumni down. And the biggest thing he let down his family. You know, I don't know what his home situation is. If you read the story, he talks about how he says that his marriage is basically over. He's basically a single guy. And that's sad because now that information gets out there to the world and everybody knows what's happening there. And not the way you want that kind of stuff leaked, I'm sure. So it's a miserable situation that has turned something that I'm not going to say it was innocent because it's not.
No.
But it's something that was kind of smaller. It's not smaller, but it's turned it into this giant magnitude, and you can't get away from it, and you've got to react to it. And Michigan State reacted yesterday reasonably swiftly as soon as the news broke out.
Well, and that's
they got ahead of it, but did they get ahead of it in the way that's going to satisfy everybody? Of course not.
No,
and I really don't care about satisfying everybody else.
Optically, it looks terrible. And I want to talk a little bit because yesterday I was begging for clarity from MSU. Why? Why suspend now when this report was concluded in July? And come to find out, there were limitations to what Alan Haller was supposed to know because of Title IX, believably that he would not have known the details until it became public. But MSU did themselves no favors at that press conference. They did not do a good job yesterday explaining what they knew and when they knew. Because when Haller comes out and says, I knew about the complaint in December, well, then it looks really bad that you waited until 2 games into the season when everybody else knew. But my understanding is that he didn't know the scope, the details, the specifics until this became public. Right. And then they acted immediately and suspended him. I would commend MSU for that. I wish the press conference yesterday, which hastily called for
would help explain that away.
Only 2 or 3 questions. Three questions and very little detail. I know that's the legalese, but I don't think they did a good job communicating to the public that this is really when they found out the severity, and they immediately swiftly stepped in and suspended him without pay.
Now, it's another PR blunder from Michigan State when they're handling things like this, and sadly, it's another thing to handle. But it's college athletics, and you're going to get plenty of practice doing it, and this is the latest one. It sucks. But, yeah, you're right. I think Alan Haller does have his hands tied a little bit, and if you read enough, you'll understand why they did what they did when they did it. They had a hearing set up for October.
The bye week.
Yeah. I assume they still have this hearing set up for that point. So that presumably would have let them know everything, and maybe at that point did they suspend him, which would have been right before the Michigan game.
A couple weeks before.
Right, a couple weeks before, so I don't know. It's awful. It's his own fault, his own doing. Michigan State can't get out of their own way, and it's a full stop. You don't even have to look into anything else. Don't go down the road. Like you said yesterday, you had people trying to victim shame. Don't do any of that. It's not the time to look at any of that stuff. Right now, you look at what your coach did, what he admitted to doing. Mm-hmm. It's out there in public, and what does Michigan State have left to do for recourse? They had to do what they had to do yesterday, which was come out strong and say suspended without pay for the remainder of the season, and basically waiting to see what happens with this hearing. And will they negotiate something with Mel Tucker eventually, some sort of buyout, or is it flat out they get out from underneath this albatross of a contract now? Because You can't bring him back as a coach.
No.
That's not happening.
No, everybody's pretty united that was his last game on Saturday at Spartan Stadium. 248-539-9797. You guys want to react to this startling news from over the weekend? Mel Tucker's behavior, Michigan State's reaction, and Gator, more of their reaction is acting head coach and the return of Mark D'Antonio. We'll get to that coming up next, 97.1.
If you want to play, practice, and party the way that you want, and of course you would, here's where you do it. At 5 Iron Golf. It's the nation's leading indoor golf and entertainment experience, and now it's open in downtown Detroit. And I'm telling you, the place is amazing. It's got so much more than just golf to offer, but if you like golf, here's why wouldn't you, right? 13 TrackMan simulators that get certified instructors. There's a full bar and restaurant. The whole family can tee up some great times. You get to play courses like Pebble Beach. They have up to 200 different courses on those simulators. You can take lessons. You can compete in the league. You can join as a founding member. You want to spice up your date night? Here's how you do it. You want club fitting? They're going to have club fitting there as well. Visit 5irongolf.com. You get 50% off your first booking when you mention me, Gator, at checkout. That's 5irongolf.com.
Gator, I want to be fair to Michigan State. I was critical yesterday because why wait to suspend him until it becomes public? It optically looks like you're not doing this because it's the right thing. It looks like you're doing it because you have to. Now, upon further reading of what Title IX investigations look like in the year 2023, confidentiality means Haller was not supposed to know the details. He knew his coach was being investigated, that there was a complaint against Mel Tucker, but he was not supposed to know, and probably didn't know, but at the very least was not supposed to know the details. The details became public yesterday, and Michigan State acted yesterday. So just in the fairness of Michigan State, I don't think that they let this linger upon reading what they were supposed to know when they knew it. That doesn't mean it's an easy situation to navigate, because now Mel Tucker, suspended without pay, procedurally about to be fired in October when the hearing commences. They've decided to move forward with Harlan Barnett as the acting head coach, and he's back, Gator.
I love it.
Mark D'Antonio.
Yeah, well, I mean,
circumstances not great.
I love that Harlan's getting an opportunity. D'Antonio coming back as an advisor, if he's going to be on the sideline wearing a headset and just be there for, an advisor role, support role for Harlan Barnett, I have no issue with that at all. I don't know if that's what I would have done, but I don't have a problem with it. I'd love Mark D'Antonio as a head coach of Michigan State. In the end, it was time for him to go. It got messy because of money at the end as to when he is supposed to officially retire, because there was a bonus involved in all this, and that was a little cantankerous at the time. But in the end, Mark D'Antonio's come back. He's been part of the Spartan family since then. He's worked with Mel Tucker and a number of different things at Michigan State over the last year and a half or so. So whatever problems they had, those fences were mended, and obviously Mark doesn't have a problem coming back and working with Harlan Barnett. I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
The D'Antonio thing's a little odd to me. He didn't leave on the best of terms, leaving them kind of in a lurch in February, the year he stepped down. The years preceding that were not winning seasons for Michigan State. They had lost a step or two. It's an odd choice to come back. The stabilizing part, why can't Harlan Barnett stabilize a program? You got a coaching staff full of grown adults who presumably don't engage in the behavior Mel Tucker did. They should be able to stabilize the situation without Mark D'Antonio. And Gator, it'd be one thing if they gave him a corner office and it was like, hey, if you need anything, I'll be there. I'm a phone call away, or I'm an office, door away. He's going to wear a headset on game day or be in the booth? Is he calling defense? Like, what is his role, and why do they feel like he needs to be part of this?
I think it's some familiarity. I think it's also maybe a nice crutch to lean on for Harlan, and I wouldn't be surprised if Harlan asked for it anyway, because Mark D'Antonio brought Harlan Barnett on at Cincinnati. Like, he went from grad assistant at LSU to being a defensive backs coach at Cincinnati for a couple seasons. And then when D'Antonio got the job at Michigan State, he brought Harlan with him to Michigan State. And then in 2015 to 2017, he was the assistant head coach and the co-defensive coordinator with Michigan State. So those two know each other really well. And I'm just saying that's
he may have wanted D'Antonio, but shouldn't the school, who, by the way, says we are not the old MSU, The interim president made that statement yesterday at the very brief press conference in East Lansing. This isn't the MSU of old. Maybe don't bring back the old MSU coach.
That's not the same thing. Well, let's not conflate that.
There were issues with sexual harassment and assault while D'Antonio was there, too.
Yeah, and they were handled pretty swiftly.
Right. Do you want to go back to the old coach who wasn't winning, who had some issues near the end? Why bring D'Antonio back? Why not go to the new MSU and let this coaching staff stabilize the situation and then go from there? The fact that he's being brought in to essentially like babysit, like Harlan Barnett's a grown adult. He can handle himself. And they've got a coaching staff full of grown adults who should be able to coach up a group of 20-year-olds without Mark D'Antonio. That was kind of a red flag that you need D'Antonio back, to me.
This whole situation's a red flag. I mean, you're having to change coaches after 2 games into the season. They didn't know this. Oh crap! This story's going to break on Sunday. We didn't know that.
A red flag that the coaching staff in place can't handle this without Mark D'Antonio. That he has to be an active member on staff.
Let's wait and see how active he is, and maybe he's just going to be some guy who's just sitting there. And, like a bench coach in baseball. What do they really do? It's the best friend of the manager. That's what the bench coach is. You sit there and you shoot the breeze with him on the side.
Cards with him,
right? Occasionally, when the manager gets thrown out of the game, you got to step in and be the manager. Right?
Yeah.
So I don't look too much into the whole D'Antonio part of this. It's not going to change how they call plays. You're not
installing a new defense.
No, you're not going to. None of that's going to happen. I think this is just somebody who's there that Harlan Barnett can trust and lean on if he has to.
248-539-9797. You guys, your reactions on the phones and ticket text. Mel Tucker's conduct, his suspension, how Michigan State has handled this situation, and the return of Mark D'Antonio. Let's go to the phones. We've got Amy up first. Amy, you're on 97.1.
Wow. Good morning, guys. How are you?
I'm disappointed.
Very, very disappointed. Little background. My daughter's MSU grad last May. Sports journalism. She was a recruit for Mel Tucker, and this family surrounded that man. And
what do you mean she was a recruit? What do you mean she was a recruit for Mel Tucker?
She was a recruiter. She was an intern and helped in recruiting.
Gotcha.
So she actually, and let me tell you, she's having a breakdown right now this past weekend. She actually brought young men to this man and sold him and believed in him, and she is devastated. Devastated. We just dropped her off, my husband and I, last week in Laredo, Texas. She got her first sports reporting job, and that's what we should have been talking about this weekend, and we weren't. We were talking about Mel Tucker, the disgrace, the just the letdown and the deflation of we believe is so difficult right now. So difficult when you rallied around this man.
He let a lot of people down. Gator, I think that's one of the things you mentioned to start the show is he let a lot of people down.
Let a bunch of people down because you get a glimpse into what his personal life is. And, it's inappropriate and it's embarrassing for the university. And in the end, he'll be fired with cause. And Michigan State won't have to pay him the big contract. And we'll see what happens down the road for Mel after that. But
it was gross, stupid behavior.
It's ridiculous.
Mondays are Champ and Chump. We will get to that coming up, as well as more of people's reactions. I have a feeling of who a popular chump is going to be today. It's 97.1.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yeah, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow, damn. Mm-hmm. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Devontae on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done.
And finally,
for you,
bold ass predictions, Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long, Monday through Friday, prior to the NFC title game.
Wow. That's a lot, but that's what he's willing to do. Lastly, Doug, bold-ass prediction, Brian Branch will take a fumble and an interception back for a touchdown this year.
Beautiful.
We got some ticket texts I'm going to get to, phone calls we got to get to. Carson Anderson, Jim Costa in for Doug Karsh today. Doug back tomorrow. Lead story, Mel Tucker suspended without pay. Potentially the most expensive phone sex of all time. Could cost him his job, $80 million. We'll see how that plays out with the hearing in October. But gross behavior, stupid behavior.
It's quite a 900 call.
Yeah. Mondays are also Champ and Chump. Why don't we get to that? And Gator, I imagine at least one of us will have Mel as our chump. Let's get into it.
All right. Well, we'll start with the music we had to change up. Now we no longer have.
See, I haven't done a Monday show since the music changed. Okay. You want to start with Champ or Chump?
I'll go Champ. My champ is Dan Campbell. I mean, to get that team ready to go, they're believing in themselves. They believe in each other. They believe in Dan Campbell. He said it in the postgame afterwards. Did we know we were going to win? Everyone's like, yep. They all knew it because they believe in each other. This guy is the right coach for this team at this time. He's awesome, and I can't wait to see how the rest of the season unfolds. Huge win on Thursday against the Super Bowl champs in their house. Awesome job. Way to go, Dan Campbell.
My champ is Quinn Ewers. 350 yards and 3 touchdowns against Bama. Snapped the longest home win streak in the country. A double-digit victory in Tuscaloosa.
Unbelievable. It was just unbelievable.
And he had a couple dropped passes, too, that weren't his fault.
He did. I mean, and he threw some amazingly beautiful passes, just perfectly thrown. Great job from Quinn Ewers. Let's see if he comes out this year or not.
I'm not going to do the Texas is back routine. I'll leave that to 10-gallon Mike on the podcast. But this is a big win for Texas. I mean, it's
a massive win for Texas.
This is as big a win anybody has in the country through 2 weeks.
I'm not afraid to say. I'll say they're back. Yeah. And by the way, I had them preseason. I said one of my bold-ass predictions in college football, Alabama will lose 3 games this year.
Ooh.
And I mentioned Texas.
Ooh. What, the other one would be LSU and then a mystery game probably.
We'll see what happens coming up there.
All right.
Anyway, my chump of the week, it's Mel Tucker. Everybody he let down with this whole situation. Story breaks yesterday. We know what it is. We're not going to spend a ton of time on it. But it's amazing how many people you can let down. Your entire team that you let down, that you're trying to build up and build the trust with. The coaching staff that believes in you. The university that believes in you. The alumni and current student population that believes in you. All the Spartan Nation worldwide. You let down yourself. And worst of all, you let down your family, because now your dirty laundry is out there for everyone to read. I feel terrible for his children. I feel terrible for his wife. I don't know what his situation was, if he really was in a loveless relationship at that point with his wife or not. But everybody else sees it now out there in print, and it's terrible, and he's got no one to blame but himself.
Yeah, I mean, he's my chump too, but if you want another name just so we mix it up a little bit, I would go Jeff Sims, Nebraska quarterback. 3 first-half turnovers, fueling Colorado to their 2-0 start.
Are you new? This is Nebraska football.
I know.
What's the matter with you? This is what they do.
But
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's Scott Frost or Matt Rule coaching this team. It doesn't matter if it's who was the guy?
Jeff Sims.
Jeff Sims.
And they flashed the stat, most turnovers among active Big Ten players. I'm like, all right, Gator, he can't catch a snap.
Pick your Martinez. It doesn't matter.
Like, is he throwing this game? Just catch the snap. Yikes. Okay, so that is my chump. 248-539-9797. Mondays are for Champ and Chump on Carson Anderson. We will take those on the phones and the ticket text. Let's get to Frank. Frank, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Frank.
You know, I am a huge Michigan fan, and my champ is all of my buddies. You know, all of the guys that I meet that watch the games that are huge Michigan fans, that we bleed maize and blue, and none of them jumped on Michigan State. None of them celebrated this. You know, all of them said, man, this is unfortunate because we live in the state of Michigan. You know, and it is unfortunate for Michigan State to have to endure something like this again. It does not reflect the entire university. This is an individual's.
Do you have a passive-aggressive chump, too, or is it just the champ? Just curious of that.
I only have a champ because if I go with
appreciate it.
I was wondering how much of that you were going to endure.
Come on. Look how great we are for not commenting on what's happening at Michigan State while I comment on what's happening at Michigan State. All my boys, all my diehard maize and blue friends. We're not even mentioning anything. This isn't about a rivalry. So,
first of all, that's the bare minimum. And I would tell you, as someone who was on yesterday, we took a ton of phone calls on it. There were Michigan fans who definitely wanted this to be a rivalry topic. And guys, glass houses and all that. We don't need to do whataboutism. We don't need to make it a rivalry. It's none of that stuff.
Not up in here, Jim.
No.
Well, should I tell Evan right now? Chump of the weekend, Mel Tucker, MSU. Champ of the weekend, Michigan. End the voting.
Yeah, just end the voting right there.
Gave Gator the patting on the back. That guy wanted to call in and pat his friends on the back.
That's what I say. You got a passive-aggressive chump, too, or is it just the champ?
Let's get to Ryan. Ryan, you're on Carson Anderson. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. All right.
I got a champ and chump for you. My champ is Sean Strickland, and, for beating Adesanya. And chump, I'm going to go with Jeff Sims as well. That was hard to watch.
Yeah, I guess hard to watch if you're a Colorado or a Nebraska fan, but being now a brand new Colorado fan, I'm a Deion fan. I like watching Shedeur Sanders get more chances with the offense and try to figure things out, and eventually he does. And I enjoyed it, I guess. But I see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, it's just pathetic that the same problems that plagued Nebraska football for the last 7 years, they haven't gone away.
Same thing. New coach, same thing.
Same thing. New quarterback, same thing.
Ticket texters, Champ Brad Holmes. This dude finds talent everywhere, and Dan deserves credit for coaching him. Chump Mel Tucker. Gonna get a lot of that.
There he is.
Champ, the Cowboys for a dominant win against the division rival. And the chump, of course, it's Mel Tucker. That's from Alex and Troy. Cowboys 40-0.
Did not see that coming. Anybody see that coming?
Well, that's a 40 nugget.
Yeah.
Can we chump the networks for constantly forcing Cowboys Giants on us on these Sunday night games? I think it's over before you settled in.
I'm so sick of it, but I understand because of the New York market, but my God.
But, I mean,
they probably expected a little bit of better game.
The ironic thing is that the Cowboys, the whole America's Team moniker, as much as we may despise that moniker, people pay attention to the Cowboys, man. They are the number one team in football that people look out for. Whether they love them or hate them, they're talking about them. So, the Jerry Jones is a story every year. They've got a good football team. Big question going to the game was, can they get Dak straight? Is he going to be able to lead this team, or is he going to turn the ball over?
I think me and Jim get it. We just don't like it.
No, I'm with it. I don't like it either. I'm watching some of the pregame last night, and they start to show the predictions for everybody, right? And it's, it's predictable of who people are going to say. You think Jason Garrett's going to pick the Giants? Of course he's going to pick the Cowboys, and everybody's going with exactly who you expect him to go with.
Does Jason Garrett, he looks like he's on laughing gas at all times. Like the cheesiest smile, always, this perma smile for Jason Garrett. It's like, all right, Jason. Yeah, no, he picks the Cowboys. Ticket Texter says, Champ, Lions fans who made the trip to Kansas City.
There you go.
And the chump is Mel Tucker for obvious reasons. David in New Baltimore.
Any Champ votes, Kang, for your buddy Gil yet, or no?
Oh, for passing up the trip to Kansas City to go to Tampa instead? Well, hey, Tampa might be better than we thought. 1-0, but...
Yeah, I can't wait to see that Baker Mayfield match.
Instead of going to Arrowhead.
Could have gone to Arrow. Did you hear that story, Jim?
I didn't, but I can pick up what's
Kang's
going
buddies,
on here. Yeah.
Every year, plan out a Lions road trip.
Yeah.
So schedule comes out. Yeah, schedule comes out, and it's like, oh my God, opening the season.
Games. Go anywhere.
They're opening the season in Arrowhead. Yeah. Kansas City, defending Super Bowl champs. That means this is it, right?
You guys want to go?
No.
How many people are there? 9?
9, 10, yeah.
And they voted to go to Tampa.
9 for 9. Everyone wanted to go to Tampa.
No. It was I guess 3 people wanted to go to KC.
Majority?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Still.
Not even close.
Still.
Tampa. Tampa in October as opposed to Arrowhead to start the season.
Kickoff. Super Bowl champs. Okay.
That looks so fun to be there.
Oh, Gil.
Couple more texts, some on Mel Tucker specifically, because again, we started the show with it, and if you guys want to jump in, 248-539-9797. Texter says, I liked Mel Tucker. I wanted him to do well, but man, this is so bad. Says it's like having a dog that you like and it bites the neighbor kid. You might like the dog, but you have to get rid of it. I think Tucker was.
I could see
it. Tucker was a likable guy at first, right? The cigars and the slogan, and
he was a likable guy right up until Sunday morning at 12:45 when the news broke.
Gator, I sat across from you in the summer, and I said they need an identity. His team needs an identity, and unfortunately, this is going to end up being his identity at Michigan State. This is going to be what undoes him, his own stupidity and gross behavior.
Mel's legacy is done at Michigan State, right?
Yes.
And what his legacy is he's a guy that, you'll never forget the 11-win season and Kenneth Walker and being the first to embrace the transfer portal. And then you'll never forget that he made a phone call that cost him his job, right? His legacy is great year, giant contract, blew it all because of a phone call.
Scummy. All right, so we've got your reactions to Tucker, D'Antonio's return, your reactions on that, and how MSU is handling this whole situation. 11 o'clock, Week 1 overreactions, a list of overreactions that includes the Detroit Lions. We'll get to it. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Talking about Mel Tucker, the gross, idiotic behavior that's going to get him fired in October, pending the hearing during Michigan State's bye week. It's what he did, what he admitted to doing, and who he did it to.
Well, and where he did it.
And where, the who, what, where, when, and why.
That's the part that's going to get him to lose
is,
the contract.
Is bad. Yeah, he did it in Florida. He denied it, but records can prove he was there on that date, and he was there on Spartan donor funds, touching himself on the phone and getting himself in trouble here
and admitting to it. Which I guess I kind of want to give him a little credit that he didn't run away from it. He admitted to it, but at the same time, you admitted to that, but then you or your attorney lied about where you said you were, right?
Yeah.
Said you were in East Lansing, not in Florida. We know why you lied about it, whether it was you or your attorney. We know why you lied, because you want to keep alive the possibility that you're going to recoup some of this money or you'll get a settlement out of it.
If this is what you're doing, your conduct on Spartan business,
right?
This is going to get you in trouble. And this is going to cost you your job.
You embarrassed the university. That's the clause. You can't do that.
And again, because of who he did it to, the headline reads, alleged sexual harassment of a rape survivor.
Right.
And it's the most prominent vocal advocate on college campuses, Brenda Tracy. I mean, we'll get to the phones, 248-539-9797. Clearly, he's everybody's chump today with few exceptions. We've got Champ and Chump. We've got the Tucker stuff. We'll mix in week one in the 11 o'clock hour. Let's go to Mike. You're on 97.1, Mike.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Really, my point is just as simple as I think we should slow down on letting school leadership off the hook just yet. Something Costa said earlier about the handling of the PR side of things being a little clumsy. I'm a little suspicious at the timeline here. So let's just say school leadership is aware of the complaint in December, according to what they say, right?
Yeah.
But the process, according to their own website, says that the investigation itself usually only takes about 90 days. And during that time, both accuser and the accused are regularly updated on a biweekly basis. So it's kind of hard to believe that during that time, or even at the end of that 90-day period, no one from school leadership is made aware of anything.
Well, the 90-day period is, I'm sorry to interrupt, but isn't the 90-day period come from the time that they get the report, which was in July, and goes to October, which is when the hearing is?
Yeah, Mike, it's a third-party investigation, and that's protocol now. You don't want the university being judge, jury, and executioner.
Right.
It's a third party that investigated January to July, and Tucker didn't participate until March. So this process dragged on until July. That is supposed to remain confidential until the hearing in October. The only reason it's no longer confidential is because USA Today published the story.
Because she gave them information.
Well, that's how it's supposed to work. Mike, I say that's how it's supposed to work. I can't tell you if Howler did or didn't know. I'm telling you what he was supposed to know or not know, and he wasn't supposed to know until October, but it became public.
Well, that's not even what I'm jumping on at this specific instance. What I mean is going back to the timeline itself. The complaint is filed back in December, and then you say that the investigation is handled by a third party. I'm not 100% sure that's true either, because the Title IX office is part of the school. Each school has its own Title IX office that handles these things. And then there's its own internal structure as far as who they report to, so on and so forth. Now, granted, I assume that there's going to be a certain level of autonomy there. But if the complaint is filed in December, as far as we know, and then an investigation ensues, that puts the investigation starting back sometime in January.
Yes.
Not the summer.
Right.
Yeah, and it wrapped in the summer.
But it wrapped up.
Yeah,
I mean,
USA
you have to let them go through the investigation.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a process that has to play itself out, and you let the process play itself out.
Well, I agree. Like I said, I don't want to jump to conclusions in either direction. But what I'm getting at, Gator, is this. If the investigation starts, let's just say January, and then that 90-day period ends, that's the spring, not the summer.
No, the 90-day period, I don't think it starts until the 90-day period. Does that start during the investigation, or does that start when the investigation is concluded?
Regardless if it was supposed to be completed in 90 days, Tucker didn't cooperate for damn near 90 of those 90 days. This thing played out until July, according to USA Today. The investigation wrapped in July. So I don't know what we're getting caught up in here right now.
I don't know, but if it's a 90-day thing, should the 90-day thing have been in March or should it have been in July and starts in July? And if it starts from July, whenever they concluded,
why even have 90 days? Do a thorough investigation.
Then that's what you get there's a hearing that takes place afterwards. I'm like, that's what I'm saying. The whole process is you have the investigation, and then the investigation leads to an eventual hearing, and that hearing is in October. I mean, you're just following along with the process. I guess if you want Michigan State to act the second that they find out, I mean, find out what? Find out there was an allegation, or find out that that this was going to go public, or when find out? I don't know. I don't know if I guess I'm leaving open right now that I don't have a big issue with Michigan State not coming out and doing something about Mel Tucker until yesterday, because we didn't know there was anything to do with Mel Tucker until yesterday. And that whole part of him, being fired for cause or whatever would have to do with humiliating the university or putting the university in a bad light. And that doesn't happen until yesterday.
Till it's public.
Yeah.
Let's go to Joe. Joe, you're on Karsch and Anderson.
Hey, guys. How you doing? I got a champ and chump of the week.
Okay.
My champ is Coco Gauff for winning her first major, U.S. Open, and my chump is that Bears O-line. That was really hard to watch. I mean, ESPN built them up to win the division over us, but that O-line was pathetic.
Damn shame.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
No, the Bears, Justin Fields is throwing all these checkdowns. They couldn't move the ball. So much for rebuilding this thing overnight.
Yeah, I watched Red Zone yesterday. But in
so
full
they weren't
disclosure,
featured very often. Then.
Yeah, in full disclosure, I didn't know they weren't featured very often. I kept seeing Packer highlights.
You're like, damn, are the Bears playing today?
And on top of that, there was the Mel Tucker stuff that I was paying attention to yesterday. So which I was pissed about, because I was pissed about not being able to see the Bears Packers game, because I did want to watch a lot of that, given it's our division.
Jordan Love looked pretty good, Gator.
Yeah,
and so did Tua.
Did Tua look good?
Yeah, I don't know if Doug's doing all right today.
Was Tua okay?
Tua had a lot of yards.
Yeah,
I don't know if you
like
saw
480 or whatever it was. Is that okay? Is that good?
I think it was like 466.
Yeah, and was really threw a nice pass in that game. I watched.
He's got some receivers.
Saw a lot of highlights of that one.
The Dolphins are featured in one of the 5 week 1 overreactions. We'll get to that at 11:15. Wrap up our conversation with Tucker. The Champ and Chump stuff rolls throughout the show. Jim Costa in for Doug Karsch. It's Karsch and Anderson 97.1.
Here's what's crazy about this, Gator, and you tell me if this makes sense. On February 27th, the Detroit Lions to win the NFC were 8-1 on February 27th. Updated today, they are 10-1. They're a longer shot now than they were on February 27th. Now, whose odds have gone up dramatically in that time? Eagles went from 7-2 to 3-1, which is not dramatic. Basically from 7-2 to 6-2. 49ers went from 4-1 to 7-2, so 8-2 to 7-2. 49ers went from 15-2 to 11-2. This is obviously a little bit better. And the Lions' odds have gone down.
You heard some of Alan Haller in Luke's update there. I think they were petrified to say the wrong thing yesterday. But they didn't do a good job explaining the timeline of when they knew the scope of what Tucker had done. When Alan says, I knew of the complaint in December. Okay, so why are you suspending him today? And there are, we understand, reasons, Title IX confidentiality, but he kind of spoke in gobbledygook and like interim procedures and policies and more legalese. Gator, is it fair to say they did a poor job yesterday communicating just exactly what's going on here?
Yeah, and they did it, from the get-go when they said initially that they were only going to take 3 questions.
Well, you got better places to be? You got a bigger story to get to?
Right. I mean, look, I'm not saying it. If you do a good enough job with your press conference, you don't have to take any questions, right? You give all the information you want to give out, but I think what comes out is they don't want to divulge everything that they know because they don't have to. Not at this point. Right now, it's a court of public opinion. It's not a court. So what they did yesterday was the right thing to do and will eventually lead to his ultimate firing because the clause in the contract, you can't embarrass the university like he did and has. With this is the incident that does it. And doing it on the company dime, it's going to cost him his contract. So not only does he lose his job, but he'll lose his contract. He loses his reputation.
A high-profile head coaching job.
Yeah, and you've just you've probably set Michigan State back. I don't know how many years here now. You know, I thought things were going well to start the season. Thought he was building back the credibility that he had, working towards that. Hey, where were we a couple years ago? We were great a couple years ago. Getting back towards that, building towards that with real recruiting classes. He had depth on this team, and moving forward, it looked like, okay, we're going to get there eventually. It's not going to happen this year. Maybe next year, year after. Look like maybe they'll have things. Nope, all done. And now it's, I don't know who's going to take over for this team.
Is there going to be a mass exodus? Because when he's fired, fire up the portal.
Well,
you could lose considerable talent from
Nebraska
this roster.
had that. Arizona State had that, where they lost tons and tons and tons of players. That's why I think it's probably wise that they've got Harlan Barnett in the interim, because Harlan recruited a bunch of these kids and has a tremendous rapport with the families and with the recruits and with players among Spartan Nation. Loves Harlan Barnett. I don't know if he's going to be the long-term solution, but he's a short-term interim coach, and we'll see what he can do. Michigan State's got a massive test on Saturday.
Can I give you a name?
We're throwing names out already?
Well, we all think he's going to be fired. It's only procedural at this point. And we just touched on the program is in a bind because, Gator, they're going to add USC and UCLA and Oregon and Washington into the Big Ten next year. But I'm saying those are going to become competition for a team swimming upstream in an already bloated and loaded Big Ten. If you're going to have to play the portal game, do I say his name? Go back to the pipeline. Call up another Colorado coach. Call up Coach Prime.
Oh, boy.
You love him.
Everyone loves him in college football right
now. You have
Coach
the money to pay him. Double his salary the way you did Mel. You got the
new
Big
you're
Ten
saying they're going to
DVD?
free up $80 million in a month or so?
We don't have cap space, but it's kind of the same thing here.
I don't think you ever want to lose a ton of kids or student athletes to the portal or just in general, right? But if there is anything, Coach Prime, Coach Deion Sanders proved that you can get it done quickly with huge turnover. Has he just ruined it for any new college head football coach? Because I feel like he's the exception to the rule, but then also
he is 100% the exception to the rule.
But if you're an AD,
the exception.
Yeah, that is the exception. Go get the exception. But if you're an AD, like you look at, I'm not saying they're going to fire Matt Rule or anybody like that, but do you say, hey, maybe the timeline sped up a little bit because look what this guy's doing, man. He turned over the entire roster. It seems like, right?
What he is doing at Colorado is unbelievable, but also keep in mind how he's doing it at Colorado. It's obviously it's the portal, but the guys he brought with him from Jackson State, it matters to mention them by name. It matters that Travis Hunter was the #1 recruit in the country 2 years ago. It matters that Shedeur Sanders is a legit NFL prospect and happens to be Deion's kid. that's the quarterback of this team, that from the moment Deion accepted the job at Colorado and they said, what are you going to do about your quarterback situation? He started laughing. He's like, what are you talking about? Quarterback's coming with me.
Well, he said, remember in the meeting, goes, everyone's got to fight for their job, except for that guy. He's the quarterback. Like, it goes, everyone, you need to fight for a spot, except for him. He's going to be the quarterback.
Guy. Right. Look, I love Coach Prime. Would it make, if Michigan State were to hire him, how would I feel about it? I'd love it. It'd be fantastic, but I would caution people to think that you're going to get that kind of result right away is difficult to believe given who he was able to already bring with him. That was built in. So if he moves from Colorado, I mean, you can't do it right away again because it'd be a second transfer and the kids can't do that.
Take your luggage. That's the deal, right? It's luggage. You pack it up and you move it to the next stop. For anybody who goes, this is ridiculous. Yes, on some level it is. But ridiculous. Michigan State, 11th in football revenue in 2022. They're in the Big Ten, which is better than where Colorado sits moving from the Pac-12 even to the Big 12. Yeah. Financially, TV money, like money talks. Michigan State, while not a blue blood in football, has the revenue of some of the bigger brands in the sport. If you wanted to, if he would consider it, I think there's a potential match there.
Okay.
Do you want like a realistic name, or do you want to wait a couple weeks and let this play out
I'm
first?
going to let this play out a little bit. I mean, honestly, because the first thing Michigan State's going to need to sort out is, are they getting their $80 million back? And it really, it's not even a Michigan. It's a Matt Ishbia thing, because Matt Ishbia is basically the guy who ponied up the majority of that money, right? So, and he has moved on and said, look, I'm kind of done making big donations here. I got other fish to fry with owning the Phoenix Suns. So, thanks for Michigan State, but let's see, maybe lean on somebody else. Dan Gilbert, or one of the other billionaires that Michigan State has in its alumni group. Worry about that later, but right now it's a hell of an opportunity for Harlan Barnett. The team still has to play. This is game week for them. And after the game on Saturday, Mel Tucker told the team that you normally get a 24-hour rule to have fun. Nope. You start preparing for Washington right now. I don't think that was foreshadowing what was going to happen the next day. I think it was legit football talk and, hey, we got a big game. Now he's not there. They got the biggest game of the schedule right now against a real tough opponent, a guy who carved them up last year and embarrassed Michigan State on the field last year, exposed Michigan State. Anybody thought Michigan State was going to have a good team last year? And then they went up against Washington at night on national TV and got smoked. You got a similar situation coming here. Now they come to East Lansing. I imagine that when Harlan Barnett and Mark D'Antonio come out and lead the team out onto the field, that the crowd is going to be sick. They're going to be amazing. Like, they're going to be cheering like nobody's business because they got two guys that they can root for there, right? And you're rooting for the team. The team didn't do this, right? It was Mel Tucker did this,
yes,
and now Tucker's gone.
One man's awful actions.
Exactly. So there'll be support for the team, but the task is so mammoth at this point to try to take down Washington. Look, other teams have been able to do it. Is this team good enough to rise up and play a game well enough where they can to beat a team like Washington? We'll see. I doubt it, but it's an uphill battle from this point.
John, you're next up on Carson Anderson.
Hey guys, good morning. My champ would be Dan Campbell for winning on his game on Fox there. He could have also been my chump this week if he didn't win. And the chump actually this week is DK Metcalf for taking a cheap shot on Rams.
The defensive back when he just kind of pushed him to the ground.
Yeah,
the cheap shot. No, that's a good one. I mean, we need to get into week one of the NFL. I mean, listen, as a Lions fan, you got to just kind of kick up your feet. Nothing bad could happen on an NFL Sunday. We will get to week one overreaction. There's a list out. 5 week one overreactions, and our Lions are on that list. I want to know from you, Gator, is this an overreaction or is this just reality? We'll do that next. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Gator, week 1 of the NFL is in the books.
Did I dare put in the ether what I said to you during the break about my number 1 head coach guy?
You know what? Because you brought it up, go ahead and say it. And then I'll let people.
Kang hasn't heard this yet.
No.
So you were asking, and obviously with news at Michigan State, Mel Tucker's out. Who would Michigan State hire in the future? If this guy's going to be a head coach, the only place I want him to go is Michigan State. Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson?
Yep.
Where do you go to college, Ben
care.
Johnson? No, I'm asking.
I don't
have
even
no
know.
idea. Oh, is he?
Don't
Just
even
wondering
know.
if there's any kind of connection possibility. Can he recruit? I mean, he's so young.
Yep. Exactly.
Was he mentioned in any college coaching rumors last year when he was making his NFL circle interview circle?
He was not. He's from South Carolina.
He went to North Carolina. UNC.
Yes, but he's from Charles. He was born in Charleston, South Carolina. He's coached at Boston College, and then was in the NFL with Miami and the Lions.
He may have his pick of NFL jobs. I don't know.
Of course he would. I agree with you. I said if you're asking me who I want.
Well, you mocked me for Dion. Like, open up the piggy bank and get him. That's way more realistic than Ben Johnson.
Is it?
I think it is. I think Deion's more realistic than Ben. Ben
So I can
Johnson.
dream of Dion. I can dream
You
of
can
that?
dream of whoever you want to dream of. You can think of whoever you want to in the shower. I don't. That's on you. But I'm just saying.
In light of what happened, maybe let's not go there.
It's a shower.
It's a shower.
But
nobody knows.
I'm
Get
talking
yourself
about
clean.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
talking about between Ben Johnson and Deion Sanders. I would just say right now, I feel Deion Sanders is more realistic. Not that that's realistic,
And neither
but more
are
than
realistic.
but more than
neither
Ben
are.
Johnson.
But that would be my guy. I say it just because it's got the Lions connection, and I don't want to see Ben Johnson go anywhere. And I know we're going to lose him, and it sucks. He'll probably take a head coaching gig in the offseason to go somewhere else in the NFL. But if that's going to happen, if he's going to take a head coaching job, take it at my university.
Week 1 overreactions, Gator. Found a
Yes,
list.
let's get to this.
5 overreactions. The Lions are the 5th of the 5 overreactions. Let me just give you a sampling of what people are taking out of week 1. The Browns will win the AFC North. Is that an overreaction?
Because they beat up on Cincinnati in the rain. Do I think it's an overreaction? I don't think it's an overreaction. I think the Browns are a good team. I think this is, Deshaun Watson's a good quarterback. Now he's got everything behind him. He's got some players to work with. They've got a good defense. And their competition it's really Cincinnati. And they just smoked Cincinnati. They embarrassed Cincinnati. So I don't think it's an overreaction.
Tyreek Hill will be the first wide receiver to win the MVP award.
Overreaction? I love Tyreek Hill. 215 yards receiving is amazing.
Can't cover him.
And he can do it every game. He's so great. But if he does that, Tua's going to get the MVP because it always goes to the quarterback.
Most likely, but he'd have to. Yeah, I mean, Offensive Player of the Year, he could win, of course. But
He would have to have over 2,000 yards receiving
For sure.
and like 15 touchdowns to be there.
even more, maybe even more so,
Maybe
because you're
even
right.
more.
The Tua factor, as long as Tua's not terrible, otherwise.
Well, because Tua's got Waddle to throw to as well, and other players that are there. And, you take away the 215 yards receiving, and he still threw for 250 yards in a game.
Tyreek Hill's on pace for 3,000 yards receiving.
The third overreaction. Cowboys are the NFC's most complete team.
That's an overreaction.
40-0 win last night, Sunday Night Football. Sacked Daniel Jones, what felt like 10 times? I think it was actually 7 or 8.
But what did they do offensively if we're talking, overall?
Raise your hand if you're surprised that the Giants sucked. That Daniel Jones wasn't the guy. Raise your hand if you're surprised by that.
If you're Giants brass, you're probably
I
raising
was
your
just
hand.
gonna
They
say,
just paid
yes,
him.
exactly.
Long-term deal.
So outside of New York, anybody surprised?
No.
No.
Fourth overreaction, and then we'll get to the Lions. The fourth one, the Packers were right to move on from Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love.
They were, in a sense that Aaron Rodgers didn't want to be there, so might as well get something for him and move on from him. Absolutely, they were right to do it. And this guy he was so hurt and devastated that they dared to draft the quarterback a few years ago. And the guy went, and then he goes out and wins back-to-back MVPs and just complains the whole time. Yeah, move on.
Love completed passes to 6 different receivers, spread the ball around. He was strong on third down and the red zone. 7 of 9 on third down passing, 2 of 4 in the red zone for 2 touchdowns. Good debut, but the caveat is it's the Chicago Bears.
Sure, it's the Bears. And the other thing is this. Am I saying he's going to be better than Aaron Rodgers? Absolutely not. That's not what I'm saying. At this time, was it time for them to move on when you get Aaron Rodgers at the end of his career, get something for him or lose him for nothing, right? So, yes, it was the right decision to make. And no Christian Watson last night either.
No, and I'm sensing some overreactions, but some not overreactions. The Lions check in as the 5th on this list. The Lions are legit Super Bowl contenders.
They are. That's a fact.
That's the question for people.
I'm not even smiling when I say that. No. That is a fact. They are a Super Bowl contender.
That's not an overreaction. Lions are a Super Bowl contender. 248-539-9797. You tell us. You say it's not an overreaction.
Had they lost, would people be saying that this team's just they're terrible, right? Or that they knew what was going to happen? They're not going to. I don't know if they're going to win the division. The people jumping off the bandwagon left and right. They didn't. They won the game. They held Kansas City's offense to 20 points. They got first downs when they needed them to them. They got fourth down stops when they needed to. They gambled a little bit. It paid off for the most part. And both teams played without their full rosters, and the Lions won. Okay.
I don't think it's an overreaction. I mean, before they went to Kansas City and won, I thought they were fringe Super Bowl contenders because, number one, we all expect them to win the division. When you win your division, what do? You
make the playoffs and you host a playoff game.
You host a playoff game. If you're hosting a playoff game, you're expected to win that playoff game. From that point on, you're 2 wins away from the Super Bowl, right? The fact that they went and beat Kansas City in Kansas City tells me they can play with the big boys on the road or at home. Yes, I know that Travis Kelce wasn't there and Chris Jones. I don't care.
Thanks, Tirico.
The Lions were also playing without Jameson Williams, and this is the NFL. So I think they are. The thing is too, it's the NFC. You got 2, cream of the crop, right? Everyone thinks it's the Niners and the Eagles. Maybe throw in the Cowboys as well. I think the Cowboys and the Lions are right there. So I think you have 4 teams that legit can win the NFC and make it to the Super Bowl. The Lions are. That's not an overreaction. I think they're. You can talk about the Super Bowl and the Lions and not sound crazy.
Before the season, I thought, well, you're not the Chiefs good, right? I mean, this team's improved, but they're not better than Kansas City. They're not like the Bengals or the Bills, some of these juggernauts. They went in and won in Kansas City against Patrick Mahomes. So you do have to, if you are on the other side, open up your mind to that possibility that this team is a Super Bowl contender. Gator, Mahomes scored 0 touchdowns in the second half, converted 0 third downs in the second half. If that's the defense you're bringing into Arrowhead, that's the defense that's going to travel just about every week, you're a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, they are. And now they got to continue to play like one. Go out there and smoke Seattle on Sunday. The Seahawks looked like the Seahawks at the end of last year, which was not terribly impressive. That did not look anywhere near like the team that came into Ford Field and put, 45 on the Lions or whatever it was? That didn't look like that team. It looked like the team at the end of the year that kind of limped into it and made the playoffs, and they were thinking the Lions that they did, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I have full confidence they're going to take care of business on Sunday, but they have to do it. Confidence is one thing, but going out there and doing it is another. This team believes in themselves, and it's from the top on down, man. This is absolutely a Super Bowl contending team.
This is what they write. This is ESPN, their 5 overreactions. After an offseason of teetering expectations for a team that hasn't won its division since 1993, the Lions went into Kansas City for the Thursday night opener and came away with a hard-fought 21-20 road victory against Mahomes and the Super Bowl champs. Far from perfect, but hey, it's week 1. The Lions' offensive line looked good. Hutchinson was a terror on the back end, and the defense appears shored up from last year. Then they would go on to say, verdict, overreaction. Too soon. There's a lot to like about the Lions, and if the Vikings' luck in one-score games regresses to the mean, the opportunity is surely there. But before we start talking about the Lions with the Eagles, Niners, and top NFC contenders, let alone the elite franchises in the AFC, we're going to need to see some sustained success. Detroit has another tough opponent week 2 against the Seahawks, who expect to be in the group fighting for the NFC's top seed, despite their disappointing loss to their nemesis, the Rams. ESPN says overreaction. All of us say this is reality. The Lions are Super Bowl contenders. Want to hear from you guys. 248-539-9797. Overreaction or reality? We have a Super Bowl contending football team in Detroit.
And by the way, the Vikings lost a one-score game yesterday.
Hey-o.
Maybe not the same luck last year, huh? Against Baker Mayfield.
Against Baker Mayfield. How good is Minnesota?
Yeah. Maybe that Tampa game will be good for Gil to go to. All right. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yep, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Devontae on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done.
And finally,
for you,
bold ass predictions, Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long, Monday through Friday, prior to the NFC title game.
Wow. That's a lot, but that's what he's willing to do. Lastly, Doug, bold-ass prediction. Brian Branch will take a fumble and an interception back for a touchdown this year.
Beautiful.
Ticket texter, I've been a Lions fan for 25 years, and I don't think it's an overreaction. But I need them to beat the Ravens before I say Super Bowl contenders. Then you're saying it's an overreaction. It's okay. It's okay if you need to see more.
No,
that's
it's
part
fine.
Of the question.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So because you put the caveat on there, you're saying no.
And this was one of the overreactions on ESPN.com that the Lions are a Super Bowl contender. They labeled it an overreaction. I would have said that was an overreaction before week one. But Gator, Come on. At Kansas City, I know I'm not convincing you, but for people who are on the fence, at Kansas City, if you can beat Mahomes in Arrowhead, where they are undefeated in week ones, how does that not tip the scale the other way?
That crowd was loud. It was hostile territory. Yeah, there were, 15,000 Lions fans, 10,000 Lions fans, whatever it were, and that part was awesome. But they're not drowning out the 70,000 Chiefs fans. That didn't happen. You could see on the field it was having an effect on play calling and barking out signals and stuff like that. Yeah, I get it. Travis Kelce didn't play and Chris Jones didn't play, and they played without their other defensive linemen, and I don't care. Was their offensive line intact? Was Patrick Mahomes on the field, most importantly? Oh, he was?
How about
their
this?
other weapon, their kicker, was Butker out there? Does he make a difference? They had 3 capable running backs. Not my fault that Kadarius Toney can't catch a pass. Is it Kansas City's fault that Marvin Jones couldn't hang on to the football in that game?
Right, that's what I would say. The Lions played, I would say, a C-plus football game. Like, in all seriousness, the Lions didn't manhandle them on the ground to the tune of 200 rushing yards.
No, we're not waxing poetic about this game like the Kansas City Rams game from years ago, which was fantastic. That game was great back and forth and tons of offense, special teams, defensive plays made all over the place. This was not that game. This was 2 teams that were hampered going into the game. You know, Lions didn't play without Mosley,
starting corner. Yep.
Obviously without Jamison Williams. They played without some other players. I mean, they had some issues, right? So did Kansas City. It was a little bit of it wasn't sloppy. It just wasn't the best game. You're right. C+, B- somewhere in there.
Yeah,
that kind of effort.
If you're a generous grader, it's a B-, but they only scored 14 offensive points. They didn't play their best. So to win without playing your best, to me, means there's even more meat on the bone. There's a higher ceiling for this team to achieve. Gator, the best is yet to come. Maybe that's the best part. We talk about this team being different. It's just the start.
Well, my favorite part out of that game, and I said this on Friday's show, was that there is so much to work on, and they know it. So they can't sit there and boast and stick their chest out like we're world beaters when they know we didn't play our best. We got so much to work on, and Dan Campbell said as much in the post game in front of everybody else. Work on it this week. Let's get yourself ready because they have to hang on to the football. You lose a turnover battle, that you're generally going to lose the game. I don't know if they lost the turnover battle in that game because they had the pick 6, but hang on to the football is probably paramount, right?
But you guys are exactly right. There's more to work with, and they still won the game. What was the biggest question mark going into this year with this team? It was defensively, right?
Yep.
Guess what? Defensively, they shut down Mahomes and the Chiefs in the second half of that game. The Chiefs were unable to convert a third down.
I think it went 2 full quarters without scoring a touchdown.
Kansas City. The Lions only scored 14 offensive points, right? And Brian Branch provided the other 7. I think the offense is going to be better moving forward. Ben Johnson, Jared Goff, we expect them to do well, right? It's the defense we weren't so sure about. There was a big turnover, and guess what? Week 1, they passed with flying colors.
Yeah, they rose to the occasion. If you got a quarterback that's not Patrick Mahomes, they're probably putting him on his back a few times in the game. Patrick Mahomes did not. I don't think the Lions register an actual sack in the game. I don't know if they did. Maybe it was 1. But if they play some other quarterback, the quarterback's going down a lot. Patrick Mahomes kept the game as close as it was. And Lions still won the game and didn't play the best. I love it.
Ticket texter, overreaction for me. They aren't top 3 in the NFC. They don't have the premier players that San Fran, Philly, and Dallas have.
Was Brock Purdy a premier player? Or does he just play well in that offense?
He might be, though. I mean, we don't know for sure yet. Well, but that team's the rest of that team is definitely
that
premier.
team is pretty good.
And let's slow the Lions don't have premier players.
I don't like that team, but I'll admit they're pretty good.
Is Amon-Ra St. Brown a premier player?
I think so.
I think so. With what I saw from Aiden Hutchinson at the end of last year and week 1 of this year, he certainly looks like a premier player to me.
Right, but is he Bosa?
He's not Bosa, but he could be pretty damn close.
Could be, right. No, I'm just saying,
just
like right now,
when you actually have to line up as a proper right tackle what he could do.
Yeah, they got a slot receiver that's 6'6", 300 pounds blocking him.
I think Penei Sewell is a bad dude. I think he's one of the best offensive tackles in football. They have some premier players. I think
they've got premier players.
And Brian Branch, I mean, I don't want to anoint a rookie, but everything we heard pre-draft, post-draft, preseason, and actual NFL gameplay suggests that this dude's a playmaker.
But it's like,
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson led the league in interceptions last year. He played well on Thursday night.
Did people get caught up when they make a statement, when somebody makes a statement like they did? Is that getting caught up in like the skill position players? Because it is Amon-Ra St. Brown, but Amon-Ra is not flashy. He just gets the job done every time, right? And the running backs are still, it's a room in question. Okay, Montgomery had 70 yards rushing and a touchdown, but it was less than 4 yards a carry. Jahmyr Gibbs, I'm damned excited to see what because we just saw just a glimpse, and it looks amazing. But it's not Christian McCaffrey who went, 70 yards on a touchdown run yesterday.
Texter says what San Fran and Dallas did to good teams on the road yesterday was more impressive than what the Lions did.
I'm sorry, what did you say again? What Dallas did?
On the road against good teams. This is a ticket texter. And what San Francisco did on the road to good teams, more impressive than what the Lions did.
So Dallas beat the Giants
handily,
40 to nothing. That's pretty good. And San Francisco won
they
on the road.
The Steelers,
beating Pittsburgh 30-7. Now, my takeaway is that Pittsburgh's just not ready. I like Kenny Pickett's potential, but this is a great Pittsburgh Steeler team.
They ended the season the way the Lions did. Strong finish.
Yeah. They've got a stud in TJ Watt.
Yeah.
But I don't know if this is a team that's ready to jump into the playoff mode at this point.
I don't think there's a more impressive win in the NFL than beating Mahomes in Arrowhead.
I'm with you.
Do you know how many teams did it last year? 1. Do you know how many teams have done it the last 2 years? 3. And those teams are the Buffalo Bills and the Cincinnati Bengals, like the class of the NFL.
The only road game that was more impressive was Texas taking out Alabama.
Yeah. It's the most impressive win in the college football season so far. Now, I don't know what Bama's going to be. You have your 3-loss prediction. But at the time, that's the toughest place to play so far in college football. More ticket text coming in. We got basically a full bank of calls. We'll get to you guys. 248-539-9797. We start with Dave. Dave, you're on Karsch and Anderson.
Hey, guys. Good to talk to you today. I just want to, bring you back down to earth a little bit and give you some perspective. I am not a Lions fan. I'm actually a Browns fan, so our teams are similar, their history-wise. But if you think the Lions are a playoff contender or Super Bowl contender, then I think you have to say the Browns are, but they're not. Just like I don't think the Lions are.
I don't know what your reasons are for not thinking the Browns are. And if you go to and just say, well, history, Dan Campbell and Bunch here are rewriting history. So I don't care what happened the previous 60-something years. I care about what is this team this year. And they just went into the most hostile territory you can find in the NFL, and they won the game against the defending Super Bowl champions.
Sure, but
it wasn't
whether
a fluke.
We want to use some of the anecdotal phrases that ESPN and others used with asterisks and everything else, forget about the drops. You can, if you forget all the drops, you forget all the miscues, the 2 turnovers they had, none to the Lions, kudos to them. And then their top guys out on injury.
Wait, the Lions
hold on, Dave, because I can counter every bit of that. The Lions, Marvin Jones coughed the ball up.
In the red zone.
In the red zone, he coughs the ball up. They had several drops between Marvin Jones and Josh Reynolds dropped the ball plenty. You want to talk about losing premier players? Top corner out for the Lions, the most explosive receiver out for the Lions. We could play this game too. And yet the Lions didn't play anywhere near a perfect game, and they still beat Patrick Mahomes on his own turf, where he has been untouchable in openers for the last 5 years.
Like, think about this, Dave. The Chiefs take over 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the game following that failed 4th and 2. Mahomes, midfield, down 1, only needs a field goal.
Just need a field goal. Did they kick the field goal?
Nope.
Oh.
The Chiefs had ample opportunities to win that game. Look, the Lions trailed in the 4th quarter in the loudest, most difficult venue to play in the NFL, and they came back and won.
If I were a Cleveland Browns fan, which I'm not, even though I was born in Cleveland, in full disclosure, and I do root for the Browns on occasion, I wouldn't feel great about their chances in the AFC because of who's in the AFC. You got to get past dragons like the Buffalo Bills or obviously Kansas City. I think we like the Chargers, even though the Chargers lost. Miami's for real, right? You've got real behemoths to deal with. In the NFC, there's San Francisco, Philadelphia, and Dallas. I don't know if any of them are world beaters. They're all good teams. I don't look at them in the same eye and say, oh, that's Kansas City. when Kansas City's at full strength. And they weren't at full strength. I understand that. Neither were the Lions. So from a Cleveland Browns standpoint, you want to keep self-hating yourself about it and do the self-loathing bit, go ahead and do it. If you guys doing same old Browns talk in Cleveland radio, I don't really care. Things have turned a corner here in Detroit, and now we're getting behind this team. And if you're going to ask me if I have confidence this is a Super Bowl contending team, I'm going to say yes, they are. Am I going to say they're going to win it? No. But I'm saying this is a contending team. This is a team to contend for it because they can win the NFC.
Everybody does buzzwords. So the Chiefs game was a statement game. Well before they kicked off, everybody acknowledged it's a statement game. We do these little like tags in the media, right? Statement game. The statement it made to me is that they are Super Bowl contenders. That's the magnitude of a win like that. You beat the defending champs in their place. You are a Super Bowl contender. It does not mean we've planned the parade yet. It does not mean they've won it yet. But it does thrust them into the tier of Super Bowl contenders. The question for you guys is that an overreaction or not? ESPN labeled it an overreaction today among all their Week 1 overreactions. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Is it an overreaction or not? ESPN says it is. They need sustained success. The Lions as Super Bowl contenders. Are you buying that? 248-539-9797. Jim Costa in for Doug Karsh today. And a texter wants to know, is this because Tua went off yesterday? The Doug's taking a day to just kind of recoup and gather himself. He will be back tomorrow.
Yeah. Though I know for a fact that's not why, but it is funny nonetheless. King, he hates Tua.
Hey, we all have our biases, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Doug is pretty open, I think, or maybe not. He's open because he does kind of try to hide it, but he didn't like Tua.
That was wasn't that his car house lock of the week?
Yeah.
Yikes.
I think I told him this: bet with your head, not with your heart.
Yeah.
He's like, well, I bet with my head in week 1. Well, you were good week 1. What happened week 2?
Careful, Douglas. Gator, do you know what the spread is for Lions Seahawks this week, by the way?
I don't. I haven't looked. Well, we knew last week. I think we talked last week. What was it, 2.5, King?
I think it was 3. I think we surrounded
it. You said
yeah.
2.5. I said 3.5, and it was 3 points. So
just what do you think it is? Because I know what it is.
After seeing how awful Seattle was and how good the Lions were, I'm going to say it's the Lions by -5.
I'll go 5.5.
It's 5.5. The Lions 5.5-point favorites this Sunday. Loud, raucous Ford Field.
5.5.
I think they're going to be favored the next 5 games until they go to Baltimore, and then there's a chance, they're road dogs at that point. But I think they'll be favored the next 5 weeks.
Are you scared of up-down theory in the NFL? You play bad one week, you play really good the next week, and
letdown spot.
Yep.
Not for good teams. Not for Super Bowl contending teams.
Oh, I like that.
And not for a team that lost ugly to Seattle last year, where they couldn't get a stop, they couldn't get them off the field, they didn't force a punt. That I think helps prevent a letdown. The Lions' mindset after last season was, we haven't done anything yet. And now they get a Seattle team that beat them a year ago. That would be the reason to not have a letdown because of what happened last year and trying to make amends for it. Let's go to the phones, 248-539-9797. Jim, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Morning, gentlemen. I'm a jilted lover. It's overreaction. I need to see more from the Lions.
Okay.
What do you want to see?
Because if you're calling your shot right now, you still need to see more, so you're saying that you don't buy it just yet.
Yeah. I believe in them. They cheat on me, so I need to see some more significant wins.
All right. What's a significant win then? A playoff team like Seattle or no?
Going into Baltimore and beating Baltimore.
All right. So they've got home against Seattle, home against Atlanta, at Green Bay, home against Carolina, at Tampa. So you're going to wait all the way until week 7.
They could be 6-0, lose to Baltimore, and you go, nope, they're not for real.
Been listening, band for 60 years. I need something more.
Okay.
All right.
I'm not mad at Lions fans like that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but
we've been hurt before, plenty of times. It's only 1 week.
But isn't it fun to fall in and out of love? Or is it more fun to be stubborn as hell, not going to buy into it until the end? I mean, what is that? There's no fun.
I don't think you should wait till the end, but I think you can still wait.
Got to take that chance.
Yeah, but are you ready to take that chance? I know you
I'm
are.
ready. My heart's been ready for a while.
You're like that, though. You're a hopeless romantic.
I am a hopeless romantic.
Costa, you're more level-headed, and you're on board.
And I'm all in. Listen, I tried to maintain a little bit of try to give myself a little bit of room. Go, hey, I don't think they're quite a Super Bowl team yet. I don't think they're going to beat Kansas City. There'll be a little perspective. That's out the window. They won on Thursday night, and they won without playing their best. I don't think you can deny it anymore. They are Super Bowl contenders. What's the harm in acknowledging that? That doesn't mean they're going to win the Super Bowl. It doesn't mean they're going to win every game. It just means they are the type of team that can win the Super Bowl. The defense they played in Kansas City with a quality run game, some timely third down conversions. Hello, Jared Goff on a 3rd and 12. That goes a long way. That's the blueprint. That's the team they've been trying to build for years. It was tested in the most hostile environment possible. And guys, it worked. They won. And there's so much better ball that this team can still play.
And we always look for the path, right?
Yep.
The path in the NFC is just easier than the AFC. It's pretty obvious. You got the Niners and the Eagles, which may be the class of the NFC. Who's the next 2 teams? Probably the Cowboys and Lions. You're in the Final 4. I think that makes you a Super Bowl contender.
How many teams do you think are Super Bowl contenders, just from the NFC?
4? I think 4. That's it.
So Detroit, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I agree with you. It's so much harder when you look at the AFC.
Oh, my God.
I mean, tonight, call your shot. Are they both contenders, or is just one? None? What do you got? The Buffalo Bills and New York Jets.
One of those teams might not even make the playoffs.
They're all in the same division, right?
Yes.
That's how it works, yeah.
And New England loses yesterday to Philadelphia 25-20. They only lost by a score.
And they had a chance at the end.
And New England gifted them a bunch of turnovers, tip ball, interception.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's the reality. This is the NFL. The Bengals lost week 1 hopelessly. Burrow didn't throw for 100 yards. You got a shot every week. But I think winning at Arrowhead, like you tell me what's a more impressive win in the NFL right now. With a healthy Mahomes upright, Andy Reid designing plays in Arrowhead Stadium. I don't think there is a more impressive win.
It's impressive.
Charlie, you still need a little more. What do you need to see? You're on 97.1.
Thanks for taking my call, guys. Love the show.
Thanks, Charlie.
I've been a fan for a long time. I had season tickets at the Dome, watched Barry for a lot of years. We all have. I think it makes them a playoff contender. I need to see a playoff win before I can say, yeah, these guys are Super Bowl contenders.
That's no fun. It's no fun to wait that long. I mean,
Charlie's going to wait till they win the Super Bowl and go, I think they can do it, guys.
I mean, I don't even want to say playoff contender because this is a playoff team.
I'm just giving you a hard time, buddy.
Charlie, isn't this a playoff team, though? I mean, don't say playoff contender means like they got to get through the rest of the division to get there. This is a playoff team. This is a division-winning team, isn't it?
The Browns beat the Bengals in week 2 last year in Cincinnati. Did that make them a Super Bowl contender?
Why is everybody comparing us to Cleveland? Who cares what Cleveland did? What about the Lions? The Lions won 8 of their last 10 games last year and just knocked out the Super Bowl champs at their own stadium when they're celebrating the fact they won the Super Bowl, and you're talking about Cleveland and Cincinnati from last year.
Hater?
Yeah.
I'm very excited. This is as excited as I've been in years.
You're trying to temper that enthusiasm.
I'm very excited. We have an elite offensive line. We stuffed the ball down their throats when they needed to stop in the worst way. I can't wait to do that to more teams, but it's like somebody told me that France has the best army in the world. I'm going to need to see some proof.
Well, nobody's saying that.
Now you compared us to France.
I mean, don't compare us to France and the French army, really? Come on.
Did they have an offensive line like this?
They've been offensive.
Chad, you're next up. Chad, what's going on? You're on Carson Anderson.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. Go Blue. A couple things really quick. I don't think it's an overreaction or underreaction to what we're seeing in Detroit. I'm actually surprised with the result on the field, just given the fact that our ones weren't together through the majority of the preseason. Really happy to see Montgomery's running. I really think it's an underreaction to the way Kansas City came out and played us. The fact that this great Mahomes quarterback wasn't able to do his thing in the final seconds of the game. I understand he's won Super Bowls, but hey, the good quarterbacks need to make everybody around them great. He wasn't able to do that. And frankly, the Lions really didn't look all that good, as you guys were saying. There's meat on the bone. This is Domino 1. They're going to keep trucking forward and growing and developing and getting better and better. And I really think it's going to come to a head in Baltimore. The Packers game on Thursday night is going to be a hell of a game, given what we saw out of Jordan Love. Sort of expected him to come in and perform like that. He's been sitting behind Rodgers for a long time, learning from the best, so that's not to be unexpected. But Baltimore is where it's really the rubber's going to meet the road, and we'll see really what our team's looking like. I'm bought in. Red Kool-Aid has been drank. Spike that with some vodka over the weekend, and let's go Lions, baby. What else do we have, right? If you're not on the train, get off.
You don't have to remind me that we got nothing else good going for us. But yes, I agree. The Lions have become the rallying cry for the
Tigers
city.
just took 2 or 3 against the White Sox. What are we talking about?
And that concludes Tiger Talk from today's
Michigan
show.
State's 2-0. What bad could come?
Do you want to talk Michigan State?
Michigan's 2-0 right
we can get to Michigan State.
No, we've done that.
We may reset it later in the show. But for now, people are talking Lions. We're in good spirits. The high of last week's win, still there. The afterglow is still there. I don't think it's an overreaction to say we have a Super Bowl contender in Detroit. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Here's what's crazy about this, Gator, and you tell me if this makes sense. On February 27th, the Detroit Lions to win the NFC were 8-1 on February 27th. Updated today, they are 10-1. They're a longer shot now than they were on February 27th. Now, whose odds have gone up dramatically in that time? Eagles went from 7-2 to 3-1, which is not dramatic. Basically from 7-2 to 6-2. 49ers went from 4-1 to 7-2, so 8-2 to 7-2. 49ers went from 15-2 to 11-2. This is obviously a little bit better. And the Lions' odds have gone down.
You can stop laughing at me.
I really can't.
A minute ago.
That delivery is fantastic.
David comes in, Hatchet from the afternoons. You got a package, Jim. The package, Gator, people can see it on the Twitch. The package is a T-shirt with my face on it from when I was on television Friday night, Central Michigan, MSU.
Okay, you are. I'm just trying to figure which camera you're going to have to hold it to. That one.
This one?
That one.
There it is. And Gator's just laughing profusely, mocking me. There I am. And all my, I won't say glory.
No, don't say that. But it's just you. It's just you.
Well, that's good.
The kind of wry smile on your face, like, I can't believe I'm still here.
Staring off into despair.
Yeah, things have not gone well for my team. It's okay.
I was the sad fan in the stands.
Yeah, you were the sad fan.
Surrender Cobra.
You were Mr. Surrender Cobra.
Yeah.
What I loved about that was you owned it, right? You couldn't hide from it.
No choice.
Yeah. But what I also love about that is
wasn't me.
You're a man. Look, that's your alma mater, man. And you don't apologize for rooting for your alma mater. That's why I didn't give you too much grief on it when we had the crosstalk that day and you got all guffy and said, shoot the boot. I'm like, wow, okay, well, I'll shoot the boot too, I guess, because I didn't think it was much of a threat, but you owned it, man. There's something to be said for owning it, right, Kang? He owned it.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was wanting to shoot the boot. What was the point spread at the time? It was
14.5.
Would you do that, Gator? If Michigan State was a 14.5 underdog, would you say confidently right away without any questions asked, I'll shoot the boot if my team loses?
No.
See? Right? I mean, was confidence? Was it stupidity?
It was both.
Look, yeah, I think there was some bravado there, some false bravado. But
Week one, you're excited. I didn't think Michigan State was particularly good.
Early in the season, you might be more inclined to do that. Like, you guys, and I actually have, this team's good, But yeah, no, I give you kudos for that, my friend.
Can you grade the shooting of the boot? Because I posted it last week.
I think there were some rookie mistakes. I wish I had coached you on a little bit.
Yeah. Kang shaking his head.
Yeah, I mean, it's the initial pour. It's everything starts with the pour, and you just got aggressive with the pour. You have to understand it's not a glass. Okay, you have you have to treat it like it was. You got to tilt it. You got to go slow to start, build the flow nicely, and then let it spill out into it. You went too aggressive with it, and it got foamy right away, and then you didn't understand the whole logistics of the thing. And when you went to drink it right away, it spills, and you lose probably a good 1.5 ounces, 2 ounces of beer out of there. I
rallied, though.
No, you did. You did. I mean, if I'm just grading the shoot the boot experience of what it was and not the preamble to it, it's a C. It's a C effort.
I was going to say 7.3.
Yeah, 73% roughly. Yeah, it's a C. Solid C.
I just wish you were just
which was my grade
distressed.
point average at Central Michigan the first
He
year.
went to Central, Jim.
Yeah.
I know.
My awful freshman year. That was roughly my grade point average. I was a C student. So.
You know what some of it was, too, is you gave me the stare down before that crosstalk.
Well, yeah.
At game day, and I'm like, all right, let's go. You get amped up. And you're like, yeah, my team's going to win. Of course my team will win. And I'll shoot. Sure, your show will shoot the boot.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah. Let's make it happen.
Yikes. Anyway, T-shirt, of course. We're talking Lions. We're talking about overreaction or underreaction, or is this the reality? The Lions are a Super Bowl contender. ESPN labeled it an overreaction, said they need to see sustained success. Where are you at? 248-539-9797. Let's get to DJ. DJ, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Look, I was just calling. It's definitely not an overreaction. I mean, I feel like the Lions are definitely Super Bowl contenders. The one thing that I would say is the advantage that they have for them, that they can still add to this roster possibly, like maybe trading for somebody. I know Mike Evans' name been coming up, but regardless, it don't even have to be a Mike Evans. I mean, we know that they can add to this team. And what they did out in KC is one of the quotes that Brad Holmes used. It was all grit, man. It was all grit. That's the way to describe the team. We all know throughout an NFL season, like, it's hard to win games in the NFL. It don't matter how you win. And for the Lions to go out and not play their best game and to win in Kansas City in that environment on the road, regardless of the players that they didn't have, you understand? And to to your point, Gator, as you mentioned, like, I mean, we're not comparing Jamison Williams to Travis Kelce. We're not going to do that. I mean, of course we're not. But he's supposed to play a valuable role in this offense.
Yeah, I mean, he's a legitimate deep threat that has to be accounted for every second he's on the field. And when he's not on the field, who's the deep threat? Nobody.
And it was obvious.
Exactly. Yeah, and Kansas City didn't have to worry about that. So their safeties can creep up a little bit and, protect against some other things that are going to be, shorter intermediate.
The Bucs won, but I don't think anybody believes they're going to be a long-term winner if they're sitting at the deadline with losing record, 2-3 games below 500. Evans is on the trade block.
He should be because
no long-term deal.
He's not coming. You think he's going to sign with that team?
Nope.
No, they don't want him, and they shouldn't because of he's an older player. He's been remarkably consistent throughout his career. He's played 11 years. He's been a 1,000-yard receiver. I think every one of them.
And I think maybe all but one, but I think it is all of them.
He's been remarkably consistent, but they don't want to pay him the money that's going to take to get him. And I understand. If I were in their situation, I'd trade him because you got to get something for him. Showcase him a little bit early, and maybe you can turn it into, at best, a second-round pick? Maybe is it a borderline first-round pick for Mike Evans at this point? I doubt it because of where he's at, because he's a rental. But they got to get something for him.
And it's a conversation you have if you are what?
A Super Bowl contending team.
Exactly.
You're damn right.
James, you're next up. James on 97.1. What's up?
Yeah, I think they're a contender. But I certainly understand people not thinking they're a contender. But what I don't get is they're waiting to see if they beat a team that's less than a team that we already beat. I really think that if you don't think we're a contender, you're looking at this through the eyes of someone that's seen Lucy throw the football back 60 years.
Yep.
As half your fan base is asking what the old man's talking about here. But if this team had a couple Super Bowls within the last 10 years or last 15 years, and then they had a couple down years, and we were asking this question, would you be saying yeah?
Well,
they are contender?
I mean, look, this team had won. That's such foreign territory for us to even think about. But had they won a Super Bowl or two in the last 15 years and then they had a couple of bad years and then bounced back, you would probably say, well,
you'd say they're bouncing back to what they were and they're contenders again.
Maybe.
Right? I mean,
it's a tough,
it's hard. But
it's a tough hypothetical because you don't know personnel, right? I mean, personnel means a lot. And I happen to like the personnel of this team. I think this is a team that has a lot of talent on it now, and much of it, if not all of it, is young talent that's going to be here for a little bit.
That's such a big thing because we talk momentum doesn't carry over year to year. Personnel does. If you have the same guys, the same talent, young players who are going to get better, that carries over. You know what also carries over? Culture. And if there was ever a thought of can they pick up where they left off, you got as good an answer as you could in week one.
Well, you do things like you look at what they lose off this team from last year. From that team that went 8-2 down the stretch. Who'd they lose? 2 running backs and a wide receiver.
And the entire secondary, basically.
Well,
right?
and the secondary,
which is a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. And guys that weren't really playing, like Jeff Okudah and Warrior and all that, right? That's what they lost. What did they add? They added 3 free agent defensive backs that will be starters at some point, for Mosley to get back healthy enough, and maybe he'll be healthy enough to play this Sunday. They turned over the running back room and upgraded it, in my opinion.
I think so, too.
You lose Chark. You bring in Marvin Jones. It's kind of a wash. You want to say that you miss Chark more than you'll love having Jones? I'm not going to fight you on that.
I think
so. It's a team that
Chark's better, but more likely to be injured.
Exactly.
So there's the trade-off there.
So, looking at this team, the personnel, there wasn't a whole lot of turnover in personnel, I guess, was my big point. And the turnover that there was better, was for the better. And so the guys that had a chance to start last year, we've talked about this before, that, you get a guy like Jerry Jacobs that had a chance to start last year off the practice squad, gets all that experience, proves that, he can play corner in this league. Can they have better options? Yeah, but this guy can play in this league, and he can hold that place until Mosley gets healthy enough to play. You found something out about yourselves last year.
The hesitant fan is probably, do you think history plays a role. How much does history play a role?
Yeah.
I'm talking about players that were never on this squad. You're talking about players
totally
that,
unfair.
yeah, not guys that Brad Holmes had nothing to do with. Now, if it was like the Niners history or the Chiefs or the Patriots or the Steelers, people are like, well, it's a different roster, but I believe in them because this organization has done it before. But because the Lions as an organization has never done it before, people are more slow to believe, right?
Yeah, because Chuck Schmidt drafted, James Jones in 1983, much to Doug's
What does it have to do with this year's
has
team?
nothing to do with this team, right? Other than, those teams weren't very good, and the teams in the 90s, were hit and miss, and then teams in the 2000s were terrible. Okay, but this team's different. This regime is different. They've got a whole new front office, whole new coaching staff, whole new roster of players, and they're cooking right now. I like what they're doing.
The 5 overreactions from ESPN.com today following week 1. The Browns will win the North. Tyreek Hill will be the first wide receiver to win an MVP award. The Cowboys are the NFC's most complete team. The Packers were right to move on from Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love. And the Detroit Lions are legitimate Super Bowl contenders. Is it an overreaction or not? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yeah, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Devontae on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done.
And finally,
for you,
bold ass predictions, Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long, Monday through Friday, prior to the NFC title game.
Wow. That's a lot, but that's what he's willing to do. Lastly, Doug, bold-ass prediction, Brian Branch will take a fumble and an interception back for a touchdown this year.
Beautiful.
We'll get back into the Mel Tucker story at 1 o'clock. Gator, I know it's not a fun story, but it is one of the big stories in sports right now. Until then, let's enjoy talking Lions football.
Okay.
Because it's gross and disturbing.
No, I'm good with that.
We'll get to that at 1 o'clock. We've got damn near full phone lines, people who want to talk about the Lions in the context of the Super Bowl. They only played one game, but are they Super Bowl contenders? ESPN says that's an overreaction. This show collectively has said, what are you talking about? Of course we're Super Bowl contenders. They just beat the Kansas City Chiefs in Arrowhead. And it played C-plus football and beat Patrick Mahomes in his building to kick off the season. All this talk about, well, last year was last year. Well, sure feels like it's carrying over. Team that finished 8-2 last year feels like they're picking up right where they left off. Doesn't mean you're winning the Super Bowl. But if you can win there against that team without playing your best, it means, hey, when you start playing B+, A- football on a consistent basis, you could beat anybody in this league. You are a Super Bowl contender. And in the NFC, we're talking Eagles, Niners, Cowboys, Lions, probably as that top four. Are you afraid to play any of those teams after what you saw on Thursday night?
I'm excited to play those teams because those are the measuring sticks, right? And the Lions are part of it. I don't think Seattle's going into this game and going, oh, we got this. You're going into hostile territory. We know what it was in Kansas City. I'm expecting just fireworks from Lions fans in that the place is going to be so damn loud. It's going to harken back to the golden days of being in the Silverdome when the Silverdome was so freaking loud. We always reference the game that the Lions and the Bears from Ford Field years back, Javad Best going down the sideline for the touchdown and how loud it was that night, and it was loud that night. But that's a one-off, right? And the Lions had a game, I think, last season where the crowd was incredibly loud, and it was a one-off. This is what the norm is going to be this year for this team when they play at home in front of the fans because the team is good and because the fans are supportive of this team. They've sold the season tickets are sold out.
Did you see what Dan Campbell said today about the environment coming up?
I did not.
This is from Justin Rogers of the Detroit News. Campbell says he expects Ford Field to be louder than Arrowhead was on Thursday.
Well, that's putting a challenge out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Be the difference. That game against the Bears, there's a reason why it gets referenced because the Bears got cited for like a dozen false starts, delay of games, pre-snap penalties because the crowd was too loud for them.
That was the year they started 5-0.
I forget how they started.
Something like that. But it was Javad Best, Monday Night Football against the Bears. And people, it's so funny. That's the last time I started thinking, am I allowed to look at this team as a contender for the Super Bowl? I remember specifically having those words in my mind going, can I? And clearly it didn't. They didn't compete for the Super Bowl. It didn't work out. The point is that's been, what? How many years ago? Over a decade? Over 10 years?
Like 10 years.
10, 12 years ago? We're getting back to that here. And that's the question. Are they Super Bowl contenders or not? Let's go to Ken. Ken, you're next up on 97.1.
Hey, go Buckeyes. And before I get into it, would you guys consider last year's New York Giants team a Super Bowl contender?
No.
For that, exactly. But they still made the playoffs. Now, you guys...
Well, there's a difference between playoff team and Super Bowl contender.
Oh, no, exactly. That's what I'm getting at, is that you guys won a game, and then you should be happy. Thank God I'm not a Lions fan.
All right. I just got to say, I don't know what it is with people from Ohio today.
Did you just hang up on him?
I did. I don't understand this. What the hell, man? We had Cleveland fan earlier who has his own issues why he can't call Cleveland a contender. Then we had another guy cite Cleveland as to why he doesn't want to label the Lions as contenders yet. And then we had, Mr. Bucknut over there get all excited about things. Are we this big in Ohio? I didn't realize. Is it?
Well, Toledo. We got a lot of Toledo.
Yeah, I got Toledo, but I mean, I don't know. I guess YouTube is taking us to new heights. Twitch is taking us to new heights. Love the crowd at Twitch. Twitch crowd's great, and we're just getting to know the YouTube crowd. We love them. And, of course, if you download the Odyssey app, that's AUDACY, you can listen to us anywhere in the country.
Well, maybe that's why.
Maybe even anywhere in the world, for that matter. Yeah, I guess we're coming out of the woodwork here. The trolls are really walking. They walk among us.
They do. DJ, you're next up. DJ, try to be better than that last guy. You're on 97.1.
What up, though? You all right?
Hey, DJ.
What up?
Hey, so disclaimer, my dogs. When y'all said DJ about 30 minutes ago, my goofy self started talking in the phone when I heard my man.
That's great.
Yeah, multiple DJs.
Yeah, so look, man. Here's one thing I got for y'all. But I got two things. Number one of my pet peeves in life and sports is when people remind me of how bad I was now that I'm good. You get what I'm saying? You ever seen somebody turn their life around and then people want to remind, well, I remember when you was broke.
Remember when you were an alcoholic? Yeah, that good stuff.
Yeah, like that's one of my biggest pet peeves. Like, that's hating at its best. It's like, last time I remember, guys, the Warriors were sucked once upon a time. So when they won championships with Steph, you just going to bring up when they sucked in the 80s? You get what I'm saying? What about the Cardinals, the Rams? So that's one of my pet peeves. I just had to get that out. Number two, I told you guys Friday I couldn't wait to call y'all when I got back. I was there, dude, and I hate to be like Skip Bayless, but I was there. To win in that environment, it was unreal, guys. For Jared Goff to hear his offensive line and communicate back and forth was unreal. I don't think people, and the national media is pissing me off, like what you guys said. I was sitting right there when Marvin Jones fumbled in the red zone. I was right there when we were dropping balls, too. So it's pissing me off that they just keep blowing us off like we just didn't achieve something very great. We beat Kansas City in Kansas City with the best home field advantage in sports. So, yes, we're at the center, guys.
All right. I like it. I mean, we're contenders.
Accept it.
Own it.
Embrace it.
Well, we
should embrace it.
I get it. No, I understand. As Lion fans, we've been hurt before. We've been hurt time and time again. And people are very reluctant, right? And they don't want to get into it and give up all their heart because they want it to get broken again and be hurt again. But I don't know what to tell fans when you look at this team and you want to be the big fan. You want to say that this is but you're afraid to do it. Dude, just let it go. Enjoy it. 8-2 to finish the season last year. And people said, okay, they'll say whatever they wanted to about the 8-2 finish. Well, the teams they played, it wasn't that great a competition or whatever you wanted to say to discount the 8-2 finish. Sure, when it didn't matter, they still didn't win the playoffs. Factual. Not going to argue that. But it was the way that they played during that stretch that gave us hope for the offseason. Make the right moves, and this team, maybe they can take off. And then they did. They added 3 to the secondary. They went out and upgraded the running back room. They drafted 4 guys that are going to start this year. And then they start the season. When we find out that they're going to start the season at Arrowhead against the world champs, the Super Bowl champs. Sorry, let me say that. Against the Super Bowl champs.
Because everything's a controversy now.
Exactly.
Yep.
And people are like, well, I like this team where they're going, but they're going to get humbled on that Thursday night to start the season.
That was me.
And then, things start to go their way a little bit. Oh, there's a holdout. Oh, okay. Oh, no, a couple days before there's a knee injury. Oh, okay. Well, those make the issues the Lions had going into that game a little easier to take. Well, the Lions without a player because of a suspension for 6 weeks. Lions without Emmanuel Mosley, one of those nice shiny pieces they got in the offseason because his knee isn't just quite ready yet. Okay, kind of starting to balance each other out a little bit, but do they really have a chance in Arrowhead against Patrick Mahomes? And what happened, Jim? What happened, Jim Costa?
The Lions went in there and won the game.
The Lions went in there and won the game. And they did it. It wasn't convincing like what Dallas did to the Giants and winning 40-0, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what they did was impressive, the way they stifled Patrick Mahomes. The way they made Kansas City look, foolish. I don't care. Kadarius Toney dropping the passes, not ready for the moment. The moment was too big for him. Why? Because the team across from him was making it too big for him.
You still got to come away with the ball when it's tipped up in the air. You got to finish and you got to run into the end zone. Brian Branch did that. When opportunities arise, you have to seize the moment, and the Lions did in a way that the Chiefs didn't. They didn't run the ball at all in that game, and in the second half, they couldn't find the end zone a single time.
Darius Slay did it yesterday, right, for Philadelphia. Made a play, similar type thing. tip pass right and takes it all the way. Same thing Brian Branch did. Love it.
That's what good teams do. They have good players that make plays. And we're talking about, is it an overreaction after 1 week? Are the Lions a Super Bowl contender or not? Do you think the fact that the NFL put the Lions up against the opening, defending Super Bowl champs, does that kind of say they kind of think the Lions are Super Bowl contenders? Because you don't just put any team up there. They put the Lions up there. And maybe they're a fringe at the moment. Like, hey, maybe they're a Super Bowl contender, maybe they're not. But once they go in there and win the game, doesn't that cement it a little bit where you say, hey, these guys are for real?
Yeah, if they were contender-ish, now they're contenders.
Yes.
Ticket texture, by the way, you mentioned the Eagles. Says, did you guys see what the old Lions backfield did over the weekend? DeAndre Swift, 1 carry, 3 yards. Jamal Williams, 18 carries for 45 yards. Talk about upgrading the backfield.
Mm-hmm.
There's an early indication.
Yeah, and when you look at what they have coming in on Ford Field with Seattle, right? They just lost 30-13, I think was the final.
The second half was ugly.
They lost to the Rams. They were terrible. So what the Lions have to do? At least do that. Go embarrass them. Win by several scores.
Yeah, they're going west to east, time zone, early game, loud. Can't hear yourself think, loud, Ford Field.
Make it double digits. And if you care about things like what the national media says, then that'll take care of itself. I don't need the national media to validate what my opinion is on this team. It's nice to have it, and it's even better when you can disagree with it.
Sure.
Which is what we're doing here.
Gator, you've got people who are hesitant. We use that word hesitant. Are things different? I feel like we've seen signs that things are different going back to last year, and if you want to say new year, you got to prove it again. The old Lions, and I'm not going to use the acronym, but the old Lions would have wilted after giving up a 3rd and 17 on Thursday night. They would have wilted after the red zone fumble, and they sure as you know what would have lost the game after failing on 4th and 2 at midfield. The old Lions lose that game 3 different ways, and they let the mistakes crater them, and they wilt and they lose and they pout, and then we'd be going with that. But the tackle was offside. And now we're pointing it out just in humor because they overcame it. Like, that's not what the old Lions did. That was a sign that things are different. So I think you have the evidence. It's just whether or not you're willing to accept that this team's a contender or not. 248-539-9797. We'll knock out a bunch of phone calls, and let's reset Champ and Chump because Mondays around here are for Champ and Chump. We'll do that next. It's 97.1. We have thoughts on Mel Tucker. We'll get to it at 1 o'clock.
On February 27th,
Gator Mondays are for Champ
Lions
and Chump.
to win the NFC.
We'll get back to Lions phone calls, but real
February
quick.
27th.
Your champ from last
Updated
weekend, and last week, really, extended week, was who?
My champ is Dan Campbell. Just got that team ready to go, prepared to play at Arrowhead, got everybody believing in themselves. He said after the game when he's talking with the team, everybody has seen the clips now of inside the locker room that, did you guys believe in this? Did you know that you were going to win? Everyone's like, yep. It's like, yep. We all knew they're built for this, blank, right? Well, they're built for it, and it's Dan Campbell that has instilled the confidence in this team, and I'm glad he's the head coach because it's in the third season. It looks like this is going to pay off.
My champ is Quinn Ewers, 350 yards and 3 touchdowns against Bama on the road. Tuscaloosa, longest home win streak active in college football, and they win by double digits.
I was damn impressed. I thought it was amazing, fantastic, and we'll see if he comes out after this year.
Mm-hmm.
If he does, will he even be 20? Is he 20?
He is 20 right now.
Because remember, he didn't even play his senior year of high school. He went enrolled at Ohio State before his senior year of high school.
You're right.
And then doesn't play it down there, but get made like $1 million NIL. Anyway, another story.
And we'll see how good Alabama ends up being this year. I mean, some of this story might not just be that Texas is quote unquote back.
I think Texas is good.
Okay.
I think they're pretty good.
Yeah, Bama's got some questions now.
Winning at Tuscaloosa, that's tough to do. Anyway, my chump is, it's easy. It's Mel Tucker. It's you let everybody down, Mel. You let everyone down. Worst of all, you let down your family. Now that's all out there in public, and it's a mess. I feel terrible for his kids. I feel bad for his wife. I'm a Spartan alum. I'm disappointed as hell. He let down his teammates, his coaching staff, everybody.
Yeah, he was gross. He was inappropriate. Stupid behavior. He's my chump too, but for the sake of mixing it up a little bit, I'll give you one from the weekend. Nebraska quarterback Jeff Sims. See, Gator, when everybody bet Colorado, I got cute. I bet Nebraska. Thinking, this is a pros versus Joes. I'll be the sharp guy, the smart guy. I'll wade into the Nebraska waters. Gator, 2 fumbles, an interception, directly leading to Colorado points on all 3 turnovers. He couldn't catch a snap.
What made you think the Colorado game was going to be any different than what you saw the previous week?
I know, Gator. I know, but I think TCU's a little overrated.
It's not Colorado, man. This is Nebraska. Did. Yeah, this is you fade the public, but not when it's Nebraska.
Is that the rule?
Yes.
I didn't read the fine print. Jeff Sims is going to screw you over.
Because Nebraska. It's what they've known.
Semicolon Nebraska.
It's been like 7 or 8, whatever it's been. You go through a couple different Martinez's, and then you get this guy.
Gator,
they all did the same thing. They turned it over.
They were actually in that game at the half.
Hey, you know what?
Until Sims did what Sims did.
I hate to tell you, go back and look at the history of Nebraska over the last several years and see when they were in it. Did we do this last week?
Yeah, this is Big Ten Nebraska, man.
Doug there's something like 21 instances in the last few years of Nebraska football where they had a chance to win or tie.
And they failed every time.
On their last, with a 4-quarter possession or whatever the stat was, it was something like that. And it was like 15 of them. They ended up turning the ball over.
Okay, maybe
it's insane.
Maybe the chump is me for betting on Nebraska. Maybe that's what this all comes back to.
Well, I mean, look, that's a close second to Mel Tucker.
More on that at 1.
Did you say moron? Yes.
I did. Tyler, you're on 97.1.
Good afternoon, guys. How are we doing?
All right, Tyler.
Hey, just want to get my champ and chump for the week, and then I wanted to say one more thing after that. My champ would be the Minnesota Vikings continuing to show that they're pretenders, losing at home to Tampa. And obviously the chump is Mel Tucker. And then a pretty bad loss there for Wisconsin to Washington State. I don't know what their season is going to be like, but I'm not really watching that much college football right now just because it's pointless to watch these games at the beginning of the season. But I ended up catching that game, and yikes.
Yeah, that was, it was a wager. It was disappointing.
Late night ABC.
See Wisconsin play that poorly. I was thinking that the Luke Fickell team is going to be okay, and that but they're not. It's not Wisconsin football, right? And he's trying to change it up and yet still hang on to the blend of the old and go with the new. And didn't do it at Wazoo, and that's a problem.
Well, they struggled with Buffalo the week before, and I think some of it is
they pulled away late, but yeah,
again, struggling early. They're lining up offensive linemen in 2-point stances, shotgun runs. This isn't Wisconsin football. And then they got the very next week. Tyler, you had something else too?
Yeah, no, that was the last part after the Chump was, Washington. So
okay,
have a good day, guys.
Cool. Didn't want to cut him off. Paul, you got thoughts? You're on 97.1.
Gentlemen, good afternoon.
What's up?
I tell you, for once, they are not overrated. They are contenders. They kept the momentum going from last year, but there's a person that is responsible for a majority of this. Well, two people, Brad Holmes and Campbell. I like what I see. I like how they move down the field. The confidence is there. And I think now the NFL is starting to realize that these guys are very, very marketable. They got one of the greatest names, in football. It's their time. And now all they need to do is just stay on course. You know, this would be big in Seattle. If they can pull this off, they tend to have a real tough time there.
Well, they're playing here, Paul. They're playing
well, Seattle, regardless, they have trouble with them. But, I think that they're on the right path, and I think they built something really special, finally. I didn't think I was ever going to see it. But what I saw there, I think they finally figured it out, and kudos to them. They look good, and I would want to go to a game now, man. For the longest time, every time I've talked with you guys, it's been, the offensive line or the defensive line, and man, do they look invincible, man. I will say this. Man. They look invincible.
You, this is what's happened is now people start to throw the word man in their sentences. I think it's subconsciously. It just happens. So too. It just starts to happen. Man. Yeah, I've noticed it too.
Man,
I'm not going there yet. If it happens, it happens. Just saying it. No, I've noticed it.
The only concern with Seattle would be the letdown off a big win or the up down. They're coming off a bad loss. However, this is the home opener. This is against the team they did not beat a year ago, and so much of this comes down to the messaging from the coach. We haven't done anything yet. That's what they said last year after a strong finish, and that's going to get hammered home. We haven't done anything yet.
If you have the up down theory, then it's not a Super Bowl contending team.
The best thing about the win in Kansas City, other than the actual win, is they didn't play up to their potential. So they have things to work on. So they have things that they know they have to, get better at during practice this week. So I don't think they'll be, content with just getting the W. They left a lot of meat on the bone, as we've been saying.
They did.
So I think that's another reason why I think they're Super Bowl contenders is because they're able to win without playing their best game. But this also keeps them on edge. Like, hey, don't let up. We got Seattle in here. Coach Campbell's already saying he's basically challenging the fans to make it the loudest it's ever been, right? When you say something like that, he wants to hear it. He wants it so loud you can't hear yourself think. That's what he said today.
Hearing damage this Sunday, Ford Field. Bring your earplugs. I mean, I don't know that could it be that loud where people need the earplugs?
It can be. It's been that way. I've seen it.
If not now, when? It's exciting stuff. Lions. They were labeled a Super Bowl contender by ESPN, but then they also walked it back and said, that's an overreaction from week one. Is it an overreaction from week one to call them legitimate Super Bowl contenders? It's 97.1.
Today, they are 10-1. They're a longer shot now than they were on February 27th. Now, whose odds have gone up dramatically in that time? Eagles went from 7-2 to 3-1, which is not dramatic. Basically from 7-2 to 6-2. 49ers went from 4-1 to 7-2, so 8-2 to 7-2. 49ers went from 15-2 to 11-2. This is obviously a little bit better. And the Lions' odds have gone down.
Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. Jim Costa in for Doug Karsch. He is back tomorrow. People are saying because Jordan Love looked good, Doug needs an extra day to decompress. Jordan Love for the Packers, 3 touchdowns, 2 in the red zone, money on third down. It was against the Chicago Bears. Yeah. But that is like Doug's, you can hear it in his voice, like a quiver when the idea that Jordan Love might be good.
Yeah, it's an issue. Right, but again, but the Bears actually, I like their defense. I like what they added. Now, I think they're going to be a better defense as the season goes on than what they were in their first game. But that could be a problem. And he did. Jordan Love did that without having the best receiver he's got, which is Christian Watson. Mm-hmm. Watching Jones run like he did, that could be a problem, right? Because can the Lions stop the run? Look, they
did nice against Kansas City.
They did a real nice job against Kansas City. But can they do that against the Green Bay team? And my answer is yes. And I'm not worried about Jordan Love at all.
I think the Packers are the biggest threat in the North. I said it before the year.
I thought it was the Bears.
And through week 1, They're the only other NFC North team to win. Shout out Vikings losing to Baker Mayfield.
At home.
The Packers are one of the overreactions. Yeah, Skol, get the stupid horn out. Packers were right to move on from Aaron Rodgers. That was one of the overreactions from ESPN. The others, Browns will win the AFC North. Tyreek Hill wins the MVP, first receiver to do it. The Cowboys are the most complete NFC team. And the fifth overreaction, Lions are legit Super Bowl contenders. But is that an overreaction? Let's go to Joseph. You're on Carson Anderson, Joseph.
I believe that the Lions are a Super Bowl champion, or not Super Bowl champion, Super Bowl contenders. They didn't play their best at all means. But later on they're going to play, I think, amazing. But people are saying, like, what if they had Chris Jones? What if they had Travis Kelce? Okay, if you say what if they actually called those false starts or any of those.
Well, and Joseph, the Lions played without Emmanuel Mosley. They played without Jameson Williams. They had their fair share of drop passes. They turned the ball over, and they were playing on the road against the Super Bowl champs. I don't care what Kansas City was playing without. Lions are playing without stuff too.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like that, like Kansas City people, like everyone that isn't like anybody like a Detroit Lions fan is saying, well, they didn't have.
Well, right, yeah. I mean, nationally, Mike Tirico's even said it on the broadcast, with an asterisk next to it because of what Kansas City was playing without. And look, I take umbrage with that. I don't dislike Mike Tirico at all. I like Mike Tirico a ton. He's awesome. I didn't like that comment because I think you can spin it any way you want, and I don't think you had to throw that out there and say it was an asterisk win when you got to look at the 360 view and see what the Lions doing without.
Yeah, I think people here, we like Tirico. He lives in Detroit, Detroiter. That's maybe why it hurts a little more, because it was a lame comment.
Yeah,
to
it was like, oh,
Mike,
come on.
And he gave some quotes to the Detroit News trying to stick up for himself, but he said, well, the context matters. Mike, we could listen to the entire TV broadcast or even just your closing remarks. That's when you punctuate the broadcast and you put an asterisk in the punctuation.
I almost feel like he
Context
misspoke because he's always praising Detroit and Michigan.
He's a great ambassador.
It's
really
like
is.
He lost character of who he was for like one word, 1 second, whatever. And
he said if you want to criticize the word asterisk, that's fine. Like, I think he gets that.
Yeah. So. But, if you're a Kansas City fan, like the callers bringing up, like, hey, if you're not a Detroit fan and, you know the Chiefs play without Kelce and Jones. Yeah, if I'm a Chiefs fan, I'm not overreacting. You had two of your best players not playing the game, I think if anything, you look at, hey, we need some maybe more depth after Kelce as far as offensive weapons or go-to guys. Tony's got to step it up, or Sky Moore or somebody. They've drafted guys. All right, after Tyreek Hill left, they've tried to find other guys. Someone's got to step up. Kelce will be back. Chris Jones, at the latest, is going to be back week 8 if they don't get a deal done before then, because he's already said he's coming back by week 8 because he wants to get this year under his belt for free agency. So, yeah, I don't think you go in full panic mode. You still have Mahomes. You still have Andy Reid. You know where you're at. You're 0-1, though, which is crazy because guess who leads the AFC West right now? One
Raiders.
team, the Raiders. They're 1-0, and everyone else is 0-1. Crazy.
I considered Sean Payton for a chump because I think they lost by the same score that Hackett's Broncos lost last year by, and they committed 10 penalties. So for a guy who's going to come in and clean up one of the most poorly coached teams in the NFL. By the way, they traded for Will Lutz. He misses an extra point. He misses a 55-yard field goal. They lose by 1. It was under consideration. Damn shame. 248-539-9797. Ed, you're next up. Ed, you're on Carson Anderson.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. My champ for the day is the Lions. My chumps for the day is a couple guys named Jim Costas and Rico Beard.
Okay.
Later, I called these guys on Thursday, told them the Lions were going to win, and Costas waved Pat Mahomes at me like a voodoo doll.
Oh, no. Did you do that, Jim?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, there was a doll in the studio. Pins and all.
He got so mad at me, Gator, that the veins in his neck were bulging. I could see him in the radio. Now, I called you at the beginning of the year, Gator. I told you 12 5 or 13-4, division champs, NFC championship game. I hate to tell you, I am not going to bet on them to win the Super Bowl at any cost because we don't have the final element. We don't have the element of over-the-top right now.
All right, so what happens 10 games into the season, you're watching them, and you see Jameson Williams out there going over the top?
We are always had the prerogative to change our mind during the process.
And Ed, I have exercised some of that as well because I was wrong on Thursday night, and I'm thrilled that I was wrong. I thought there was another level this team had yet to reach and that Kansas City was a mountain just too high to summit. Well, Gator, prerogative. I'm changing it. If you can win in Kansas City against Mahomes, you are a Super Bowl contender. That was the bridge too far to cross until Thursday night, and now I'm happily sitting on the other side. 248-539-9797. We did get rid of the Mahomes voodoo doll, though. It's no longer in the studio. You don't have to worry about that.
That's good to know.
You don't have to shake that in your face.
I get nervous when I see voodoo practiced in front of me.
You are into the jinxes.
The occult? Yes, I'm into the occult.
He's not into cults. He's into, Bad Mojo, right?
Bad Mojo,
Bad
right.
Mojo.
That up and don't you bring that up on here. Don't you wish that on me.
Don't you bring that evil in here.
Don't you do that, Ricky Bobby.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. stunningly stupid decision by Mel Tucker is how you wake up on your Sunday morning. As you settle in on a Monday, Mel Tucker's suspended without pay, and it feels like a formality. He's coached his last game at Spartan Stadium. Gator, of course, want your perspective as a Spartan fan. I'll share a few thoughts, and we'll open up the phones if you guys want to react to it. It is one of the biggest stories in sports. Certainly locally, this is like headline number one on every newspaper. Gross, stupid behavior. No, it's not illegal to have phone sex, but it is inappropriate when you're doing it to someone who does not want that behavior.
Well, and that's where the crux of this is, right? If it was consensual between two consenting adults, then there's no issue. But obviously that's the issue because she filed the complaint. And when the story gets out, because she gave the information to USA Today, and now it's public, now it puts Michigan State on notice. And it puts Mel Tucker on notice. He admitted to it. He's not running from it. He said he did it, at least according to the reports that were in the Title IX disclosure. So it embarrasses the university. And the university has a clause in that contract that says you can't do that. You can't engage in activity that's going to embarrass the university. And he did.
The headline, Michigan State football coach Mel Tucker accused of sexually harassing a rape survivor. Woof.
Yeah.
Woof. It's what he did, and it's who he did it to, and it's where he did it in Florida on the company dime, on Spartan Donors' dime. Like,
I'm not going down any other paths other than, like, to me, it's a full stop right here. Okay? What he did, what he's accused of doing is something he actually admitted to doing, which was the phone sex part. Although he maintains, at least according to the report, that it was consensual. She filed the complaint clearly because she didn't like it, didn't want it, and considered it harassment. So now that it's out there, Michigan State had no other recourse but to suspend him without pay, pending the final outcome of the investigation. They've got a hearing coming up in October, and I suspect that he'll be fired with cause, and he'll lose out on his contract.
$80 million is what people have said is at stake here?
Yes, exactly. Now, there's a lot of questions that'll be asked and perhaps answered at a later date, depending on how far she wants to push this action here. But there's no debate about what he did because he admitted to it.
Yeah, he admitted to it.
Yeah, and the only debate is whether or not it was consensual. But if she filed the complaint, clearly she didn't think it was.
Well, and it's kind of a flimsy argument that she wanted it when a lot of the other details in your story don't add up either, to the point where he tells investigators, well, you know, her story about being raped might not be on the up and up. She's being investigated by Paula Levine. One problem, Paula Levine says, nope, that's not a thing. You're trying to discredit a rape survivor because she spoke out against your creepy behavior. Again, alleged creep. Well, it's not even alleged. He did what he did.
He did what he did. Exactly. And look, there's some things that make it seem like maybe this was consensual, like that she didn't have an issue with it. Well, the filing of the report 8 months after this incident happened might lead to that. You have 27 phone calls between whatever it was, December and April, that went on for, on average, a half an hour per phone call.
Sure.
That leads you to think, at the very least, maybe there's some kind of relationship with these two.
Well, they
maybe
were friends at the minimum.
Friends at the minimum, and then it was a professional relationship, and at some point, you know, they expressed interest in each other to some degree. I mean, according to the reports, yeah, but all that leads to the culmination of what happened on an April night. And, you know, it's terrible. It's a terrible look. If I don't know, I can't go too much further than that because there's nothing really to go on other than the USA Today story.
Right.
And I think Michigan State did the right thing and said, it's enough. That's done. We can't have our coach doing things like this and embarrassing the university, because you know what happened? USA prints a story on it, and the USA Today story, what do right away? They link it to Nassar. Like it's their job to link everything to Nassar. When they say Michigan State is probably best known for allowing Nassar. So the second you do anything nefarious, you are embarrassing university.
Yeah, I think there's a sensitivity at Michigan State. This is not the same thing or in the same,
No, it's not at all. But the fact is, you do something like this, and then everything else gets dredged up.
You're right. And for him, he would insinuate that there were blurred lines with their relationship, that maybe he thought they were more. She denies and says, basically she had to de-escalate that situation before. What I would say is, in this he said, she said, his credibility is questioned with his decision-making and some of the inconsistencies in his story. She is a credible person in the eyes of the university. They've had her on campus to talk about this multiple times. Even in a world, though, where there are blurred lines, you could be in a full-blown relationship with someone and still cross the line sexually. And you can't do that, especially given the business relationship that she has with the university. Yeah. You can't do what Mel Tucker did. It's indefensible, inexcusable, and he's going to lose his job over this. And he should. Now, is this an out for Michigan State? Because there was some there were some people who are going, I don't know that this is going to work out to the tune of $95 million, and now they get to move on.
Well, that's the thing. You got three parties in this, and what does each party want to happen, or what's next for each party moving forward? For Mel Tucker, I think at this point you're trying to recoup any semblance of your reputation, which good luck with that at this point.
Right.
But you're also trying to, maybe you can work out a settlement and hang on to some of the money that you were owed on the contract. For Michigan State, now you got to look for a new coach. That's what's next for them. And they're also going to be looking to get out from having to pay him anything in that contract, because it's $80 million worth of a contract. And okay, if you got the clause in there that says embarrass the university, then that's grounds for firing, and there goes your contract. Sounds like they got a good play there. And now, if you're Brenda Tracy, the woman in question here, the one not in question, but the one who made the complaint, what's next for her? I don't know what her next move is. What does she want to do? If the whole point was to make this public, give the information to USA Today with 1,200 pages of documents that I thought were supposed to be, kept secret until a certain time, and now wasn't the time. What is your agenda? Do you want to embarrass him and ruin his reputation? Well, that's done and done. Do you plan on, seeking a lawsuit in the future, a civil suit against Mel Tucker? I imagine that might be in the works, and if it is, that then you can go down some other roads. And look at some things that should have been evidence or that are evidence. I don't know. But right now, that part doesn't matter.
Right.
Right now, what matters is that this coach admits to doing what he did, and then whether it was him or his attorney that put it out there and said, no, that took place in East Lansing. That was not in Florida, which is the most easily verified thing you can do. Look at records and figure it out.
Plane tickets, hotel stays.
Right. So now you're lying. You're telling
credible.
the truth that you did it, but you're lying about where it happened. And the motivation for lying about where it happened is because you want to hang on to the contract, at least work out a settlement.
Yeah, exactly. And
so it's awful for Michigan State.
Well,
and then you get to the football questions about it. Because what happens now? Well, now they got a game this week against a real tough opponent in Washington, a team that mopped the floor with them last year. You've switched over. Now you've got a new interim head coach in Harlan Barnett, who moves over from the secondary. And then he brings in the university brings in Mark D'Antonio to be a special advisor to the interim coach, which I think is strange, but I don't mind it because I like Mark D'Antonio.
Sure.
But I think it's an odd situation. Look, this whole situation's odd.
Yeah, the whole situation's odd. One thing at a time. The D'Antonio thing. He didn't leave on the best of terms. He left them high and dry in February after several underachieving seasons. He is still the winningest coach in program history, and he won those Big Ten titles, and there is still a love for Mark D'Antonio, but it's odd to bring him back in this role where they say he may have a headset or he may be in the booth. Is he coaching? Is he an advisor? It's still not even really sorted out.
Everything's about timing, right?
Yeah.
And if it were a year later, when NIL is flying all over the place and money's being just thrown at people like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would that have even been an issue? Because the issue was money. It was about a bonus that he was due because of how many years he had paid service to the university, and whether did he rightfully deserve the money? Sure, okay.
I think so.
I'm not going to argue about that, but the timing sucked that he even had to go to those extremes to get it. But in the time being, from the moment that he resigned up until yesterday, the relationship has been repaired.
Mm-hmm.
Fences have been mended. He's been part of campus. He's helped with Mel Tucker when it comes to some, whether it's some recruiting events or if it's just some charity events. He's been visible. He's still part of the team, part of the university. So it's not as weird now as maybe it would have been 2 years ago. It would have been really weird.
Time heals wounds, and clearly there was animosity there. I feel like at the time they should have said, hey, Mark, if you're going to step away, we'll pay you the bonus early so we can get a jump start on our head coaching search. That's not how it happened. He waited until he got his bonus, and Michigan State paid the price.
Because it sounded like Michigan State wasn't going to give him the money.
Well, right, but they had to anyway because he waited till the magic number on the calendar, and then he gets it. He comes back to try to stabilize the situation because if and when Mel is fired, people can immediately exit the program. Could be a transfer portal exodus. You need to stabilize the program. Other big domino you mentioned is, can they recoup all or most of this money under the morality clause? If they do, then you open up $80 million. Now you can call Dion or whoever you want. I'm just saying, you did it once.
Gator wants Ben Johnson.
You do it again.
Or Ben Johnson.
How did MSU handle this? You brought up you think they've handled this well. My initial reaction was, why did you wait 2 games into the season if this report concluded in July? That was my initial reaction.
Mm-hmm.
In reading more, my understanding is the Title IX investigation that took place January to July is held confidentially away from Alan Haller, the athletic director, and the interim president. They knew there was a complaint, that it was being investigated, but my understanding is they weren't allowed to. They should not know the scope of what Tucker did or did not do during that investigation, and it would come out in October. So they were not able to suspend him because they did not have the evidence to do so. Once it became public, they acted within a day. Where this gets a little confusing. Yeah, hours. What gets confusing is they had a press conference to explain all this yesterday, and they did a terrible job explaining this. Well, awful job explaining this.
Unfortunately, that's Michigan State. That's a PR issue that they never get out of their own way.
We're here to take 3 questions. What?
Yeah,
I have 55 of them, and I just come on.
Really, that's
you
all
got
you're
better
gonna do?
places to be? 3 questions?
I mean,
and one of them was about Mark D'Antonio. So it was really 2 questions about this.
Yeah. So
they didn't do themselves any favors, was my point.
They did not. And maybe the best thing is just explaining what they're doing with the coaching situation moving forward. The other stuff, it's protocols and processes that have to play itself out before they can comment on that, and that should suffice. But they worded it so poorly.
that most people's reaction was, wait, why did you let him coach 2 games if this was going on the whole time? He's being investigated the whole time. That was the surface level reaction from people.
And obviously the answer is because
legally they were not allowed to know what he was being accused of doing, other than that he was being investigated and that there had been a complaint. They're letting it play out because they have 80 million reasons to let it play out now. But he will not coach. He will not get paid. And eventually, he'll be dismissed. That's where this is headed. If you want to react to how MSU handled it, what Mel Tucker did, D'Antonio's return, Champ and Chump, and we've been talking Lions. We'll keep those people in the mix as well. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Here's what's crazy about this, Gator, and you tell me if this makes sense. On February 27th, the Detroit Lions to win the NFC were 8-1 on February 27th. Updated today, they are 10-1. they're a longer shot now than they were on February 27th. Now, whose odds have gone up dramatically in that time? Eagles went from 7-2 to 3-1, which is not dramatic. Basically from 7-2 to 6-2. 49ers went from 4-1 to 7-2, so 8-2 to 7-2. 49ers went from 15-2 to 11-2. This is obviously a little bit better. And the Lions' odds have gone down.
I think we're batting 1,000 on today's Chump. Talking Mel Tucker, your reactions, 248-539-9797. Leon, you're next up. Leon, you're on Carson Anderson.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, what's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, buddy.
Of course, Chump would be Mel Tucker, just very disappointing. And you guys gave all the reasons. I didn't need to give it any. My champ would be the coaching staff of U of M. It was just a feel-good story that Jim Harbaugh could go to his son's Little League game and do the change, and the coaching staff had things well in hand. They didn't try to overcoach. They just did a really good job, made me feel good. But also my comment was about the Lions. The Lions are definitely Super Bowl contender, not because it's just because it's week one, not in spite of the fact that it's week one. Those guys are ready, and that's because of good coaching. On the flip side of that, I think Dan Campbell is a good coach getting better. I think he's a terrible game manager, and hopefully will get better. I've been saying this for a couple of years. He makes decisions during the game that last year actually cost the Lions a couple of games. They finished so strong that it kind of got forgotten.
Leon, what were some of the decisions that? Sorry, don't mean to cut you off, but like, what were some of the decisions that bothered you in game against Kansas City?
The one that bothered me specifically, going the fake punt, I would have done that early in the game. You take a shot. He's got those guys prepared. The line is playing lights out, defense and offense. Why would you go for it on 4th and whatever near midfield when you've got a team that's playing lights out? It has a hint, and I'm an ex-football coach, it has a hint of desperation. You flip the field and you let your defense do what it does.
So you're talking about at the end of the game. I'm sorry, I just want to make sure. So when it was 4th and 2 at Kansas City's 45-yard line, and there were 2.5 minutes to go,
you would have punted.
You would have punted in that situation.
I absolutely would have punted.
Okay, I think that's more. I think that's. Hold on a second,
Leon.
Hold on. Stop for a second.
Sure.
I just want to ask you this: do you think though that's like a 50-50 decision that you think that half the people would do it and half wouldn't, or do you think that's like a 90% you don't do that?
Under those circumstances, I believe, from a coaching standpoint, 90% would not. Your team is playing balls to the wall. Kansas City could do nothing with the Lions, in spite of who they had and didn't have. You flip the field, and you let your defense do what it's been doing the whole second half.
Leon,
Kansas City had 2 sustained drives.
I think
at the end of the first half. They did nothing else.
The context of Patrick Mahomes on the other side, if I get 2 yards, he never touches the ball again, and we celebrate. It's 2 yards. Now, I wouldn't have lined up in the shotgun and gone static, no motion, no play action. But the decision itself to go for it, to ice the game, I respect the hell out of that. You're on the road. If you can't get 2 yards, what are we doing? If you can't get 2 yards, what are we doing?
They lined up in shotgun and with play action, and did they get the 2 yards?
They did not.
This is game management. This is what I'm saying about game management. I take nothing away from his coaching style.
Well, that's not game management. That's lack of execution by the offense to get the job
done. If anybody, I'd blame Ben Johnson for that being his play call.
I don't blame Leon for being upset with the decision. Okay? I think that's one of those calls that you can say, okay, what would you do in this situation? And you'd get 2 different answers, and you could go down the road with 100 people, and you'd get a pretty even split on that.
I thought there were 3 Dan Campbell decisions that you could have issue with. The fake punt would be the first.
Yep.
He had no issue with it. The second was whether to accept or decline the penalty before the 3rd and 17. I think they made the right call.
To make it 4th and 2 or to go make it 3rd and 17.
Yeah, I'd rather have them try to convert 17 yards than say 2 yards, because they're going to go for it midfield on a 4th and 2, which is also why you should have been going for it on 4th and 2. That was the 3rd decision. I think he went 3 for 3, and I'm not going to tell you he's been perfect as the Lions' in-game decision maker, but I didn't have a big issue with how he coached on Thursday night.
No, I think the problem is if you have a major issue with a call, I think then you have to understand, then you would have to say that that most reasonable people wouldn't go that way, the way that the coach did. All right? If he goes against the grain and does something, let's say he does it again, the same situation on the 3rd possession, and they're at the 17-yard line, their own 17, and they tried another fake punt.
Right.
Like, that's one where, like, you don't do that. Nobody does this. What are you doing? That's stupid. And everyone's on board with it. These decisions are more like, okay, I can kind of see it there. Why would you do a fake punt on the first possession or the second possession? Because nobody's expecting it, and you have to have some kind of knowledge like, okay, this guy's lined up in a situation where we can take advantage of that. And as it was contested. It was not easy to get the first down, but they got the first down. So it works. I mean, you can rationalize what it is. It's when you get to the point where, like, no reasonable person is going to say this is what we have to do. That's when you're like, this coach he's got some problems.
Yeah, if it wasn't the Kansas City 45, but like his own 25 and it's 4th and 2, like, you got to pump, because if you don't get it, they're kicking the game-winning field goal. Right. Different circumstance. Ticket Texter says, my champ and chump for this week last year would have been champ Mel Tucker, chump Dan Campbell. 1 year later, reverse the 2 of them.
Yeah, well, the Lions did not get off to a great start last year.
They did not. Let's go to Bill, who's got a champ and chump. Bill, you're on 97.1.
Hi, Scott, Jim, and Kang. How you doing?
All right, Bill.
Good.
Champ and chump. I'm going to champ Jordan Love. I can't stand the Packers, but it's a big game for him. I've got to give him credit how he played, and hey, if he's going to be good, bring it on. That's they're going to have to beat him then.
I'm not sure how good he's going to be. And I was looking back at the Packers box score and just, because we saw the score in itself, 38-20, it's lopsided. They beat the Bears. But you start looking a little bit closer in that. They had a 40-yard drive to start off to get their first touchdown. It's only 40 yards. The next drive is 22 yards. It's a 52-yard field goal. Then they get a giant reception from Aaron Jones, and they go another 40 yards. Give them credit. 8 plays, 75 yards. That's a great drive. Another one is 4 plays and 42 yards. Aaron Jones gets 35-yard score on that play. But then they also had a pick six. Their team put up 329 yards in offense. I'm just not. I think he was 15 to 27 in the game. Gator. I'm not loving what Jordan Love did. I thought he was good, not great. But that being said,
that might be all they asked him to do.
Bears defense though when they did score against the Bears defense.
See, what I would say is, I think
that's one of the reasons why it's they called it an overreaction.
Yeah.
And I'm just champing him for this weekend.
Fair enough.
Because there was a lot of pressure at him. Chump is obviously Tucker. There's not much more to be said about that. But I will say, I think the worst thing, the most egregious thing, was him trying to call into question Tracy's story about the gang rape. I think that's the most egregious thing that his camp did. Now, there's a large coalition of people, unfortunately, in this country that they default to victim blaming.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate. And just real quick, do I think the Lions are going to win the Super Bowl? If I had to say yes or no on the spot, I'd say no. But if you ask me, is it ridiculous to think the Lions have a chance to win the Super Bowl? I would also say no. So in my mind, that does make them contenders.
Sound logic, Bill.
I think, by the way, Jordan Love might be your Tua, like Doug's Tua, and you don't want to give him any credit. It's just this one game.
Maybe I can see why you would say that. Yeah, because I've kind of been dogging him since he was at Utah State. And
I think earlier in the show you said Jordan Love does not scare you at all.
No, he really doesn't. He might be my Tua.
Gators in the stands at Utah State. This guy sucks. He can't throw. What do you mean you've been dogging him since
what he did against
Utah?
Michigan State, and then he makes plays with his feet, and then he really hasn't done it since then. And
well, he hasn't had a chance. Right?
I know he hasn't had a chance. I'm more open to him being better than what Doug is.
Doug's shut the door on Tua.
Yeah, he's like, now Doug's just getting embarrassed by Tua, and he can't walk it back. I feel like I still have time to walk this one back.
You got a couple more weeks till Thursday night when they play the Lions.
That's right.
But I think some of this with Jordan Love is they're not going to ask him to be great. They have a couple backs and an offensive line and a defense, and make a couple throws on a third down, spread the wealth, and do enough to win.
I've said I like Green Bay's team from talent standpoint. I think they got a lot of youth on that team. They've been taking advantage of the draft the last couple of years. Look, they went out and they got him a tight end as well. I think they went out and got 2 tight ends in the draft. So they're trying to build it around him, and you start slowly with the running game and then the short passing game, but they can build that if he's good enough to build around.
Champ and Chump on Mondays. We've been talking Lions, legit Super Bowl contender, called an overreaction by ESPN, and the Mel Tucker stuff. It's 97.1. Gator, let's get to the phones. 145. Did anybody have a worse weekend than this guy? We both know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to you presenting that.
Let's go to Paul. Paul, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I just really don't understand this appointing D'Antonio to be associate head coach. This is the guy that several days before the recruit signing day, he just says, "Oh, I quit." Then that forces Michigan State to go looking for a coach. I mean, that's not a dependable guy. As far as I know, I've never heard any explanation of why he just decides a couple days ahead of time, "Oh, I quit." I mean, makes no sense thinking he's a dependable guy. Not anymore.
Well, they don't seem to have a problem with him now. The players love him. I think most of the alumni doesn't have a problem with him. It was a money situation back then when you go back to 4 years or whatever it was. And, it's all resolved at this point. And moving forward, Michigan State football with Harlan Barnett as the interim coach. If Mark D'Antonio can help out Harlan and Harlan wants him there, I have no issue with that.
It makes a little more sense if Harlan wanted him there. Otherwise, I do think
just forcing it on it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, otherwise, like, hey, Harlan's a grown man. You got a coaching staff full of grown adults. Trust them to stabilize the situation. D'Antonio's not a long-term solution anyway. Yeah, it felt kind of odd to me. I mean, I think he did leave him in a lurch when he left. And he had millions of dollars at stake, which is why he did what he did. But I don't know that I would be calling him back in this situation. They did. And maybe Harlan Barnett said, I want him to help me navigate the next month or two or whatever this turns into.
But, I've never, in all the news reporting, I've never seen anybody try to interview him and say, well, why did you just quit 3 days ahead of time without warning anybody? Never seen anybody try to get that answer.
I think people kind of understand the answer.
He had a retention bonus that kicked in February. Now, I think both parties are to blame at some point here because it would have been nice for them to give him that retention bonus in December and start a proper coaching search early. Now, did he communicate those desires and Michigan State rebuked him, denied, said, no, we're not going to do that? I don't know, but there should have been a better solution for a guy who was and still is respected in the MSU family.
Was he being forced out by Michigan State at the time and didn't want to leave, wanted to go out on his terms?
But then they should have fired him.
I agree. There's all types of stuff, but it's water under the bridge. It's years ago, and since then, he's been welcomed back to the university with open arms. So I don't know what the issue is. He's not. It's not like he's going to be calling plays on the sideline.
It was, again, the press conference yesterday was 10 to 12 minutes. They took only 3 total questions, only 2 of them about the Mel Tucker stuff. It was not a properly communicated thing because the phrasing that Alan Haller used when discussing Mark D'Antonio was, he's going to wear a headset or be in the booth. Well, that's what like a coordinator would be doing. That's someone who's got to get the plays in and out. Hey, we're running this, we're running that. How hands-on is he going to be for Michigan State for the upcoming season? And the answer might be that they still don't know, but they have a game this week. When are they going to figure it out?
Or it might be none at all. It might be no big deal. Just, hey, you got a tough week. You got to prepare for Michael Penix and what goes on with Washington. Good luck with that. The guy's thrown for like 850 yards in a couple of games this season.
Need all the help you can get.
Yeah. He tore you apart last year, embarrassed them on TV last year. Boy, I'll never forget that night. That with a bunch of friends out at the bar watching that game. That sucked.
Gator, this ticket texter says the D'Antonio thing is weird because he doesn't know any of the players. His guys basically all bailed, and he isn't involved all year. So how does he know strengths, weaknesses, plays? Not to mention he doesn't have the best history of players under his watch. Well, there was the deal with the recruiting class he brought in that had guys kicked off the team. But the first part of that ticket text where he says these aren't his guys. So when the players are thrilled to have him back, I do wonder how many of those guys are D'Antonio guys at this point. I mean, Tucker was going into year 4 plus the portal. I would imagine a small percentage of these guys were D'Antonio players.
Well, yeah, but I think the quarterback, I think Noah Kim was recruited by him. So you start there. You look at guys that are redshirt juniors or beyond that, or true seniors or redshirt fifth-year seniors. There's players on the team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's a large amount of players, but there's certainly some. And
I would argue, though, those aren't the guys you're worried about transferring.
no, you're not worried about those guys transferring. But you know what,
So
Mark?
he doesn't necessarily
but
stop.
here's what he could help, where he could help. I know that's where you're going with this.
Mm-hmm.
Harlan Barnett's the coach. Harlan Barnett helped to recruit a ton of these players.
Yes.
Okay? And if one of Harlan's big advocates is Mark D'Antonio, which he is one of his big advocates, having hired him at Cincinnati, having hired him at Michigan State, that's another way that it seems to make sense. Because if you're trying to hang on to players and there's a connection to Harlan, here's a guy. And you're I just read a story during one of the breaks on SpartanMag.com about recruits that have been contacted, the commitments to this point. I think there's 14 of them. They've already been contacted by the Spartan staff one way or another and with certain players. And they've got a couple of higher recruits that have already talked with Harlan Barnett to try to calm the seas, so to speak. But respect all those recruits, and they're doing the right thing here. They're all in a wait-and-see approach here. They're going to let this thing play out a little bit before they decide what they're going to do, if they're going to reopen their recruitment or not.
Yeah, Ticket Texter says D'Antonio may be brought in to handle the administration between school and football, having done that before. That's from Phil in a car. Phil. Eric, you're next up. You're on Carson Anderson.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Eric.
So a little bit here. I'm calling. Grew up in Detroit, but moved to Seattle for a few years. My dad always bashed the Lions, so I became a big Seahawks fan. Now I live back in Detroit. So I just wanted to give a little thoughts on what I thought is going to happen the next week. Based on what we saw from Detroit Thursday with their offensive and defensive line play, and based on the 4 quarters I watched yesterday, I think the Lions should dominate. I mean, Seattle's missing 2 of their tackles now. The secondary that was supposed to be better got absolutely gashed by a practice squad full of wide receivers. I mean, it was pretty bad. And then in the second half, they had 3 yards of total offense. So I expected them to take a step forward this year, but the way that the matchup is with the Lions defensive line and their offensive line being able to control line of scrimmage, I think, as long as they stay within themselves, they should handle Seattle without a problem. But it is a week-to-week league, so you never know.
I would agree with your assessment that the Lions are a better team. They're going to be playing at home. They're not going to have to fly across the country the way Seattle is. Plus, both Seattle's offensive tackles got hurt. Now, I don't think they're critical season-ending injuries, but if it at all impairs those offensive tackles, advantage Detroit Lions getting in Geno's face and getting the ball.
Well, this Seattle team is not the Seattle team the Lions faced a year ago when they threw up a bunch of points. They took everybody by surprise, and Geno Smith looked like he was the second coming of Patrick Mahomes. This is the Seattle team that finished the season, that struggled towards the end there, and that barely made the playoffs and were able to make it because what the Lions did to Green Bay. All right, it's just not the same team. These are 2 teams kind of in different directions. I'm not saying that Seattle can't overcome that and become a better team. I'm saying I think the Lions are a much better team than the Seattle Seahawks right now. If the Lions lose this game, then there's got a lot of people's faces here, and mine to be first in line to take it, because I just don't see Seattle being much of a threat in this one based on how they've played at the end of the season, what they did in the offseason, and where they're at right now.
Ticket Texter taking me to task says, Cookies are ridiculous. They should have fired D'Antonio. You've lost all credibility, Mike in Davison. What I said is, if he was not going to continue coaching, but was only hanging around for a retention bonus and he was going to leave your program high and dry, you should absolutely have dismissed him to get a jump start on your head coaching search. And his last 2 seasons coaching, they were 500 team, and they were losing ground against the big rivals and the contemporaries. They had fallen from the mountaintop. He refused to change his coaches. And if you believe he was only sticking around for a bonus, what do? You're going to let him ruin and damage your program because he's such a nice guy? Your obligation is to the program. There was a real conversation. I'm not making this up, Gator, about should they move on from him around that time, right?
Yeah, people were very upset that he was so loyal to the coaching staff, that he wouldn't change coordinators or even with some of the position coaches. I get it. I wasn't happy with how things were finishing up at Michigan State. And, he had gotten older, and it was probably time for a change. I didn't like the transition. That sucked.
Yeah.
It was the timing of everything. And I no longer care about it. right?
I mean, you said water under the bridge earlier.
It is. And the fact that it's done, they went on, they hired another. In fact, they hired 2 coaches because they hired Luke Fickell, and then that went away at the last second. And then they scrambled and got Mel Tucker, and Mel Tucker looked pretty good the first 2 years. They had the COVID year. They beat Michigan. We're all happy about that. And then you have the next year, and they win 11 games and beat Michigan again. All happy about that and get a big bowl win. And then there's last year, which was a step back. But now we've got this story, and it's just academic. Easy enough. Wipe your hands clean of Mel Tucker. It sucks. It's disappointing. But you're left with no other.
That easy, but yes.
But you're left with no. It's a simple decision based on what's in front of you. So they're going to have to the firing.
Yeah.
Will happen at the appropriate date.
It'll
right
be
now,
procedural.
it's he's suspended without pay. So
it's
the same thing.
Yeah. Especially when hey, there's the guillotine, and
yeah,
I mean they've got the hearing date where they can do this on the up and up and save as much money as possible by dismissing him.
The question is there a bucket of money next to the bucket that's there to gather the head?
Yeah, okay. 248-539-9797. Coming up next. Did anybody have a worse weekend than this guy? It's 97.1.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yep, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while. We haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow, damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Devontae on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done.
And finally,
for you,
bold ass predictions, Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long, Monday through Friday, prior to the NFC title game.
Wow. That's a lot, but that's what he's willing to do. Lastly, Doug, bold-ass prediction, Brian Branch will take a fumble and an interception back for a touchdown this year.
Beautiful.
Before we get to Mike Valeni, the man who probably had the worst Sunday of us all.
Wow.
Let's get to Jay on the phones, wrapping up Champ and Chump on a Monday. Jay, welcome into Carson Anderson. What's up, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
Real quick before I get to my Champ and Chump, that guy that was calling in questioning Campbell's coaching, I hate guys that judge coaching decisions by the result. It's no way if they hadn't got that fourth down in the first quarter, he would have said he would have did the same thing. Like, I hate when people look at the decision making and say, oh, well, I would have did it too because he made it, and the one he didn't make, he went for. But anyway, Campbell's my champ of the week, not only for the Lions winning and the culture that he's setting up, but also you look at some of the decisions he forced a great coach like Andy Reid to make. Going forward on 4th and 25 with essentially 4 timeouts because he had 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. And the pressure was put on him so bad that he went for a 4th and 25 instead of punting and trusting his defense to get a stop. I feel like that's all based on the pressure that the coaching and that the team of the Lions put on him. My chump of the weekend is 100%, and I'll preface it by because Tucker's going to get it, I'm okay not saying Tucker, but that's what it would have been. Mike Vrabel. I had a 7-game parlay yesterday, and I had New Orleans minus 2.5, and Vrabel kicked a field goal down by 4 points with 2 minutes left to go in the game. I have no idea why on earth. Like, I don't know if he feel better losing by 1 point than 4, but yeah, that is by far my chump of the weekend. Like, it killed my. Once again, you know how hard it is to hit a 7-game parlay, and the fact that I smoked it, and this idiot cost me the game. I'm sorry, I had to chump.
No, it's funny. It's and I feel bad for you. I mean, because I've been there. Anybody who's gambled has kind of been there on a big parlay like that. It's 4th and 6 in New Orleans 11-yard line with 2:17 to go, and they bring Nick Folk out to kick the field goal. To make it 16-15, which was the final score of the game. I'm trying to see if there were did they have timeouts?
I don't know that you'll see it in the box score. They had to have. Otherwise, there's no explanation.
Yeah, because they used the first timeout with 1:55. So they had all 3 timeouts. So I mean, that's why you do it, right? You're trying to get the ball back. It's not like New Orleans had moved the ball on them. I mean, they had 16 points in the game.
Yeah, the whole game was low-scoring field goal fest. You're like, 2 field goals, probably more likely to get that than a touchdown. It's still weird. It's still super frustrating if you're that guy.
But to his point, if neither team is doing anything offensively and you're here at the 11-yard line, don't you try to score at that, or do you just kick the field goal and stay down?
One thing's for sure is he will always hate Mike Vrabel.
100%.
Because when you lose, he'll never forget this. He had a 7-leg. That's like impossible almost. Not impossible, but it's really, really hard.
That's pretty. The odds on a 7-1. What's the payout on 7-1 on a 17 parlay?
It depends what you put in it, but yeah.
Well, that's true. But let's say you just take. You're not. Teasing.
It's a
doing
big
money
payout.
lines. You just take
the big multiplier.
You're going spreads.
To be honest, I don't do a lot of 7-leg parlays.
You shouldn't because it's
I know.
And it's always one leg, by the way. If right? It's he'll never forget Vrabel. He's like, you idiot. Go for it.
So before Mike Valeni comes in here, I want to just set the stage. He is a Michigan State fan, like you, Gator, and Rico, and other people at the station. And it sucks as a Michigan State fan right now. Absolutely. Your program is in turmoil at a lousy point, right as you're getting into the meat of the schedule, right as the Big Ten's getting bigger, and you have to juggle all this plus the ridicule. That sucks. That's strike one. Michigan State fans having a lousy day. Sunday was no fun. On top of it, Mike is famously a New York Giants fan. So you got to picture this. This guy wakes up Sunday morning, and he's like, this is week 1 of the NFL. I'm going to settle in, and at night, my team's on prime time. By the time he gets to prime time, he's a beaten and battered man because he has J.K. Dobbins in a fantasy league who blows out his Achilles. And now he just wants to see his Giants play competitively. They always lose to the Cowboys. Just can they hang in? Can they be entertaining? 40-0, dead on arrival. Then mix in, hey, you're number 1 too. His big game bet of the week on Cash the Ticket, Texas Tech, and he suckers me into it. And these guys are sitting there down 1, getting 6.5, can't lose unless they throw a pick 6.
Pick 6.
Pick 6. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good. 3-1 in the NFL, thank God. There's a lot of blood loss on Saturday.
Did anybody have a worse weekend than you?
I had a great weekend. I've got hope in my football program again.
Hope? Oh, that's how we're spinning it.
It's not a spin. You didn't think he was going to be successful, did you?
I had my doubts, but you guys seemed to think he was going to win a national title at some point, at the very least a Big Ten title.
Well, why don't we go back to 2 years ago when things were great?
Okay.
Now let's look realistic. Smarms a lot. It was fading fast. You didn't think they were going to win 6 or 7 games this year, did you?
I did not.
Okay. Could you tell me they were going to next year?
I did.
Gator did.
The point I'm making is this guy was so stupid.
Absolutely.
He was such a moron. He was such a morally bankrupt bum that we've avoided maybe 18 more months of terminal cancer, and now we can spin the church bazaar wheel again and hire someone new.
And you know what the beauty of it is?
No.
Yeah, call Dion. No. He's done the Colorado call once.
You know what's funny?
Trust me.
He's turning into Rieger.
He is.
Have you noticed this?
Why would you go get Dion?
Because he's the hottest coaching name in the sport. And if you're going to play the portal game with all these guys that may leave your program, he'd be the first guy you'd want.
Half the Spartan base didn't like Mel Tucker. What makes you think they're going to like Dion?
And second of all, he ain't taking a job like MSU.
Hey, Cookies?
What do we do? Make the call? How many times we do radio? Make the call.
You can't make the call. His next gig will be a place like Florida State or you ain't.
It's not going to work.
You can't get into that stepping stone routine.
It's
no. The point I'm making
half
is
the people didn't want Tucker because he was too aggressive and he worked. You didn't like Martin. You're not going to like Malcolm.
I guess my thing is I got so tired of talking about the contract and the whole pit bulls and Ferraris, and it's like, all right, guys,
Never
I get
again.
it. You don't like them. It's not working. Fine. Avoid 2 years of nonsense because this guy is such a jackass. When I woke up Sunday morning, I couldn't even believe this was real. I couldn't.
Yeah, Saturday night, buddy on the West Coast sent me something. I'm like, wait, what?
No.
I didn't even know about it. And I mean, this is how out of touch I was. I didn't know about it until yesterday around 3:00 because I got up. I wasn't paying attention to anything other than football.
Are you kidding me?
No. I
woke up to 56 text messages.
I fortunately got no text messages.
What were you on SpaceX?
I just started watching.
Boop, boop.
Took the dog for a walk, came back,
To
got something to eat, and then started watching.
They came.
And then I'm watching
in the background.
I was watching Red Zone, so I don't have the crawl. It's telling me, Michigan State's got an issue.
Phone?
I'm not married to my phone.
Oh my!
So eventually, I picked up my phone and looked, and it was just on like Spartan Mag, and I'm like, let's see, any recruiting news, Michigan State, and I'm like, what is this? Huh?
Understand?
What's what?
Yeah, they started rolling in around 12:30, and then a buddy of mine, we literally went through the whole thing, and at the end we were reading it together, like, he's done.
Once I found out the school did the right thing, I go, all right, well, we were going to take Payne anyways. Longview, we just got out of an $80 million mistake. So, I don't know, man. What do you want me to do? We weren't going to be very good this year anyways. I'm trying to give people my perspective. The word for me, I can direct all my hatred towards him because he burned everybody who believed in him. He burned the fans, the donors, the players, and their families, everything. He burned the school.
Michael, he burned me.
He burned you.
He burned everybody.
The point is, F him. Because now at least he revealed what a scumbag he is.
He did. He burned it all.
As they said in Wedding Crashers, kindly leave. Kindly leave. And we'll get to all of it. Yeah. Hey, by the way, who was the chump of the day? I couldn't tell by listening for 5 minutes.
Jeff Sims.
All I know is I felt like the
Tyler
living
Shuck.
embodiment of your
By the
rant.
way, why were
Sunday.
you slandering me when I walked in? What did I do to you?
No, I did. The tease was, did anybody have a worse weekend than this guy? And I just kind of detailed.
Jason Dominguez, Tommy John, J.K. Dobbins, dead. Chargers killed a huge parlay.
Mel Tucker just lost $80 million.
No, that, honestly.
Well, apparently that's good now.
The Tucker thing. No. I mean, Jim.
Oh, come on. Don't do Rieger.
Jim, I'll lay it out.
No, I think
I'll
there's a case. Let me walk that back. I like the perspective you're bringing because you're right. The guy hadn't succeeded yet. Now, the only reason I'm calling you out is I don't think you were willing to make this opinion 48 hours ago that I hope we get an out. We don't have to pay this guy.
Why would I, sitting at 2-0, but all off season, what did I say? I have major concerns. This man yelled at me.
Right.
I played the drop a bunch. If they went, we were saying, God help us, can they just get to 7?
But did you express that this was a bad contract anytime in the last 6 months?
No, I'd open myself up to it. If he didn't live up to this year, look, I said if they didn't win 6 games, I wanted him fired. That's a bad contract.
Right.
I've said those things. Now, you know what? We'll do. Hold on.
And
we'll definitely do it next. My bad, guys. I'm sorry, Gator.
Sorry. If you offer me the money and I take it, he's not going to turn it down and say no. That's too much money. Take some
Nobody's going to turn down that cash.
The Gator,
I like that shirt.
I just
It's a great
wanted to watch
shade of
the
lilac
Niners.
on you. It's beautiful.
All I wanted to watch
Thank
was
you.
the Niners yesterday. That was it.
Sorry, man.
And the phone just kept ringing.
All right, will you shut up?
All right, Valenti and Rico next.
Well, he's not saying be
97.1.
respectful. Oh, you're not, Doug.
Be respectful.
That was me, roughly 8 a.m. yesterday morning, reading USA Today. Good afternoon, everybody.
That's why I did not call you, but then I found out later you wouldn't have gotten it anyway because you're a smart man. Your phone was on Do Not Disturb.
Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then you realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it, and I can throw the number out. You know the number, 248-539-9797. Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today, to say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah, and 20 billion women in the world. Yeah.
It just, again, and I don't want to go over every granular detail. You heard it in the mornings, you heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this. We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. His defense of consensual doesn't even play because he violated the morality clause in his contract.
Right.
It is so reassuring. Once I found out that MSU had done everything right by the letter of the law, I then was able to move towards where I'm at today, which I got to be honest, I don't know if people will understand this. I don't know if they will care. Rico, I don't know if you will. I just feel relieved because I am a big believer when people show you who they really are, instead of getting angry, say thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for telling me that you are a POS. Like, honestly, my anger has nothing to do with Michigan State University. It has everything to do with this man. This guy effed over every donor, every fan, every player's family, the administration. They gave him everything they never gave Mark D'Antonio. They gave him the facility. They gave him the assistant pool. Yeah. They gave him a contract that was unheard of. And his reward was this.
Mike, not on top of that, you messed over every future coach down the line. Anybody of color? Oh, trust me, they're going to refer back to this. Well, you remember Mel Tucker, don't you? I don't know. It was disappointing. You threw it all away. For what? Your supporters, your team, everybody believed in you. Like you said, they did everything they could to make sure you got what you deserved. And this is what you did. You're right. Not one of. I think this was the dumbest move. I think every Spartan fan to the T all had the same reaction. Like, what? You did what?
If you told me it was a screenplay, I would have been like, nah, this is a bad episode of Ballers. This can't be real.
Right.
And I mean, it is just, look, it's no secret I've been very down on Mel Tucker this offseason. It is no secret I didn't have a great degree of hope. Now, you and I talked about beginning of the year, can they get to 7 or can they survive it and we get one more bite at the apple in 24?
I had 8 wins, and now that extends you to next year.
So here's my point to you. This is a sports show primarily, so I'm approaching this through the sports lens. Let me be unequivocal for the low-hanging fruit. There's no one pumped up at how he got fired. Okay? The guy is a moron. Mm-hmm. You're a functioning idiot. For you to get involved with a vendor of the university, a person you pay to talk to your football team about how to be young men, how to treat women. She is a rape survivor. You can do a lot of things in this world, but getting involved with her, ain't one.
Right. That's what I said. You got 20 billion women. You picked her.
He's a moron.
Wow. Because you're right. I felt a little different this morning after talking to people, and yeah, MSU came out yesterday, suspended with pay, suspended without pay, and then you find out later they probably should have really emphasized it at the press conference. President, athletic director, they didn't know, because that was the big question for me. Why didn't you suspend him before the Central Michigan game?
Simple, you can't.
You can't because they knew it was something there. They did not know what it was. And if you want transparency at MSU, they can't know what it is.
So here's how it works. And you can look this up for yourself because you won't believe me because I'm a Sparty. Hooray. Title IX. The complaint gets sent to two people, both sides of the litigation, and the officer at Title IX. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So you know something's wrong. And then you guys go, well, if you know he's under investigation, why not suspend him? Here's how it works. That's called a wrongful termination suit. That's called you made an $80 million oopsie. What would I like to do in my fantasy land the minute my coach is under investigation has nothing to do with reality.
Well, how about this, Mike? And the second you suspend him, any journalist worth his salt wants to find out why. Brenda Tracy released her name. But if she didn't, somebody's going to discover, oh, that's why that name is now out there. And now the victim, does, she's not, she's supposed to be anonymous.
Right. Her going public and turning over 1,200 pages of the investigation is what changed. And then legal counsel advises you. It's not like Alan Haller spun a wheel and said, this is what I'm going to do. Then they can suspend him without pay. That hearing coming up in October, that's the only thing that was in the July 27 deal is that there's a recommendation for a hearing. You know what's going to happen October 5th? He's done. He's a dead man. He's got no shot at this deal. None. Because consensual or not, it was pure idiocy on his part, and it violates the moral turpitude contract. This is why, Enrico, this is important for me to say it. Again, what he did is grotesque. The point I'm making is, from a sports perspective, I view it two ways. You got Joe Pesci in Casino. You got Joe Pesci in Goodfellas. There's two ways to die. We were on the Casino pathway. Another 18 months where he had about a 25% chance of success and dwindling.
Is that where he had to dig his own grave?
And then was beaten unceremoniously with a baseball bat and buried alive. Yeah.
Yes.
The Goodfellas way, walks into room, bullet to the brain.
Thought he was getting made. Yeah.
He got made all right. You're dead. What just happened is Goodfellas. Ripped the Band-Aid off. There's a 75% chance he wasn't going to get us where we thought he could get us. And this guy was dumb enough that MSU now will not have to pay the vast majority of his contract when, not if, they fire him, which means while MSU still has no shot of beating U of M anytime soon, they get to spin the wheel again and try. Because everything I know, you want to know, look, I don't do rumors. That's not Rico's game. It's not mine. Not into it. But if you think I was down on this guy all off season, no, I didn't know about this, but I knew about other stuff. And the whole point I make to you is, didn't have a good feel about it. Didn't have a good feel.
True.
Wasn't exactly engaged with the program. So the bottom line is, if we're going to do this, get out from under this contract, get out from the Mel Tucker business, which looked to be fragile, and hope. And hope ain't a strategy, but it's better than terminal illness.
No, I still can't believe knowing he had people who wanted him gone, who didn't want to pay him. You gave them all the ammunition that they needed. You can't be that stupid to not know that there were factions who wanted you gone. You made too much money. If you didn't believe me, Mel, watch the intro to the Central Michigan game. That's all people talked about. You knew this, and you decided that this was going to be a smart move?
No, it's going to be bad in the short term. There's no doubt about it.
But you're right. Once I got off the phone, it just hit me and said, you know what? We don't have to talk about the contract. You get to hit the reset button. And, yeah, down the line, you got to do it right. If you're Alan Haller, ADs don't get to hire 3 head coaches.
No, and honestly, I don't need him at a microphone anytime soon because his lack of clarification at the press conference forced the national media who hate your guts to clarify it for you. Yeah. You know it's bad when misquote Murphy's defending you. So the bottom line in all of it is, okay, well, it's a bad look for the school. Yeah, so's losing. Reality is, if you win, as Rico puts it, it's the best detergent. Guys, I'm just not under any illusion that MSU's ever going to be viewed positively. No. Okay? That's just not a part of the game plan.
Right, and there's nobody you could hire right now. But okay, well, that person, because you go with the safe coach, you're not going to win. You go with the coach that has some little dirt on him, well, you're winning, but yeah, he's got this. So if you didn't like MSU, you still don't like MSU, and you're probably partying right now. But this was just bad across the board. When I read this stuff at 1:30 in the morning on Saturday, I just
want him duct
disbelief.
taped to the next SpaceX rocket. Because I'm angry. I'm angry that he embarrassed my school. I'm angry that look, I didn't pay for his salary.
No, but I felt like a parent, though. It was like, I'm not angry. Mel, I'm just really disappointed.
No, I'm angry. F him.
No. I'm just because you did this to yourself. Like, you had so many people against you, and you just said, no. Here, take all of these bullets. Here you go. Have at it. Just go ahead and take me down. Like, you did this to you. And to all the people who believed in you, to all the people who thought that you were going to do something at Michigan State, you let down a bunch of people. But this was 100% on you. Like, the school actually did what they were supposed to do. And
they'll screw up the next part. Don't worry.
You know what?
They'll screw up the hire for sure.
Mike, let's just
DOT will get involved.
How about we just be happy right now that they did it the right way?
My whole point is you had two pathways out of this. And you know what I'm tired of doing as a radio host? I'm tired of hearing about the contract.
Yeah.
Tired of hearing it. Yeah. Well, there. Now that's not going to be a problem anymore. What's your next thing? Now you'll just say, oh, well, we're morally bankrupt. Even though there are thousands of wonderful people at Michigan State University, even though it's a top 25 public university in America, none of that matters to you. So my point to you is, frankly, F you. I don't care what you think. I don't care. So my care factor is now I get to move forward. And this guy has got whatever's coming. He can enjoy it. On you, bud.
Right.
But him, they can burn him to the ground. Because as you said it, I said, he screwed over all of us. Right. Everybody.
Right.
What a piece of garbage.
It's like, do you know the position that you had and you gave it all
Rico, I
away.
think, you know what? It's not nuanced, but to hell with it. You know what, Rico? No, wrong button. God bless it. My elbow hit the damn thing and it played. Apologies. Stupid drop board. My point is, Rico, it's not nuanced, but it's reality. I think he's dumb. Okay?
No.
Rich people can be dumb. I don't think he's smart. A smart man, he knows he's a target. He knows he makes money. He has responsibility to the players, to the families, to the donors. Jesus, to your own kids. He's dumb. Okay? Not nuanced. Not polite. And now he's gone. And for that, I have a right to feel relieved. He revealed himself in daylight. Get out.
Undefeated for a reason.
Just get out. What do you want from me? Read something.
I was about to say, you done? All right. Positive.
Damn drop board.
Positive. Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealers. They'll guarantee you your next lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. Here's the good news, folks. All September long, Hamilton Chevrolet is participating in Step Up for Kids. What is that? It's a shoe donation drive to support underprivileged kids right here in our local communities. Stop in, drop off new shoes from kids for ages 4 to 18. And while you're there, you can check out Hamilton's inventory and pick out your next Chevy. New cars being delivered daily at Hamilton Chevrolet. Stop in and get your name on the one that you want. You know, the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you, but most importantly, make sure you support the Step Up for Kids, the shoe donation drive to support underprivileged kids right here in our local communities with new shoes from kids from ages 4 to 18. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads. On you.
The perfect temperature to sleep, 68 to 77. Now, I happen to disagree with the back half of that. 68, please. I like it below that, for sure. But that's a debate for another time. What's not up for debate, the eco-friendly, comfortable, best mattress, the new iComfort Eco from Serta. It's supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made here, have been for over 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, real quick, before I do ticket texts and the phones, I want to lay two things out quickly. I promise I won't bloviate too long. I want to make sure I'm crystal clear on why I think at the end of the day this will be a good thing for state. This is simple. If there's a pie chart, and that's the 100% of your football program's future, and we go, all right, success versus failure, what slice is this going to end up with MSU winning Big Ten championships? And then the rest of the pie is dedicated to sad pie, failure pie, right? Most Spartan fans were certainly below 50% with Mel Tucker, where he had a less than 50% chance of making this work. Now, all offseason, our work, the benefit of what Rico and I do is it's on record. I've had concerns. Rico has concerns. The red flags have been there. The recruiting's not where it needs to be. Him bitching about, and by the way, the unmitigated balls on this guy to go to a columnist with this hanging over his head and his lawyers telling him where it's going to go out and bitch about NIL? Are you kidding me? Sorry, sidebar. And I ripped him for it. Now I feel even better about it.
Vindicated.
Why it's a positive is I was roughly between 25 and 33%. He either had a 1-in-4 shot or a 1-in-3 shot of making it out of this. And it was dwindling. And when you hear about a coach being a little bit disengaged, you hear about a coach traveling a little bit too much, you hear about certain things and you go, all right, I'm not going to put people's personal lives on blast. It's never how I've done business. Now, when it goes public, that's different. The point I'm making is that example about the movies is not about humor. It is the two pathways. Normally, coaches go out, Pesci and Casino. It's long, it's drawn out, it's torture, it's horrible. If Mel Tucker wasn't going to work out, we had 18 months of pit bulls, contract, Ferraris. That's a lot of money.
Gold chains, yeah.
Versus this dumbass did this ridiculous stuff, costs himself the money. He ain't getting out of this with his contract.
Oh, no.
And at least, as rough as this is going to be, you rip the Band-Aid off, and it's quick.
Yeah.
It's done. If you think I'm spinning a dream, call in and I'll argue with you about it. Because the pathway of a 2-year slow bleed out on the sidewalk, or in Pesci's case, a cornfield in an open grave, or cutscene, bullet to the brain, and we begin charting a path. I'm taking choice B. Now, I want to give you a chance on this too because we didn't bring it up. The one thing I'm not going to tolerate is the following. I have no idea what this team will do. The fact is, Mel Tucker doesn't do a whole lot on game day besides this, and sweat profusely. That was me making a chop sign, a hand clap, and sweating. He ain't calling plays. His in-game coaching has been horrid. Timeout usage, down in distance, clock, etc. My point is, whether he's there or not, this team will or won't succeed based on their own merit.
Right.
Everything you hear coming out of that team meeting yesterday is they're kind of like, you know what? To hell with him. He ain't the team. He's not us. Well, they're going to get, look, Saturday, they're probably going to get aced. The point is, if they can get to 6 or 7, fine. What I won't do, I'm happy Mark D'Antonio's back. I know there's no one more critical of Mark than myself. And I felt justified then. I feel justified now. Why am I happy he's back? Because there's nobody else they could call. And because in my mind, not that Mark D'Antonio should or does care what I have to say. To me, this is how you make it right. This is how you make it right where I felt like the last few years you were wrong the way you handled yourself and the way you left was wrong. Now, We need 90 days out of you.
So it'll be a real celebration.
I'll help build the statue. Okay. Need 90 days of an adult in the room. Leadership.
Yeah.
Handling parents' phone calls, handling players. I don't know what Allen was doing going, well, he's wearing a headset. Yeah, so did Brady Hoke, and it wasn't plugged in. I have no idea what's happening next. What I won't tolerate is if they miraculously go 7-5, there will be no discussion of Mark as head coach in my world. None.
Thank you. That's
Zero.
my only thing. If you want to do what Barry Alvarez has done a couple of times at Wisconsin, when they had coaching transitions,
Bob Stoops,
I'm going to step in, I'm going to lead this team, and then I'm going to step back into the shadows. Okay.
Yes.
Mark D'Antonio is a Band-Aid. He's there to unify the team. You got your 10-year Rose Bowl reunion going to be there. He was going to be at the game anyway. Now he's sticking around, kind of playing the godfather role to Harlan Barnett, the interim coach. I like that. But if you tell me he's part of the long-term plans,
I'm out.
You're going backwards. The game has changed since he last coached at MSU. There are a lot of things that are different, and I don't think he's aware of it. And hey, newsflash, it wasn't going that swimmingly before he left.
Hello.
So if he is just there for the rest of the season to help out and be the sounding tree for Coach Barnett, great. But then you're back in the shadows, and you go and do this the right way. Because if you keep telling me, if Woodruff said, hey, new MSU, then new MSU means you don't go backwards to the old MSU.
I really hated her line of thinking with that. That was cringy to me. Old MSU, A. New MSU, B. How about this?
Okay, here's the thing. If you have to tell somebody
you're
new, then you're not new.
Jesus, Mary
it's
and
like
Joseph.
saying, I'm not even going to do that. But you know what I mean. You shouldn't have to tell somebody you're not something. They should just know.
Amen. 1,000%. But again, I have grown to never expect them to be impressive.
But yeah, my thing about D'Antonio, okay, it's great for right now. He's helping the program bring some stability, bring some credibility. Yeah, you still got some of his players on the team.
And they get to 6. Make a bowl. Get to 6. Do what you hope Tuck could do anyways.
Well,
and give them a shot to maintain some of the roster.
And maintaining some of the roster is the biggest thing, Mike, because you fire him, the door opens up. Players
Correct. The minute you fire him, then my point is it's going to be a slow churn. I'm saying he's done.
And here's the thing. Players are already being contacted.
Oh, 100%.
So
100%.
I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah, and again, generally, when you fire a coach, you're going to lose roughly 20 players off your roster. Mm-hmm. That's the general research. Yes, I'm a loser. Research I did.
And talking to, some of the players have already been contacted.
So let me do this. We'll get to your phone calls. I think we've laid everything out. I'm sure that won't be good enough for any of you, but we will attempt to move forward. And if you disagree with the main takeaways of he's the dumbest human to ever walk the earth, and I think long-term this will be a net positive, argue about it. I don't care. I'm here till 6. We'll get ticket texts. We'll get your phone calls next. Sound good? Hooray beer. 248-539-9797. Did you know there were over 282,000 auto accidents in Michigan last year, many of them ending with someone dying or being critically injured? Distracted driving, huge problem. That's why you need life insurance, so your family is covered. National benefit plans, over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. They guarantee you the best possible rate, and in the event of a tragic car accident or receiving a devastating diagnosis, that you're covered. The longer you wait, the possibility of getting coverage actually decreases. So get it done. 877-734-2200. That's 877-734-2200. Or go on the road, nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your life insurance agency for a lifetime.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yep, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Devontae on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done.
And finally,
for you,
bold ass predictions, Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show.
All right, David,
and then
ticket
4
text.
hours of Philly
and yes,
radio.
if you have thoughts, please. I just a rare moment. We had to lay out so much with these ridiculous. I mean, Mel Tucker, good heavens. But you know what? Like I said, when people reveal themselves, sometimes you just say thank you. Now I know you have the judgment of maybe a 3-year-old, and you're a complete moron, and you're not fit to lead this program, this university, these players. You're an idiot. Get out. And he will be gone. So
I think so. I don't think it's going to be immediately.
Can't be
during the bye week. No, I'm saying after the hearing because they still have to do their due diligence. But yeah, the Richmond game was 99.9% his last. No, probably 100% his last.
He'll
game.
never be on campus again. And that's even if nothing else comes out.
I don't know what happened after the 11-2 year. It should have kept rolling. What's true now is MSU needs to find a way to hire a big-time coach with the conference expanding next year.
Look, this will be the singular biggest hire in the history of MSU football ever. I mean, D'Antonio, yes. But I'm saying with him in the rearview mirror, you mess up the next hire with where college football's at.
You're Rutgers. You're Indiana.
I don't have the bell on this side. Thank you. You have more to lose now. Look, MSU was always a 6-6, 7-5 program. They had their few up years, right? And then there was the 50s and 60s. But you get my point. Now, you make the wrong hire, you're Northwestern. You're Rutgers. You will be left in the dust because of NIL, the way recruiting is, the conference expansion, the arms race.
But on the flip side, David, if you make the right hire,
well,
you put yourself back into that race. And as much as we laugh now, Colorado was 111. Look at what USC was before Lincoln Riley got there. You hire the right coach.
Is back.
Texas.
I get to say that now.
You beat Bama.
That was so good.
You did.
Poor Costa.
I'm glad I took Texas in the points.
David.
Mike, the expression is when someone shows you who they are, believe them. It's a Maya Angelou line from Roger.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yep.
Agree. And again, I don't have to be happy about what he did. I'm not. It's gross. The point I'm making is I'm trying to look at this long view. You know what I'm sick of? Be honest with you. I'm sick of people that don't even root for Michigan State bringing up his contract. I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of the veiled racism. I'm tired of the nonsense. And that's before we get to the actual coaching. You know what? F it. I'll take the 75% chance I'm right he wasn't going to make it home. And we'll try it again. Now, do I have faith that this school can stay out of its own way and make a good hire? Not really. But as Rico said, we'll save that for a later show. David, and then I'll get to the call.
Yeah, someone says, yesterday AM, I thought it was a money grab. Then I read the story, and he's done. $95 million gone for that absolute stupidity.
I mean, the stupid part about it, David, you don't want to ever do something like that, especially if you're a married man. But, my God, man, if you're going to rob a bank, don't rob it for $50. Seriously, like, Mel, why? What were you doing? What were you thinking?
Flow chart. Dumb. Let's go to Shane, 97.1. What's up, Shane?
Hey, Mike. Boy, what a difference from Friday's show to start of today's, huh?
Yeah, I was allowed 24 hours to have immaculate vibes with the Lions, and then this.
I'm glad we all got to enjoy that. I'm just disgusted. I want to clear up one thing that I heard Rico say, and I've seen this a couple places. As a Michigan fan, I take no joy in this whatsoever. I wanted to see him go down in flames on the football field. But I think this is bigger than football, guys. This is another sexual scandal at MSU on the heels of Larry Nassar. I mean, this is an utter embarrassment. If this would have been anywhere else yesterday, we read about this. It's a story, yes, but I think this is bigger than football. Guys, I'm getting ready to send my daughter off to college in 2 years, and we're going to start looking at schools, and this is not a sports thing. I want to make sure she's going to a place where she's protected and safe, and they take this kind of stuff seriously. And I'm kind of disgusted by some of these comments.
Shane.
Good
first of all, I'm going to say this. Not every Michigan fan, but I have had Michigan fans send me stuff like that. Not everybody's
I know,
an
Rico,
idiot.
I know.
And you sound like you're a smart man. But Shane, simply do yourself a favor. Read the police reports at every college you go to.
I know.
You're going to be eating sad pizza. Let's just put it like that.
I know that, guys, but this is just to have it happen here within a couple of years. It's really disheartening.
Yeah,
And
but okay, it's not ideal. But then here, let me hearten the issue. Okay, I'm sure you and your daughter will make a wonderful choice. And Shane, I don't know you, and you don't know me, and believe me, I have no idea what your daughter wants to major in. Go wherever you want. The point I'm making is it's a top 25 public university in the country. U.S. News and World Report.
I absolutely agree, guys.
Right.
Maybe that
My
came off
kid's
wrong.
sister went there, okay, and she went there in the Nassar era. All right, look, you got to separate it, and you can't let two scumbags paint thousands of good people that way. I think you're doing a disservice to yourself. Now, you do whatever's right for you, but what I'm not going to do is play connect the sociopathic dots. Right. All right, there are thousands of good people at these places. That ain't got nothing to do with any of that.
Yeah. And can we not do the whole school power ranking thing today of where this goes with Nassar and where this goes with Sandusky and Baylor? We're not doing that.
Yeah, it's not bigger than football. No, it is football. It's the head coach had an inappropriate relationship. The end. That has nothing to do with the safety of a student. Now, again, I heard a caller call into a show yesterday and do it. You know what? To me, that's sad. And I went through all of that when the Nassar thing was going on, and I held the same opinion. And I hold that same opinion now.
It's an over-exaggeration, but that's what some people do.
Let's go to Paul, 97.1. What's up, Paul?
Hey, guys. Question about this morality clause.
Sure.
Is that standard operating procedure for coaches? Or did they already know something in Mel Tucker's background that made
standard procedure
part of his contract?
when you're paying someone $80 million who has a public image and represents a massive company, you have a morality clause.
Yeah.
If you embarrass, impugn, bring shame upon, you have a it's called a turpitude clause. It's standard. No, they didn't know the guy was a scumbag and still hire him.
All right, that's good to know, and that's all I had. Thanks very much.
Gotcha covered.
Yeah, I mean, you see this with actors, with whoever. If you go out there and you embarrass somebody, you know what? You're off the movie. You're off the TV show.
CEOs everywhere, morality clauses.
Yeah.
You want to represent Fortune 500 companies, morality clauses. Mm-hmm. You can't bring shame upon, et cetera, et cetera. Chase, 97.1. What's up, Chase?
Hey, Mike, listen, I got three things, two of which are extremely germane and one of which I think people will find interesting. The first one, for two callers ago, when I was in college, I worked at a student consulting group that worked with U of M's Title IX office, and there was a lot of changes, I believe, effective in 2020, coming out of a 2016 court case in the Sixth Circuit. And the idea that this wasn't handled correctly, I have seen absolutely nothing to back that up. There's a lot of pretty onerous requirements that were put on Title IX offices. And also in that environment, I think looking at colleges, there's a lot of places in the Big Ten East, we'll say, that could get their house in order in that regard. My alma mater being one of them. And then the second thing is kind of looking at the immediacy of what this means for Michigan State. I would like to think that they have no chance at beating Michigan, but I did watch my team run outside zone as a constraint for duo with 2 tackles that couldn't reach block. And Michigan State's got a pretty salty front 7, so I'm a little worried about that, and I think Michigan fans need to have a conversation about this not being a championship run game, just as far as missed assignments and things like that.
All right,
that.
so hold on. Let's do this. So Chase, I want to draw a line in the sand because we're now talking football. So I don't want people to think I'm being flippant.
Right.
Chase, here's my issue with U of M so far. I can't take anything away from it. I'm watching Texas go to Bama. I'm watching Florida State play LSU. I'm at least watching Ohio State play a conference team. Chase, I don't know what to take out of these scrimmages. Now, your run game makes no sense.
Yeah, the only thing is I'm a little disappointed in certain players in your run game.
Just
because
say Donovan Edwards.
Be
out with it.
You've played bad teams, and Edwards has not done anything, and Corum has yet to get 100 yards. It's like, just leave Corum in the game if that's the case.
But, Chase, I got to wait because I don't know. They look like they're there so they don't get fined.
Yeah, and I mean, it's you try to look for impotent and variant things as much as you can with missed assignments, and that's mostly what I'm basing it on. But that's a conversation for a different time. With the Michigan State thing, I mean, obviously it's disappointing and disheartening what's happened, but I think there's a tremendous opportunity here for Michigan State, which I don't relish as an opposing fan, because MSU's shown that they'll commit the resources as far as facilities, as far as contracts, as far as associate head coaching salary pools, where I think you could be a pretty appealing option for somebody like, I don't know if you could get Mike Elko to leave, but like a Lance Leipold or like a Jeff Traylor, somebody like that.
Leipold's too old. He's 60. I don't want anything to do with that. Now, Elko at Duke at age 43, defensive head coach. You're doing it at Duke. I mean, Chase, here's the deal. My fear is not the resources. My fear is the clown car that shows up for the hiring process known as the MSU Board of Trustees. It's been my whole life.
Wait, you mean they could screw things up?
Hang.
I did not know that.
It's
Here's my surprise face.
MSU Board of Trustees, clown from Uncle Buck.
Hey, it's just a layup. I know, but watch this.
When it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of problems. You need Maurice and Jerry of Abraham and Rose legitimate representation, whether personal income tax or payroll taxes. Abraham and Rose. You don't need an organization with a random person answering the phone. You need real lawyers who will fight for you, guide you through the whole experience. Save your money, spare the headache. It's abrahamandrose.com, 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yep, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Devontae on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done.
And finally,
for you,
bold ass predictions, Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long, Monday through Friday, prior to the NFC title game.
Wow. That's a lot, but that's what he's willing to do. Lastly, Doug, bold ass prediction. Brian Branch will take a fumble and an interception back for a touchdown.
Obviously, we started with Mel Tucker. I think it's pretty cut and dry.
Beautiful.
If you disagree, fine. But, guys, it's very simple when the main culprit is a moron. And by being a moron, the school's going to get out of an $80 million boondoggle. The school already doesn't have a great rep, so that don't matter to me. The reputation's a myth. MSU's a great place. The people who say it isn't, they don't know nothing about it, and they just are out for blood. So I really don't care. Oh, it's a bad look for state. Yep, so's losing. That's the world we live in. I mean, Brian Kelly played a role in a kid dying, having him up on a tower at practice during 60-mile-an-hour winds. But you know what? Brian Kelly won a lot of games at Notre Dame.
Yep.
All right? I'm just numb to it. So the reality is if we can get away from it and distance ourselves from this idiot, and look, do I think more will come out about some of Mel's extracurriculars? Yeah, I do. Okay? And they're not illegal. But I think they just make him not fit to be head coach at Michigan State, which, wow, ready? Breaking news. He's not going to be. The school acted the minute they could. Follow the protocol, stick to Title IX, allow the lawyers to give you a way out of $80 million, and October 5th and 6th, this guy is donezo in that hearing. Done. So do whatever you like. We're happy to talk about it. Yeah. I got nowhere to go. My team's not good with him. They're not going to be good without him. So my point, let's rip the Band-Aid off. Because I got to be honest, as a Spartan, as a radio host, I'm tired.
Yeah, we don't have to hear about the contract anymore.
What about those aggressive photos of pit bulls? Okay, we're done here. I can't do
and the luxury cars, and that's all gone. All your talking points are gone. He screwed himself over. He's gone. MSU gets to hit the reset button.
Hell, I hate the assistant coaches already anyways.
We got to see what's going to happen. And
it is jaw-dropping how dumb he could be.
Yeah.
How stupid he could be.
Like I said, it was just the disappointment of, honestly, I don't know what you say. It's like, why? It just, you just wonder, was he like some who you just started believing the hype, you start believing everything that you hear about yourself, and you didn't surround yourself and insulate yourself with people who would actually say, this is a bad idea. Maybe we shouldn't go here. Maybe we shouldn't do this type of thing. I don't understand it. I mean, you had the world in your hands.
I understand it because I've seen it at so many other schools.
Yeah.
These coaches and the things they do, man.
It's very easy for me to understand because I am highly cynical and jaded. I'm so angry he did this to my school and he did this to the people who believed in him. But beyond that, It's a blessing. Get rid of this POS and move on.
Yeah.
All right, on the board quickly, and then we go to your phone calls. 248-539-9797. Let's talk. Go ahead, David. Once again, Roberto sounding like Sam Elliott for no reason. 3-1 yesterday in the NFL, so I feel good about it. My chance to go 4-1 is tonight, so I'm going to give you the podcast pick today. I feel dirty. My team just lost by 40, and now I have to support those bums that live in the basement level and pay me rent. Jets. Jets. Their entire offseason is wrapped up in this game tonight. It is divisional. They are at home. It is Aaron Rodgers' debut. The erector set in the swamp is going to be electric. It's a Jets game tonight. No Von Miller for the Bills. No pass rush. Jets D-line should feast on that Bills O-line. And it's just, I think Bills want game. Jets need game. Jets plus the 2.5. Rico.
Mike, I got a parlay for you. It could be 2 or 3 legs. Which one do you want?
3. Agreed.
All right. We'll go Dalvin. Oh, by the way, shout out to A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy. Bang, bang. Texas is back. They both caught anytime touchdowns.
Ready, Rico? We want Georgia.
No. We want Bama. Oh, you beat Bama.
We want Georgia.
Lord knows Georgia ain't playing nobody. Dalvin Cook, anytime touchdown. Steph Diggs, anytime touchdown. And Dalvin Cook over 47.5 yards plus 663.
Pure greed. Kenny Cott, who couldn't cover against Ball State.
We want Georgia.
You know what? I don't appreciate that.
Who coaches Ball State?
I don't know.
Mike New.
Okay, great. That's
Where is
fantastic.
Ball State?
Where's the round of applause button for Mike? The American dream is spoken. I actually like Buffalo in this game because I think Rodgers is cooked. I thought it since the end of last year. So you parlay that with a Steph Diggs anytime touchdown, you're looking at plus 250.
I disagree, but I like the value. David.
Yeah, your choice. You pick here, okay?
Are you in company? Are you in company branded guard?
Yeah, I am. Here,
turn his mic off.
Anyone else can choose here.
Can you pick it?
Nope. Under 8.5 win for the Pittsburgh Steelers at minus 122.
Oh.
Or no, the Steelers won't make the playoffs at minus 230. You choose.
David, you shouldn't feel that way. You just simply pay a much superior team. Okay? It's okay. They're just way better than you.
Well, at least we scored.
And they showed that.
At least we scored.
I'm not the one talking junk. Why am I
I'm
catching
sorry.
strays?
I'm so sorry. You're right.
You did catch a bullet. Wow.
I'm so sorry, Mike.
Man,
you're
you're
right.
shooting at his car. You just hit me. I'm carrying groceries.
You want to know why?
I didn't do nothing.
Because he's like his quarterback, Kenny Pickett. He threw to the wrong team.
Right. Exactly.
All I did
He was aimed at me, but he hit you.
Right.
Hey.
You literally just shot a homeless man sleeping over a sewage vent.
And I was looking at Rico when I said it.
I mean, Christian McCaffrey out there looking like he's back at Stanford.
All I said simply was the Giants were going to regress this year, and I caught a stray.
You did. You know what? Because he's like Kenny Pickett. He tried to hit me, but he hit you.
I'm hurt.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
That's on the and honestly, that's
Brock
unfair.
Purdy, hot knife through butter, Pittsburgh defense.
Get ready for the NFL. The Giants weren't. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers bet $5, get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. All customers bet $5, get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket with YouTube and YouTube TV. Best time to join. Season is upon us. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket. Not YouTube TV. As Rico puts it, you need YouTube TV to watch YouTube TV.
We must be able to spell YouTube to get YouTube TV.
Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime. Okay, let me give you the programming update. And I know we got a brand new audience coming in at 3, so let me just explain what we're doing. I'm not going to redo the full layout, how we started the show with Mel Tucker. You can use Odyssey.com Rewind, or I can cliff note it. We are at some point later today going to get to the Lions because they are red hot, and we need to do it. But there is no way of any of the shows on this station that this show can underserve the Mel Tucker story. And frankly, I don't think Cookies did a very good job on the middays today. Hate to say it. It was very soft pedal, very disappointing. So I want to make sure we handle this as the adults in the room. And it's simple. I'm offering you an opinion, along with Rico here, that might seem odd to you. But you got to think for a second before you react. Long run, I'm relieved. I think we all knew that this thing was heading downhill. Now, you don't believe me. You think, well, that's convenient. Well, then you don't listen to the show. How many times I played that drop this offseason? You think that's accidental?
Every day.
Okay. Love you too. The point I'm making is the odds of success were far less than 50% for Mel Tucker to get out of this. Then a lot of the things you hear about him being very detached and the recruiting, which all of these things we've brought up on the show, okay? Being able to rip the Band-Aid off versus going on a year and a half, the rest of this year and all of next year, of negative press, likely negative or mediocre results, negative recruiting. It's terminal cancer. The fact is, he did something so beyond the pale with his whatever relationship this was with Brenda Tracy. It violates every piece of his morality clause. His behavior the idiocy. The USA Today report, which you can read. Brenda Tracy going public, the documents going public. You can read them. It can be as salacious as you like. The point is, I mean, this guy, it defies logic. So when someone tells you they're a complete buffoon, believe them. Mm-hmm. And it's going to result in MSU saving the better part of $80 million. It's going to result in MSU taking some pain short term, but here's the difference. I don't have to go with the clown car. Rico doesn't have to go with the clown car. Well, this is a bad look for MSU. Yeah, sure it is. So's losing. Yeah. All right, Georgia's had 20 players and coaches arrested. Is that a bad look? Nobody cares. They're winning. Brian Kelly was largely responsible for a kid dying because he had him up on a gurney in 60-mile-an-hour winds. You know what? Nobody cared. Nope. Sad. They won.
Winning is the ultimate deodorant in sports.
So my point to you is this. To act like MSU was ever going to have a great amount of press with Mel Tucker. Really? Rico and I have had to sit here, even amidst an 11-win season. The contract, the pit bulls, the Ferraris, the finesse king, canine narrative. You know what? Yep. Okay. We're done with all of it because he's gone. He will never coach a game at Michigan State again. So the point I'm making to you and Rico has made, I'm relieved because I'd rather just take the bullet and move on than go through another year and a half of this dalliance. Mm-hmm. And if you think that's BS, you know the phone number. But you know how I roll, man. The reputation thing is a myth because all the people who want to talk about Michigan State the most know the least. So I just view it, unless you're winning, no one's going to think your school's any good anyways.
Exactly.
Which is silly when you really think about it. I mean, Cal Berkeley's one of the best colleges in America, yet Cal Berkeley can't win a football game, and we all think it's a trash pile.
Yep.
So you get my point. So
Vandy football.
Yeah, there's another good one. So look, that's where we are. I'll throw the number out. We're going to get to the lines a little bit later. The Coach D angle to it, I mean, I don't run from it. Nobody was harder on Mark than me. Nobody wanted him gone more than me.
It's short term.
But he's the only call they could make.
It's short term, but, it can't be a long-term solution because let's not forget why he ended up leaving.
Correct. He is Bob Stoops. He is Barry Alvarez, just Shepherd. But look, they've got one crack at this to make this hire in the coming months. They either make it and they get this thing back on track or they don't and you're Rutgers. Mm-hmm. So that's what's at risk. I'd rather do that than 2 more years with Mr. Tucker, who, depending how plugged in you are or aren't, this was not going in a good direction. Now, that doesn't mean you can't walk the tightrope, but I wasn't feeling very pleasant about the things I kept hearing in the offseason. So, you know what? If he won, you could overlook a lot. But you know what you can't overlook? This Brenda Tracy situation.
No.
And for that, it cost him $80 million in any meaningful professional future. So congratulations. I hope it was worth it, you moron. You burnt every bridge you had. You ruined everybody. All these kids, their families, the fans, the donors who paid your ass.
Heck, I'm sorry. I'm probably thinking your family as well. So,
well, that was already
right,
up Bleach Creek without a paddle.
Wow. So, yeah,
sorry. David, some ticket checks, if you will, and then we'll go to the phones. 248-539-9797.
It's sad. There's nobody on that staff that can act like an adult and make it right. They need a pass guy to do this. Not a single coach is capable. That's weak.
No, it's not weak. You're just a functioning idiot. There's no one on that staff that has the relationship with the school, that has the credibility, and has the experience to deal with it. You think Jay Johnson's doing that? Fan base wants Jay gone. Scotty Hazelton? Now, Harlan Barnett is actually the acting head coach. Okay? We think Russ Ells has got that? Guys, Barry Alvarez did this for Wisconsin.
Twice.
Bob Stoops did it for Oklahoma. But yet when MSU does it, it's weak. No, you're just searching. This is why you didn't call. Because we have taken your oxygen. Because the school, even by the national writers who want nothing more than to grab those Mad Libs articles from 2018 and bury MSU, are saying the school did everything they could do right.
Dan Murphy. Yeah.
I mean, come on. When he crawls out of a 1-bedroom apartment and supports you, you know you got something going.
Someone says, lifetime Spartan, and I couldn't have said it better myself. You two, Tuck was dumb. He just simply was dumb.
Yeah, like you don't need to reinvent the wheel. I'm sorry I didn't use something more nuanced, like lack of judgment. No, actually, he's just stupid. That's the thing I kept coming back to yesterday in conversations with people. You're brain dead. You cannot get involved on any level with a vendor to the school. You cannot get involved when that vendor is a sexual assault awareness educator and advocate.
Who already has a horrific story to tell.
Thank you.
I just wanted to help you out.
I know. No, I'm not mad. It's just the
word for me was from 1:30 early Sunday morning, he's cooked. He's just there's no way. Because here's what I said. If MSU was smart, you would just hold a press conference the next day. I didn't think it was going to happen because I'm like, they'll probably wait and let this thing fester. Props to them. At 3 o'clock, we got the email saying, hey, it's a press conference at 5, and the president and the AD is going to talk about this. They went out, talked about it, and then you found out a little bit more. You had to separate from this man. Now, I thought originally he was going to get suspended with pay, but I guess now due to the clause and the fact that, Brenda Tracy made the story public, the university had every right to say, no, you're suspended without pay, and he probably won't get another check again until there's some type of undisclosed settlement to just walk away so that you don't sue us.
There it is.
You're not going to sue us, Mel. We'll give you a taste of what you were supposed to get. Good luck with that, but you can't sue us, and we'll never know the exact number of what it's going to be.
And let me throw a bouquet out there. And I texted Stoney this morning. I thought the morning show did a beautiful job handling this, because if there's anyone who would like to power bomb MSU through the soundboard, it would be John or former Wolverine season ticket holder Michael Stone. They handled this perfectly because, oh wait, the school didn't do anything wrong. Oh, well, why did he coach? Because you're not going to make an $80 million mistake.
Exactly. And
they didn't know the contents of the report, so the investigation alone is not enough to banish somebody.
And for every idiot out there, I'm looking at pretty much everybody in the media. Well, Michigan State's fired Mel Tucker once again. That would have been the dumbest move.
That would have been an $80 million mistake.
Right. You can't fire him. You have to go through the process. Even if it takes 4 weeks to do, guess what, guys? Nothing's going to happen over the next 28 days. No. But if you would have fired him yesterday, him and his lawyer would have been dancing saying, yes, yep, I get all of my money.
Now, if you want to say that it is grotesque that MSU acted in the interests of money, well, I'd like to say welcome to the world. Thank you for joining us. Everything's about money.
It is.
Sorry, doesn't make it right. It's just real.
Yeah, but they have to go through the due process.
Right.
For the simple fact, if not, right now, they're in the best situation. We'll pay him whatever we want to give him, and he must say yes. But it ain't nowhere near $80 million.
No, and again, I hate the idea that the school is out there again for the wrong reasons, but it's like, this is the only way to move forward.
And yeah, and then, miss me on the whole, well, it has nothing to do with Larry Nassar. Nothing.
You know what I've accepted?
With that.
I've accepted something that I probably shouldn't. That is going to be attached, rightfully, wrongfully, forever because of ESPN. That's why that network should be burned to the ground.
Okay, whoa. Let's go back to Mel Tucker being dumb because of Larry Nassar and ESPN. Hey, Mel, what's probably the one name you don't want to invoke for an excuse of why you did this? Well, Paula Levine was writing an article on Brenda Tracy. Wrong, Mel. Way to dig even deeper. Because that was just a dog whistle for Paula. I'm sorry. Did somebody mention my name? She rises up like the Undertaker. I'm sure there'll be something with the MSU timeline going all the way back. I can only imagine Tom Izzo in his room flipping his desk over saying, what the F, Mel? Are you just going to burn down this school on your way out?
Here's the other thing. I'm going to tell Spartans this. You're going to get all upset at me. There's two things. A, I don't know whoever allowed Tom Izzo in the booth at FS1 with CMU, the opener. But that is stupid. If you had an idea that the guy was under investigation and you didn't have the details, which is what they knew, I don't want to hear, well, Tom does whatever Tom wants to. I know. Tom's the face of Michigan State Athletics.
Yeah, but here's the thing about that, Mike.
You can't be in there saying, well, Mel Tucker's the right guy. You can't do it.
Because he didn't know. And here's the thing, Mike, you can't come to MSU without talking to Tom Izzo.
He's busy. He's busy.
But hold on. It's a football game. You don't have to talk to Tom Izzo.
Hey, guess what? Where was Tom yesterday? Watching David's team get their ass kicked. He's busy, Rico.
I understand.
Lock him in a closet. He's not that big.
And ESPN and big places come up there. Izzo's
not
always
here.
Front and center.
He has the poops, not here. Caught some bad brajol, not here. Or
bad fish pizza,
not here. What I don't need in the next month, I don't need to hear from him. He needs to stay out of this.
Yeah. This one is not your fight. You don't need to. I think the university this is what the president and the athletic director is for. Let them do their job, because to me, Tom, you'll probably say something that you'll end up regretting. Like when he got up and spoke the Larry Nassar stuff.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Lack of a better term, muzzle him.
I know you mean well. I know you are Mr. MSU.
Yeah, that's
but
great.
This is where let Woodruff, let Howler do their job.
Focus on basketball. Kindly leave. 248-539-9797. I think the people want to talk, shall we?
We shall.
We'll do it next. 97.1.
You've heard me talk about Specs at LTU, located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Specs at LTU can help you if you're looking for that career in radio, TV, you're a graphics design artist. Specs at LTU is the place for you to go. What do you need to do? Simply be curious. Go to the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program offered through Specs at LTU, taught by instructors who work in the business like yours truly. What does that mean? It means we're not going to waste your time. It means you're going to hit the ground running, learning what it takes to get started in your new career. Specs at LTU is the place for you. Remember, be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and then make magic by enrolling in the Specs at LTU certificate programs today.
Perfect sleep temperature, I don't know, about 68 degrees. And what's not up for debate, the eco-friendly. Best mattress on the market, the iComfort Eco by Serta. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or there's a Serta Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, let's get to the people. And again, if you have a disagreement, you're welcome to disagree. I am offering you a perspective from a Spartan. I ain't telling you this is some great day. I have to look forward that we were either probably headed down another year and a half of pain, i.e. less than 8 wins, less than 7 wins, negative recruiting. The recruiting's already in the tank right now. They're ranked 52nd. And a coach who, guys, I want to say this, and I'm not, how do I do this without sounding like a bigger ass than I already am? There are certain, the way Rico and I approach this, I think you'll be comfortable with me speaking for you on it. The way we approach this is this. You do a radio show every day. You can't tell people everything. I am not in the rumor monger business. This show's too big. It's too popular. I have too much responsibility to the station, the company, etc., as well as Rico. But when you hear things, I have made it a part of how I do this job is you got to read between the lines when I'm talking sometimes. That not everything's totally a joke. So on a day like today where this comes out about Mel Tucker, it allows me to then give you some of the reasons I was so down on the program. And again, if you're asking me, do I think more will come out? Yes. Okay? I don't think he was behaving very well. Yeah. All right? Being detached. I mean, I talked to a former player you're talking about a guy who was as figurehead as it gets, and his attention was elsewhere. Well, listen, in an ideal world, not a realistic one, but an ideal one, everyone would have been able to figure out what was going on at the same time, and he would have been aced out, and they would have moved on. That's not how the world works, because then MSU's getting sued for breach, for violating and potentially putting a victim at risk, and they would owe $80 million to this goofball of a man.
Right.
MSU did not have any of the details. Like, if I'm not going to take any of these phone calls, well, why was he coaching? Because they had to. They knew they were sitting on a time bomb, the Title IX investigation, but Tuck knew, Brenda Tracy knew, and the Title IX officer knew. Right. That's it. You don't get a choice, Rico.
Right.
So the point is, you know a ton. You can't say it all the time. Right. We're not in the business of slandering people.
Yeah, because here's the thing. You wanted transparency. After the Nassar stuff, you should do a better job. Well, Michigan State said, we're going to do a better job. And how about this? No one's going to know anything, so you can't influence anything. We're going to bring in an outside person with no ties to the university, and that's going to be the person that hears it. So, because that was my biggest question. Why was he allowed to coach from Central Michigan? You should have just suspended him. They didn't know. You knew it was something. Was it major? Was it minor? We don't know. We're going to find out during the bye week. We're going to make a decision then. But as of now, we have to go business as usual, because if they suspended him before the Central Michigan game, any reporter worth their salt now is doing digging. Why is he suspended? You need to tell us what's going on.
Then the problem is you might unearth who the victim is. Now, again, when that side of things went public and identified themselves and released 1,200 pages, that's what changed, where Alan Haller could then step up on, oh, by the way, the advice of counsel and suspend them without pay. If you suspend someone without pay, without due process, you're getting sued. I ain't telling you it's the greatest situation in the world. It's not. But this is reality.
Yeah.
And I think long-term, getting out from this literal ticking time bomb is best for everybody, because if even half the stuff I'd been hearing is true, I don't want this guy representing my school.
If even one or two of the things.
Okay, then. Let's go to the people, shall we? Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good, Paul. What's up?
Yeah, tough day. I'm a Spartan, so I thought it was pretty interesting that the first two calls you got were from U of M grads, which was fascinating to me. But I just wanted to mention, I think you guys are the spot on, really. I do think that this is actually a blessing in disguise. The recruiting, the turnover in personnel, all the signals that you're seeing were clearly, losing your two best players to other teams, right? That's something. So I think all the signals are pointing to the fact that the program was in for a very rough ride, and we have this guy locked in for a long time.
Correct. Listen, that's the other thing, and I mean, I'll make it a football thing. Look, he's made some disastrous hires. Enrico, you know exactly who I'm talking about. And it's set back recruiting for a while. Mm-hmm. He made some bad moves, and that's beyond the coordinator stuff. So, yeah, Paul, when you add it all up, it was beginning to reach a hope phase for me, not confidence. Right. And hope ain't a strategy.
Yeah, Keon leaving, that was something.
Yep.
Now they're treating you like you're a mid-major school. Peyton Thorne, I still say that wasn't that big of a deal.
Oh, you weren't impressed by a 14-10 win at Cal?
One last thing, guys, and I'll jump off and listen. But I did want to say, from the upside here is the fact that, the football facility is done by all accounts. They did a good job with that. Tom Izzo, football facility. There's a willingness out there to pay. Like, we showed that we'll step up to the plate and pay a coach a big-time salary if he performs.
I hope that's
the case.
And then,
and we're not locked into the division any longer. And I think that, it's always been a challenge that we've got to face every year some pretty storied, tough programs. And, guys on the other side are not having that same pressure. And I think the fact that we're adding these new schools, which will be very competitive schools, I'm not saying the league's getting easier, but we're not locked into, 3 pretty challenging games a year, every single year. So I think that those are all upsides for the next guy coming in.
Yeah,
and I'll let it go.
No, you're good, Paulie. And again, they have to show they're willing to spend again. Those are shows for down the line. I don't even want to go there today. And again, guys, you can be, believe me, am I annoyed? Am I disappointed? I'm angry at him, not angry at my school. I'm angry at him and what he's going to put the school through in the scrutiny, in the machine this week. But I'm trying to go long view because in the end, I do think this is going to give them a better shot because this guy is largely toast.
I mean, there's no great time to leave, but I mean, you look at D'Antonio the day before signing day, and now this happens 2 weeks into the season.
We got the market cornered on bad timing.
Like, are you serious? Like, right before your first big game of the year, oh, hey, your coach is probably about to get fired. Here you go. There you go. Go State.
What a buffoon. What an absolute buffoon. I wanted it to work so bad, too. I had to give it a chance. I didn't have a choice. But this was the game. I thought there was a shot. You know what's funny? So did a lot of people. When they won those 11 games, there were a lot of people going, geez, this could really work. Mm-hmm. But last year began the coaching issues, the staffing issues, the issue I referred to with you earlier of hiring a certain someone who was a bit of a con artist.
Right.
And then
But see, that's why
this offseason was a complete train wreck.
You had a lot of young players who redshirted, didn't play last year, and a lot of people were injured, and the suspensions, they came back. That's why I said, you know what, this year, 8-9 wins. I know that was on the high side, but I was going to judge them based off this game coming up against Washington. But you're right. It was a balancing act. Now, you don't have to hear about the contract. MSU has to make the next step. And
look, they're going to have to endure pain. Again, but all I say is
the good news is,
hey, your coach was on the phone doing X, Y, and Z. Yeah, and they're losing.
Yeah.
All right, pain is pain. I've just lost the illusion that they're ever going to be viewed in one way, and I don't care.
No.
Because I've given up on all of it. After I was here during the Nassar stuff. Thousands of good people who never did a thing wrong got railroaded during that. And that's just, thank you, ESPN. It's why I'll never have love for that network.
The saddest reality to that, the Nassar stuff, and then we'll move on. The basketball team, I don't think people realize how good they were because no one got a chance to talk about them that season.
No, they were being asked about it at practice.
They literally clinched the Big Ten 3.5 weeks before the season was over.
Go to Joe, 97.1. What's up, Joe? Joe?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
There's Joe. Hey. How you doing, buddy?
I'm here. Hey, touch up on something Rico said earlier about the anti-Sparty people partying. I don't think no one's partying over these allegations. We shouldn't be talking about this on Monday of week 1. We should be talking about your Giants or something else a little more fun.
I mean, if you want to make fun of my Giants, I'm here for it.
No, and Joe, let me preface
I
this.
turned the channel at 23-0 and begged my dad to do the same thing.
Not everybody is celebrating, but there are some who are celebrating. I'm hoping that they are just a vocal minority.
I hope so too. Yeah, because I'm not a Sparty, but I ain't party, and I'm it's pretty sad actually.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, we could always talk about the Giants.
What do you want me to say?
Dude, I just quit watching it.
I did too. You know what?
You know what? Seriously, I was like, wait, Avengers Endgame is on? There we go.
I went to American Gangster. Bumpy Johnson.
Right.
He was
as soon
an
as I
important
got there,
man.
Captain America was like, Avengers, assemble.
This is going to be a topic, and I don't know if it'll be today because we have so much else, but Rico, the NFL has got to do better for its customers and its players. Several teams were not ready to play yesterday. The Giants being one of them, the Bengals being one of them, David Steelers being one of them. There were several teams.
Wait. David, he told me they were going to be ready.
There were several teams who you could tell had no preseason and weren't ready to play. Coaches even coming out yesterday and saying, I have to change my strategy because this isn't working.
No,
it's not fair for week 1 for the customers to be practice mode. They have to find a way. That was dreadful football yesterday.
Right, but there is no successful way. Because remember, Campbell didn't play anybody.
That's you know what, though?
And they won.
Okay, Rico, it's an anomaly.
Yeah.
So you know what? Never mind.
What, no. But then David, all fairness, Kenny Pickett looked great in preseason.
But even when you're watching the Lions game, even Mike Tirico said, Goff said it was going to take him a series or two to get it together.
And guess what? Both the Lions and Chiefs played a B- C+ game.
Yeah.
They didn't have preseasons, man. I'm just saying. No excuse for the Giants. But
everybody can't beat Kenny Pickett.
You can't hurt me with the Giants. I've already told you I don't think they're going to be that great. Not 40-0.
I was about to say, I wasn't trying to hurt you. I literally did a podcast with Rieger and turned around and was like, oh, dear God, wow.
Yeah, it's kind of my reaction. Hungry Howie's, 50 years of flavor. That's 50 years creating delicious pizza.
Eat your pain.
Eat your feelings. Try the Bee Sting Pizza. Their brand new menu item. Hot honey drizzle. You can get pepperoni, jalapenos, whatever the hell you like, but 2 toppings. $12.99. And whether it's that or any of their standard classics, the mix and match, $6.99, and away you go. So bottom line, Hungry Howie's, get dinner on the table quick, settle in, Monday Night Football. Hungry Howie's, limited time only on the Bee Sting Pizza. That's Hungry Howie's. All right, let's get to the people, and I promise later we will get to the Lions. They deserve our time, but there is just no way in HELL hell we're going to gloss over Mel Tucker. This show can't. Give me a break. But
that's like a concert. People have been lining up since Sunday to hear what we had.
And that's good, and I want to have that conversation. And I tried to offer you a topic beyond, hey, coach dumb, coach did bad, coach gone. Like, the topic is, do you believe long-term this will be a net positive for State to be out of the Mel Tucker business? And my answer to you is yes. Not short-term, long-term.
No, in long-term, and it's a topic for another show, I'm going to be interested to see how high up they're willing to go for a replacement coach.
I'm terrified they'll screw up the hire, but you told me, Michael, not today. So I'm gonna heed that advice.
Yeah.
You want to go to the people?
Well, no, you're talking about the board of directors. That's just going to depress you. It depresses everybody.
Since 1855.
Hey-o.
Let's go. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. What's up, Joseph?
Hey, Mike. I just wanted to say that I think that the decision's already been made to fire him. Both sides know it, and all they're doing now is jockeying for position on the negotiations to follow.
Correct.
And I think that he's actually got a pretty good case to walk away with about half of his salary. It's unfortunate, but I think that's what will happen.
Joe, how is that?
Because as far as I can tell, I don't know if California or Florida law applies or if wherever she was applies, but he hasn't broken any laws.
It's not a legal matter.
There
It's
is
a
that
moral
clause
matter.
in his contract, but that's awfully vague, and his lawyer's going to attack it. He's already lawyered up, but she's attacking the investigator.
So, Joe, let me explain something. He did it on, okay, now we're going to get into the granular. He was on a trip in Naples, Florida at a hotel that MSU paid for at an MSU event on company time. He violated the moral clause. There's nothing illegal about what he did. He will never win that, ever.
He's basically fighting to get a portion of his salary, and I think what he's going to do is, and by the way, I think he should get nothing because he signed the contract.
Sure.
His lawyers explained every paragraph of it to him. He knew what he was doing.
And Joe, hold on. Let me
go in there
say,
and muddy the waters and say he didn't break any laws.
It's not a legal matter.
Joe, hold on. In his contract, though, it states in there, and I don't know if he read it or his lawyer read it. You don't have to be arrested of anything.
Correct.
You don't have to be convicted of anything.
Did you bring shame upon the university? Cutscene.
Yes. So therefore, right now, the university probably owes him nothing. They'll work out a settlement, but Joe, trust me, it will be nowhere near half of what he was supposed to get.
If it was near half, they need new lawyers at MSU. Joe.
I don't think it will be even a tenth of what he was supposed to get. I'm just saying that's the when talking, that contract says you don't have to be convicted. It was written in a way where it's pretty much saying, look, just don't go out there and do something stupid and you're going to get all your money. Well, funny thing happened along the way of getting all your money. You did something stupid.
And he admitted to it, by the way. Just wanted to.
Oh, yeah. And once I saw that, I was like, he can't walk this back. This is over. Whether it was consensual or not.
No, the consensual is, as you said, it does not matter.
Yeah.
It's the height of idiocy. Then he admitted to it, and it's in the documents. Like, it's over. Good luck. If he gets half, they need new counsel. Go to Kyle, 97.1. What's up, Kyle? Kyle? Uh-oh. There he is. I hear him picking up the phone. There he is.
He had us on speaker.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I did, Rico. Sorry. Something that's kind of getting overlooked. I just want to bring up the players and all this. I mean, these are kids who, a lot of them, move cross country to come and play for this guy, and they're essentially, losing out on an entire season because, I mean, we got Washington coming up on Saturday. This season's a wash. I mean, there's not going to be any success on the field, and even if there is, no one's going to be talking about it.
Well, Kyle, hold on, Kyle. You held for a long time. I'm going to let you finish. I'll simply say this. You've seen this before. I think when it comes to the players, it could go, the season's just totally over, or they do the whole us versus the world type of thing. Now, I'm not saying they're going to win the Big Ten, but outside of the big three, have you seen the rest of the Big Ten? It's pretty bad.
And that's a fair point, and that certainly can happen. And I hope, Spartan Nation out there, packs Spartan Stadium and supports these guys, because this has nothing to do with those players at all.
And I think that's why you brought D'Antonio back.
100%. And we'll see if he can stabilize things.
But here's
I did want to ask.
Hold on, and I want you to ask it. But here's the other thing. Kyle, we talked about it. Preseason, the over-under was 5.5 and heavily juiced to the under. I was sitting here going, geez, could they get to 7? Rico's like, I need 8. The reality is they were probably never getting to 8. So the whole idea that now it's a wash, it was probably a wash with him. We were begging. Think about it. I was back to begging Nick Saban to make the Sun Bowl. That's where I was back to, Kyle. Go ahead. What do you want to ask?
Yeah, that's fair. I just want to ask you guys, why doesn't Michigan State during that press conference wave that banner of the legal obligations they have to be essentially unable to make any moves until the accuser comes out and makes it public? I mean, that seems like such an easy out for Michigan State.
Kyle, I'll simply say this. In talking with people at Michigan State, mistakes were made, and they really wish that they did say just that and really explain it further. Now, I guess Interim President Woodruff have come out with a letter. It's a long letter. I haven't had time to read it all, but she's stating all of this. But yes, when they had the world's attention, they know they probably should have really hit it hard of what they could and could not do legally.
You can't put Alan Haller in front of a microphone.
Well, he has to go in front of the
microphone. Then don't look like the news anchor from The Simpsons.
Mike, he
looked scared, nervous.
It was his first big time doing something like that.
Yeah, I could hear his knees rattling.
And, it'll be better the next time.
Oh, reassuring. I hope there isn't a next time.
No, I mean when they say, "Hey, the board of directors actually didn't do anything stupid, and we have a new coach, and you'll all like him." Ladies and gentlemen,
John L. Smith.
Wow.
The man they almost booed his wife out of the press conference.
The L stands for Lansing.
That's right. I felt so bad nobody wanted him there. That's our board of trustees, everybody. All right, the NFL season. Great offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $5. I keep saying get $5. It's bet $5. Get $200 in bonus bets. I should have gotten $5 for watching the Giants last night. $5 get $100 off YouTube and YouTube TV NFL Sunday Ticket. Best time to join. It's the start of the NFL. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch. YouTube TV redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime.
Here's what's crazy about this, Gator, and you tell me if this makes sense. On February 27th, the Detroit Lions to win the NFC were 8-1 on February 27th. Updated today, they are 10-1. They're a longer shot now than they were on February 27th. Now, whose odds have gone up dramatically in that time? Eagles went from 7-2 to 3-1, which is not dramatic. Basically from 7-2 to 6-2. 49ers went from 4-1 to 7-2, so 8-2 to 7-2. 49ers went from 15-2 to 11-2. This is obviously a little bit better. And the Lions' odds have gone down.
I mean, my lifetime watching sports, I pretty sure Mel Tucker has set the bar for the dumbest ways to lose $80 million. But the question is,
you know what? I say let's wait until Christmas and somebody will top that.
Yeah, that's fair. Look, the question is, long term, is it a net positive for state? Short term, of course, there's going to be pain. They'll get dragged through the mud. News cycle will have their way with them. The good part, thus far, it looks like the school did everything to the letter of the law. This is not a legal matter.
See, I don't think they get dragged through the mud, Mike. I think Mel Tucker will, but Michigan State, like I said, when you got Dan Murphy saying, hey, there's nothing that they did wrong.
Yikes.
Yeah, the oxygen's out the room. It's
Look, what they did wrong is they hired the wrong guy. What they did wrong is this guy embarrassed him. So I can own that. I'm not telling you it's a good look, but I think all of this reputation stuff is just it's like this weird talking point for people. Like, what power program has a good rep? Tell me what power program has this pristine reputation. Tell me.
Right, because at this point, you would even think, well, it's the schools, the educational schools, and then, as you would say, cutscene, look at what happens in Evanston. Look, there's no place that's safe. Stuff goes down on all campuses.
Georgia's the best football program in America. Georgia, I feel like they've had half their roster arrested this offseason.
I mean,
including a staffer. Guess what? No one really cares. They're winning.
Right. Imagine Jaden Reed's in the car and one of his teammates dies. He's not in the NFL. Okay. Well, Carter, we'll drop you to about the 10th pick. How about that? There's your
and again, there's idealistic and realistic. I've just given up on the idea that both can be true. Well, we do it above board and we're great at ball. Look, the guy's a POS. I'm angry on behalf of Spartans. You know who I don't care about if you're not a Spartan? I don't really care what you think of my school anymore. I left that about 5 years ago. So you can think whatever you want. I don't care. I care about fans. I care about the donors. I care about the players and their families. And yes, even though I don't like several members of the staff, I care about them, their families, their kids. Mel Tucker let everyone down because he is a degenerate buffoon. Okay? Now, you want to attach that to the engineering department of Michigan State, have at it. I'll be in a separate room. I don't want to hear it.
But yeah, it's just everybody that believed in the university, the students, you just kind of felt like, why did you do this to us? That's the feelings. Like, Mel, coach, seriously? Wow. Just utter disappointment. I think it went past anger to just disappointment.
I think he bought the hype. He bought the sizzle. I don't think he's a very bright guy.
He started believing in everything that came along with the job and sitting courtside at the Suns games and all of that stuff.
And bitching about NIL with this hanging over your head. You are a delusional piece of garbage. And you can kindly leave now.
Yeah.
That's my only solace in any of this, is that they're out of the Mel Tucker business, because I feel like this was headed a bad direction, and now we get to avoid having to live through it. Just get them gone. Deal with the interim pain now.
You get a do-over. I mean,
oh, God help me.
They were at a crossroads because this is why I get angry with the money. They were at a crossroads at the time. Either you were going to lose him to an SEC school and look cheap, or you ponied up the money and you paid him, but it was going to come with responsibilities.
Somehow in my mind, I just see like Joel Ferguson in a Cadillac Coupe de Ville screaming down the street, I have the right answer. This is my life.
He's not on the board anymore, Mike.
The ghost of George Perlis with pistachios rib stains on his bib. I've got the answer.
Wait, we got John Engler on line too.
Right, this is my life. Okay. Enrico said we can't do the coaching search stuff today, and he's right, but I'm just already looking forward because
I've looked at some names. You shot down one. You actually shot down two.
That's private.
So
leave that alone. David, ticket text before we get back to the callers.
Someone says, can we hire D'Antonio with a fire a coordinator clause? No. Must fire a coordinator every 3 years.
You can't go home again. This is about giving MSU 90 days.
You can't hire D'Antonio because
never.
If you do the whole 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, the reason why you had to go and get Mel Tucker is because Mark D'Antonio left you the day before signing day. You were desperate. You went out there. You asked him. Tucker said no. You ponied up $5 million. Tucker said yes. He leaves. You didn't really have a coaching search. So before we get all nostalgic about Mark, let's not forget why Mark left. You remember, it was a celebration.
Before you get nostalgic, I want you to stare at a picture of Jim Bowman and his flip phone for 15 minutes. That'll bring you to reality. Mark D'Antonio allowed corpses to surround him the last few years. Want to pop in some of that beautiful 7-6 Redbox Bowl footage? Take it easy with nostalgia. I'm happy he's back.
Right. I know it's the Rose Bowl reunion.
I've let it go.
It was a lot more than just that Rose Bowl and the Cotton Bowl. Because the later years, when the highlight of the later years was
14-7
Gus Johnson in the Holiday Bowl, that's not saying a lot.
Gus Johnson on lewds. Put down the phone.
They did a double reverse flicker.
Yeah, annexation of Puerto Rico, 67-yard TD in the Holiday Bowl. Touchdown, black guy. You're like, Gus, are you here? Then you go to Saturday at Colorado. Who are these people?
LJ Scott's running away. There's nobody around for 40 yards. Looks like he's going to score a touchdown. All right, MSU. Ha-ha.
Rico's never let it go. The Holiday Bowl is peak Rico bitterness.
Because people told me, I was there, and people told me about it. When I got and watched, you think people are exaggerating. They weren't.
No, they weren't.
It's like, really?
I want to make sure we get a caller in the mix, shall we?
Yeah.
I got to see who has held the longest. I do apologize. I believe Ken is next. 97.1. Ken, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you gentlemen doing today?
Good.
As decent as we can be, considering my team lost 40-0 on national TV last night, but I'm okay.
No, I hear you. My team got routed by the Niners, so I'm right in that boat with you.
Oh, no. Rico, behave yourself. Ken, go ahead.
All right, sorry.
And I'm a Spartan and very disappointed in my university.
Okay.
This whole mess is covered under their policies, relationship violence, sexual misconduct, and Title IX policy. Section 9 of that policy allows for the sharing of the information of the complaint and the names of parties to other units in the university, i.e. Alan Haller in the athletic department.
But not outside counsel of Title IX. He's
not outside counsel. He's
it is outside
of the university.
He can't know. Ken, he can't know. Everyone has verified this.
Yes.
Okay, then you know what? All the national media who have verified that he can't know are wrong, and Ken, the Steelers fan, is right.
They chose this policy, Ken, because they didn't want any shenanigans. They didn't want any influence. They wanted it to be so beyond reproach that we are only going to leave this into the hands of this third-party person and the two people involved in this until the hearing comes to date. They are told there's a hearing that's going to be to date. What's it about? We can't tell you.
Then it can be shared. It can't be shared prior.
No, this was in the Detroit News article this morning also.
Ken, I say it again to you. Do you think Alan Haller would have allowed the man to coach if he could suspend him without owing $80 million? Do you really believe that?
Under the policies.
Answer the question, Ken. Answer my question, please. I don't want to be mad.
No, he wouldn't have.
So if he had suspended him, knowing he owes $80 million, would Alan Haller still have a job?
He shouldn't have a job now.
Fine by me, because I think he treats all the sports equal, and I don't want him there. But that's fine. But Ken,
right? That's a separate argument. Look, all I'm saying is there are Title IX attorneys out there. I am an attorney also. There are Title IX attorneys out there that say they can follow their policies, which allow for the sharing of the information, which Haller knew. He even admitted it, that he knew he was given information What information was he given?
He knew
by
of the
policy?
complaint.
He knew there was
He's
a complaint.
allowed to know the nature of the complaint.
Of course he knows the nature of the complaint. It's Title IX, Ken. Jesus H. Christ.
I don't know what we were doing there. But
Of
you know
course
what?
he knows the nature of it, Ken.
He's a lawyer, so we were splitting hairs at that point. Yeah, here, newsflash.
Oy vey.
They cannot know. You did not want him to know. MSU said we're going to learn from Larry Nassar and be better. This was part of them being better because if you know, you can influence things, and they didn't want that to happen.
The whole point of why the man wasn't suspended before the hearing is they are setting up to take his money. End.
But that's not in Detroit news.
Whatever. I try hard. I try really hard. I do.
97.1.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yeah, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Devontae on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do it, Doug.
Hey, real quick continuation. The whole point, if you're still listening, is just because you can do something, it doesn't mean you do it. And I still disagree with your premise. The point is, legal counsel is guiding their every move at Michigan State. When you have an $80 million liability hanging over your head, just because you can do something doesn't mean you do it. Because if you do it, it probably means you got to write an $80 million check.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I was trying to say, Ken.
You do it right, you're maybe writing an $8 million check. You do it wrong, he gets everything. Yeah, and oh, by the way, she may come after you too.
Correct.
So, yeah, listen to the lawyers. Let's do everything by the book. And that's what they've been doing so
And
far.
how many times do we have to read the only people entitled to the contents of the report? Tucker, Tracy, and the Title IX officer.
Yeah.
How many national publications have to write?
Not the Board of Trustees. Because if you don't want same
half
old
the board
image,
was in the dark that there was even an investigation.
which, you know what? I'm not mad at that. Because if you don't want same old Michigan State, I mean, we joked about it all show long. The board has been a joke since I've been a student there. I mean, it's a bunch of people who half of them probably shouldn't be on there. You don't know. They have like 9 different agendas. It's like, and none of them seem to be MSU related.
The bottom line is they weren't going to suspend him until the hearing. I think there's a tactical, legal reason why. Now, if you don't accept that and you want to say, well, they could have done this, fine. Then I will come to you for the $80 million. Now, you want to tell me, well, it can't be about money. Fine, but it is.
It is. Which is why when everybody was like, it's all over the place, he's fired. I'm like, guys, he's not fired because they can't be that stupid to fire him.
Unless you had like Phil Knight willing to just pay $80 million for a pound of flesh and fire the man immediately. But even then,
I don't think Phil Knight would, because he was like, so I can wait 28 days and pay little to nothing.
And you're trying to prevent future litigation. Look, they're already going to be sued by Brenda Tracy, and I'm staying out of that business. That's something they're going to have to handle. The point I'm making is, it's like saying technically Kenny could punch David in the face. That doesn't make it a good idea.
Right.
He could do it. Doesn't make it a good idea. Alan Haller got up there yesterday at a press conference because Brenda Tracy went public. Mm-hmm. Because 1,200 pages of a sealed report that they do not have access to.
Right. It expedited.
It then they're allowed to go out and suspend without pay. Why? Because the lawyers said, push the button.
Yeah. Because 24 hours before that, we didn't know. The public didn't know. Alan didn't know. No one knew except for 3 people and their lawyers. And that was it. But hey.
No, I'm saying, I'm trying to find a middle ground with someone like Ken. Once again, if you can do something, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a good idea to do it. Mm-hmm. The Title IX protocols and the way it's done is to keep the privacy. It's sacrosanct. You have to keep the privacy of the 2 parties involved. Mm-hmm. If you go out and suspend your coach because he's under a Title IX investigation, you are opening yourself up to a wrongful termination, wrongful treatment suit.
Mm-hmm. And by talking to your coach or talking to the victim, now you are dragging yourself into this. And now you've become a witness. And what did you know? And I did tell this person, and now they spread this around, and now names are being put out there. Like, this is the right way to do it. I know in this world, everybody needs to know everything. And sometimes, guess what? You don't. Let the people who need to know.
Here's reality too. Like maybe I look at this the wrong way. He coached against CMU in Richmond. He's never coaching a game again. Okay. What's the difference here? Everyone nationally is acknowledging State did this the right way.
Like, they have to do it the right way.
They don't have a choice. Yeah. They'll get power bombed if they do it the wrong way.
I mean,
and rightfully so.
They don't want Spartan Secrets, the sequel.
It's just, I don't know what again.
I mean, you have to. I mean, knowing it's another sexual assault case on your campus, allegedly, You can't do anything wrong.
Sexual harassment.
I'm sorry, sexual harassment. Allegedly. You can't do anything wrong. The world's they put you under a microscope. It may not go as fast as people want. They may not have done what your lawyer said that they should have done. But they got to do what's best for them. They got to do in order to save themselves $80 million. And so far, it looks like they did the right thing.
And if it comes out that they didn't do the right thing, caller Ken will put a plaque up in the studio, and I will tell you, you can burn the whole school to the ground. It's the whole premise I had during the Nassar days. The only people I decided to step up and defend was the character assassination that they tried to put Mark D'Antonio and Tom Izzo through. Okay? Neither of those guys were Kathy Klages. Neither of those guys knew this man. But yet ESPN felt it fit to lump them in with that
big picture of Tom.
Piece of garbage.
A big picture of Tom, big picture of Mark, tiny little picture of Larry Nassar. Spartan secrets. What did they know?
And then they took a bunch of old news, packaged it as new. Oh, and by the way, all those things were adjudicated. But hey, roll it out there as B-roll.
Well, you saw that in that follow-up Spartans We're Sorry report.
Must have missed that one. David, the ticket text, please.
Says, guys, I feel like MSU hired Michael Scott. This is such a stupid thing to do. It literally feels like some messed up skit.
I know.
That is from Luke.
I know it does. And I'm saving my scorn for him, not the university. My scorn is for Mel Tucker.
Yeah, reading that USA Today article, which I actually thought was good. I thought it was fair because it wasn't an opinion piece. It just did what some writers can't do in this world. Just tell me the story without me hearing how you feel about it. That's why I thought that was a very good article.
Yeah, someone says they're a Michigan alum here. He says, who exactly is in charge of making the next hire? The university will be on their 5th president since 2018. There's no leadership.
No, there's not. They haven't had a good president since John Hanna.
You weren't a big DiBiagio fan?
No, Mary Lee Dean Baker. Look,
Merritt Norfeld.
Oh, please. The job at Michigan State or any big public university is very difficult because the politics run high. You have a board of trustees. Look, the way that the board of trustees is elected is a clown show. The average American is a dunce who doesn't really care about voting. But they'll vote on their party line, and we're putting people in charge of running.
Or you need a famous name.
Right. We're right. What ex-athlete can we put in as a board of trustee member?
I promise you, Mike, you could run for board of trustees, and based off of your name, and no one knows what you stand for, you would be elected.
I don't think that's the case, but I'll take it.
I promise you. You put your name on the ticket, David. He puts his name on the ticket. Is he not getting elected?
No way. He is.
Simply off of, is that Mike Valenti from the radio?
I wouldn't get 1% of the vote.
I think both of you would get elected.
No, Mike would get elected. They wouldn't elect me. They would elect me.
I think both of you would get in, Rico. Come on now.
Mike would.
I don't want to.
I know you don't. But
I don't suffer fools very well. I'd last one meeting and I'd be like, I can't do this with these people.
I'm saying when it comes to people voting, it's they see a name, they know, Mike Valenti. There you go.
I hate that guy.
That's voting all over the place.
He's in.
And every Michigan person, I hate Mike. Get him off the radio. You're not going to be a board of trustee.
I don't know that I like where this is going.
Write him in, folks.
248-539-9797. Don't do that. I'm not doing that.
Can we get 10 votes from Mike this November?
No. No, we cannot. We will get to your phone calls next. If you're headed to Vegas, go to the D Las Vegas. It's located downtown. Tons of action. Look, we told you the other day, Circa Hotel and Casino. Circa completely sold out. Stadium Swim was an absolute nut house for the Lions game. Whatever works for you, book the property. They're sister resorts. Check it out. You book your room, thed.com, to book your stay today. Even if you stay at the D, you're going to get 2 free Stadium Swim passes at Circa. So whatever football weekend you're going out there, check it out. It's thed.com to book your stay today. It's thed.com, the D Las Vegas. It's your home for sports in Vegas.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yep, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Devontae on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done.
And finally,
for you,
bold ass predictions, Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long, Monday through Friday, prior to the NFC title game.
Wow. That's a lot, but that's what he's willing to do. Lastly, Doug, bold-ass prediction, Brian Branch will take a fumble and an interception back for a touchdown this year.
Beautiful.
If you're tuning in, couple notes. We gave complete rundowns of the Mel Tucker situation at 2 and 3. Odyssey.com rewind if you want it. We're trying to focus on the callers. And then, long term, I'm saying it with a straight face, that as embarrassing as Mel Tucker is currently, I think it's going to be a net positive long term to get out of the Mel Tucker business. And the fact is, everything the school has done, the reason they've done it the way they've done it, I think they've got a great shot to get out from under this contract, because what he did and admitted to in the Title IX report that was made public at 12:45 in the morning on Sunday morning violates his moral turpitude clause in the contract. So you may not like that it's about money or why did he coach against Central. Unless you think Alan Haller is going rogue and is not getting the full support of the president and by the way, not being guided by general counsel, then it's pretty tactical. So that's where I'm at with it. Show me he did something wrong. I'll launch him to the moon. But I don't have any evidence of that. I'm a straight shooter with it. I don't get a paycheck from the school like some people. Okay? Show me anyone who did something wrong. I'll burn him to the effing ground. The only one who did something wrong here so far is the buffoon they had at head coach, because his behavior is so far beyond the pale. Having the idea of any involvement with anyone you're paying to come to this school and speak to your players about how to act like a man, how to treat women, sexual violence awareness, and you decide to get involved on any level. You've shown you don't have basic judgment skills, much less to get on the phone. And we've tried not to be salacious today, but having a one-man party on the phone, okay?
You know what? I like how you say that.
Yeah, because today's not the day for the hee-hees and ha-has. The whole point I make to you is you are not fit to lead this program. And you have single-handedly told everybody, bleep yourself. The people that supported you, the people that wanted it to work, the people that paid your salary, the fans, the players' families, the players. Look, the only thing I can tell you is this. As bad as the situation is with this one man, no, I don't believe it impacts the school at large. No, I don't believe it's a scourge on the Big Ten. You want to go with those narratives, go with it. The only thing I would ask is this, and I can be as hard on the team as anybody. The players don't deserve anything but some support here because they got screwed over badly.
Yeah.
Okay?
Because if you think that we were all in the dark, I'm sure their phones were blowing up at 2 a.m.
It's crazy.
What?
I'd be so
Coach?
Angry. I'd be so angry if I were a parent. I'd be so pissed.
Yeah.
So pissed. Okay.
Parent, player, just, yeah.
All of it. Let's go to the people, see what they got to say. Chris, 97.1. What's up, Chris?
Mike, great show. Chris from East Lansing. The only reason I say that, I've been around, seen a lot of this stuff for a lot of years.
Yeah.
I wanted to make a couple. I don't want to talk the contract because I know everyone's already beaten that. I don't want to talk last year 5-7, losing 7 games by 140 points. I don't want to talk that. While I was on hold, you made a lot of great points, and I appreciate you telling it like it is. That's one of the problems with MSU is the board gets overly involved. It should be bipartisan. Joel should have been off the board. I mean, he is off now, but he should have been off a long time ago. He had like Mitch Lyons, George Perlis. I mean, there were people on there that maybe shouldn't have been on there. The question I have for you is I want to lay down a couple stats. And then I want your opinion. Let's go back to when Mel Tucker was hired, and he was 2-3 in the NFL, 5-7 at Colorado, and was abysmal as a defensive coordinator in the NFL, finishing in the bottom 10 in the NFL every year, but won. But yet this committee went ahead and hired him. But why? I think the problem started then.
Well, remember, he wasn't their first choice.
Right.
They wanted Luke Fickell.
It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter.
But, Chris, they had to hire a coach because the former coach kind of left them high and dry.
Wait. You couldn't have hired an interim and spent some time to make the right decision like they're going to do now?
Hold on. I'm going to say it again. They had the guy that Mark wanted. They had Luke Fickell. They screwed it up. They didn't get Luke Fickell.
So it was a bad hire from the beginning, is what you're saying.
Well, I think at this point, currently, after you find out he had his hotel routine, yeah, I'd say it's a pretty bad hire.
Okay, so that's what I'm getting at. Because I still have DK Broiler, for instance, who related to Terry. He still thinks it's a good hire, which is amazing.
Good for him. I mean, anyone who thinks this was a good hire, the man is gonna be terminated in disgrace.
Right. I get it. I don't think it's a good hire, but I just wonder here's my only a couple things you mentioned, which I don't know the answer.
Chris,
why is it taking what's that?
Land the plane, please.
Man the plane.
Land the plane.
I can't do this. Speak.
I mean, I was just like, where
was
are we
he
going
just
with
about
this?
to say, why is it taking so long? 80 million reasons. Due process. That's why it's taking so long. Because I don't own a space cannon to load up Mel Tucker and launch him into space without owing him $80 million because there's a hearing October 5th and 6th.
I'm just like, where is he going with this? I'm just like,
Man, the plane? What do you mean, Rico?
Shut up.
Wait, was it a bad hire? I think it was a bad hire.
You needed 3 minutes for me to tell you as we sit here today, finding out that Mel Tucker thought it was a good idea to pleasure himself on a phone call with Brenda Tracy and admit to it in a hotel that MSU paid for on company time, being involved with her when he paid her to speak to the team. You need me to tell you it was a bad hire?
He needed to feel vindicated. Yes.
It was a bad hire. Yes, I was hopeful it would have worked out. Yes, I tried. Yes, I had hoped he could get to 7-5 and get his act together off the field. But no one knew about this. This you can't fix.
Yeah. And if you go into an entire season with an interim coach, you might as well just go back to the Stone Age.
Yeah, here's an idea. We're not Ohio State. We can't have Luke Fickell before he was Luke Fickell for a year go 6-6.
Yeah.
They had the guy they wanted. They screwed it up. And I don't know if it would have worked. I don't know if Luke Fickell would have worked.
But here's the thing. You can't throw away an entire season, entire recruiting class, everything. How's an interim coach going to recruit? I may or may not be here.
In the new era of college football, I would tell you, you are dead.
Right. So
You're dead.
It's like, well, why can't we go with an interim coach? Like, you had to hire somebody because you didn't have a coach.
Why do you think I blamed Mark so much?
That's why I was like, just land the plane or man the plane. Do something with the plane.
Go to Gary, 97.1. Hi, Gary.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Mike, I called up to have a conversation, if I could, about the possible role Tom Izzo may have played in defending Mel Tucker. But before we talk about that, I would like to commend you for taking up the cause of abused persons in recent years with all of your comments and courageous stands, particularly in regard to the issue of the late sex-abusing doctor at U of M and Bo Schembechler and Jim Harbaugh. You've always been a source of reasonableness and courageousness.
Well, and I appreciate that,
stuff.
but what was the first part of your call that we glossed over? What does Tom Izzo have to do with this?
You mentioned Tom Izzo earlier today, and my ears perked up, and I didn't catch everything you had to say.
He was on the broadcast, FS1. They brought him into the booth with Tim Brando, thank God, because Brando was horrific. And he said, I believe one of his quotes was like, Mel's the right guy, etc. And I said, look, you can't have Tom Izzo in there saying that. You can't have Tom on television. And if Tom's in the dark, you don't make him available. You can't have him in that booth.
How long ago was that?
2 weeks when they played Central Michigan.
Okay, because I have an issue with Tom Izzo that goes back a while, and I don't know what your point of view is.
Okay.
Until today, I would have guessed that your point of view is that you would be critical of him, but maybe not. I remember him defending Lou Anna Simon to the end in all of her outrageous words and actions, and I also remember a woman who claimed to have been raped by one of Tom Izzo's basketball players, appeal to him and get no help from him. So I always view Tom as being part of the cover-up crowd. Am I wrong?
Yes. In short, yes. Okay, so just I'll try to sort this out. Tell me where Tom covered anything up and where it wasn't adjudicated. I mean, I did all of this during the Nassar stuff. I understand if you don't like Tom, that's fine. Just tell me what I've missed and how it has to do anything with Mel Tucker. Just help me, please, Gary.
Well, I don't remember the name of the player who was accused of raping a woman after having met her in a Ann Arbor bar and inviting her back to what he described as a party when it was just him and another
Rico, can you help
friend or two?
Because I'm lost. Can you help me, Rico?
And this was a player who reportedly Tom Izzo had taken into his home.
Oh, you're talking. Are we talking? Is this the Travis Walton?
Yes, I think that he's talking Travis Walton.
Okay, and how was that covered up? Just so I'm clear.
With Tom, wasn't the woman very unhappy after having gone to Tom Izzo for help and getting none?
Rico, tell me.
I'm letting Gary go on because Gary is telling a story here. As far as I know, legally,
I thought everything was adjudicated.
Right, they went through the process and there was nothing by court people, lawyers, people smarter than me.
I mean, Gary, I was pretty careful. Look, here's what I'll tell you. I did all this over 5 years ago. The amount of court documents, the amount of lawyers I talked to, the amount of stuff, everything was adjudicated. Now, if you don't like that he stuck up for Luanna K. Simon, fine. Fine. You want to tell me Tom talks too much? Also fine. His comment saying, I hope they get the right guy, didn't like it. But the idea that he's part of a, quote, cover-up crew, when you go back through all that stuff, it's just not accurate.
No, far from accurate. I mean,
right. Why do the weirdos come out deep into a topic?
Right.
So let me hold on. So just let me get this straight. So is your stance that Tom Izzo is covering for Mel Tucker? Is that it?
I think so.
I'm glad we landed
because
the
he
plane.
lets everything happen with his program. But
He's also here, tongue firmly planted in cheek. He's also helping out Hunter Biden while you're at it too, right? I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Yeah, and
you know who's got Biden's?
You know what? And
he's got Hunter Biden's laptop too.
And you know what? He was the ringleader in placing all the calls in Georgia to get the election overturned. He was. And if you really look, Tom was in the grassy knoll.
You're right. Lee Harvey didn't act alone.
Right. T.I., you got him?
Just do me a favor. Go back, go through the literature, find me where it wasn't adjudicated or handled right. Just do that for me.
Yeah.
And I guess call me back in 5 years and we'll do it all over again. Sorry, Northville Lumber. There's your segue. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more than Northville. Contractors, homeowners have bought enough Trex decking to cover 26 football fields. Look, they move product. They move it because they have more of it in stock. And some of it as low as $1.59. So whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, you're covered. And bottom line, deck season is here. Still, the fall's a great time to sit outside. You need someone to build the deck.
I was out there this morning.
They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. I'm actually going to go out there later and stare at the sky and ask Jesus to just take me now. I'm ready to come home. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com.
All right, apparently David has a statement from Mel Tucker through his lawyer, I would assume, correct?
It is through his lawyer. It's pretty long here, so I'm going to read just an important piece. Of course, he starts the letter by saying the allegations of harassment are completely false. The proceedings initiated by Ms. Tracy are devoid of any semblance of fairness for any matter of this importance, and the university's hearing scheduled for October 5th through 6th is so flawed that there is no opportunity for the truth to come out. That is why I share some truth with you now. Goes on to say about the investigation. The investigator found there was a personal relationship, but I think this part is important here on the second page. It says, the investigation has not been fair or unbiased. I can only conclude that there is an ulterior motive designed to terminate my contract based on some other factor, such as a desire to avoid my Nasser taint or my race or gender.
Dear God. Okay.
So he believes there's an ulterior motive.
No, so he's going to war. That's all this is. He
Correct.
knows he's done. He's going to war. And I mean, I'm there's nothing I can do to think that he would have the compass and the integrity to just resign. Well, that was never going to happen. So now he's going to fight this tooth and nail. He will use race. He will use all. Yeah, of course there's an ulterior motive. But here's the bottom line. No one is arguing about the consensual or not, because in the end, the relationship is inappropriate and violates the turpitude clause in the contract. Period. Amen. Hallelujah. Yeah. So now
you admitted to it.
He's lining this up and he's receiving counsel. This is the pathway we have to take. We have to find a way to get a settlement. They are going to terminate you. They are going to say you brought shame upon the university where, hey, I'm pretty sure every headline saying, hey, your football coach masturbated in a hotel room on the phone. Like, yeah, that's pretty shameful.
Okay, because here's
not
the thing.
Great, not optimal.
Mike, let's just say for giggles, they bring him back. No,
I'm not giggling.
No. How does this man walk into a home, recruit a player? How does this man talk to his team? He's lost all credibility. You can't come back from this. There's no situation where you say, oops, our bad, Mel. Men will be men. Here, coach the team again. We'll forget all about it. Could you imagine the student section in every field and stadium that you play in?
I'd rather not.
I mean, the jokes write themselves. This is what you did to yourself.
This is what you pay lawyers for.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to go crazy. I think it's all a part of it. I think, Rico, you said it best. We'll bring it back for the audience just joining. A, if you want to hear the complete rundown, 2 and 3 o'clock, Odyssey.com rewind. They will pay him whatever they deem is fair and he will go away.
Yeah.
There is no recourse.
Yeah, you will not sue us. This is what you'll get. Best of luck, Godspeed, and hopefully you'll bounce back.
But this letter is the beginning of that war.
Correct.
That's what this is.
Correct.
It's starting his side.
And it's why I said long view. There will be a net positive for state because they have to get out of business with this man. Short term, there's going to be blood.
And this is why Michigan State has to do everything the right way, because you can't, if you mess up one time, then you've opened up the door and now this thing drags out for months and you end up paying out more money than you probably wanted to. So, yes, he couldn't be fired yesterday. He's not probably going to be fired during the bye week after the hearing. Because after the hearing, they're probably going to take about 2 or 3 weeks afterwards just to come out and say, okay, we've done our due diligence. We've read all 106 pages. We've talked on the phone to each other, and here is what we've come up with.
And you will have to begin an attempt to negotiate with the complaint to see if you can avoid a lawsuit. And again, I don't know that they will. The point is, the minute you fire Mel Tucker, the players can hit the portal. Yeah. That's another little factoid in all of this.
So you're probably going to fire him.
Lawyers are calling the shots here on all sides, period.
And once this hearing happens October 5th and 6th, it's going to be legal a palooza. And I'm glad I'm not a part of that. The whole point is there is a 0% chance this man ever coaches at Michigan State again. I would die where I stand if this guy coaches at State again. It's not happening. He's gone.
I mean, Mike, you couldn't bring him back. Like, seriously.
It's not possible.
How do you?
It's not possible.
You've turned yourself into a punchline.
He admitted in the materials, he admitted to doing what he is accused of by Brenda Tracy over the phone at an MSU paid-for hotel. He lied about where it happened. You violated your contract. Good night.
Mike, the man could win the national title, and guess what the first line of questions will be?
I don't. Please don't. I know, because I'm just, it's, let's not.
No.
Let's not.
Go ahead.
Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy? Mike?
Am I on?
Yes, you are on, Mike. How are you today?
My name is Ken. I think they got, I don't know if lawyers
Kenny,
you know what? Ken, Mike, it's spelled the same.
Kenny, welcome to the party. What's going on?
And sorry for the last Ken.
It's okay.
Two words out of his mouth, I knew he was a lawyer. But anyways. So bigger picture.
Yeah.
Sociological question. Why do these people in power or with a lot of money with the most to lose continuously put themselves in this position? Actors, musicians,
You ever hear the term absolute power corrupts absolutely?
There it is.
I've heard it.
In college football, here's the thing specifically. About 90% of colleges are in these bumblewood little towns where the biggest show in town is the college football coach. You're the CEO, the face of a university. You are the highest paid state employee. You have a lot of protections afforded to you. And a lot of people kiss your ass. And you start to believe your own hype. Mm-hmm. You start to fly a little too close to the sun. You believe you're invincible. Yep. And you've seen it time and again in the history of college football. That would be my short answer.
No, you're right. You can't get arrested because, well, you got the police working for you. That's what it becomes is everything is working for you. So, and there's nobody telling you, hey, maybe you don't want to do this. It's how far can I go before I go too far?
Well, what I don't get, I'm 53, so call me an old Dodger or whatever.
No.
But it just seems to me, and I'm a young 53, but still, it seems to me no matter how rich, how powerful you are, or how unrich you are, the world is so full of sexual deviance and miscreant. Like, can people have a little bit of self-control and manage to what are you doing on the phone at 12:30 at night in a hotel room with a woman when you're married anyways? Like, it just makes no sense to me when you got all that money coming to you. And people, time and time again, Mel Tucker didn't rape anybody, but just as another example, like Danny Masterson, 30 years for rape. Like, you had the world by the rocks, and you go and do stuff like that. I just don't get it. But anyways, that's all I wanted to say.
Mike, I get it. And believe me, how many head coaches have we seen? And the story is the same. It's why they have to get out of business with this man. He is not fit to lead. End of story. Getting ready for the NFL. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers bet $5, get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. All customers who bet $5 get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Best time to join, it's the NFL. Tonight, Jets, Bills, big-time Monday night game. Aaron Rodgers' debut, FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime.
Here's what's crazy about this, Gator, and you tell me if this makes sense. On February 27th, the Detroit Lions to win the NFC were 8-1 on February 27th. Updated today, they are 10-1. They're a longer shot now than they were on February 27th. Now, whose odds have gone up dramatically in that time? Eagles went from 7-2 to 3-1, which is not dramatic. Basically from 7-2 to 6-2. 49ers went from 4-1 to 7-2, so 8-2 to 7-2. 49ers went from 15-2 to 11-2. This is obviously a little bit better. And the Lions' odds have gone down.
All right, David on the ticket text, obviously talking Mel Tucker. I mean, just might be the dumbest man on the face of the earth, putting himself in the position he put himself in and doing the things he did. You all know what it is by now, and therefore, nice knowing you. That's how this is going to end up. His statement today, released through his lawyer, it's salacious. I think I've told you what this is. They're gearing up to go to war to get a payout because he violated. If I were his lawyer, I'd look at it and go, yeah, I'll defend you, but you were at an MSU paid-for hotel in the state of Florida. You lied about where you were. You admitted to doing what you did on the phone with her, and you were involved with her, who is a vendor.
So now is he saying this was a setup?
No, I don't even want to go through the entire statement that I just read because it is unhinged. It's a mudslinging festival, and I'm done.
Yeah, I got it right there. It's with the MSU president statement. I'll read it after the show so I can really sit down and take notes on it.
That's just, again, it's not unexpected. I understand what's happening. But the point in all of this is he could never return to be coach of MSU.
No.
He would have no support. Now,
he'd have no credibility.
He knows his decision-making, or lack thereof, has cost him $80 million. That's what he knows. Mm-hmm. So what would you do if you're him? You would do exactly this.
Yeah, you literally have nothing to lose.
You would throw a Hail Mary.
Because you've lost it all.
You would keep chopping.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think it's going to bear fruit.
Nope.
But he's going to do it. Look, short term, it's going to be bad for MSU. But guess what? So's 5-7. So is his contract. So is being roundly mocked by everybody all the time. So the point I've made, and if you disagree, it's fine. Long term, I think there'll be a net positive because this thing was going in the wrong direction. Rico and I gave you the red flags this summer. I was sitting here begging to go 7-5. You think that's good for an $80 million head coach? And then 2024, we needed some mystical 10-win season that I don't know if that was ever coming with the extended Big Ten. So as I said it earlier in the show, if you give me the Joe Pesci way out in Casino or you give me the Pesci and Goodfellas way, I will take choice B. I don't want to endure another year and a half of embarrassment, of having to talk about the contract, of just the nonsense. And Rico and I have said it. There's probably about a 25% chance it worked. I'll play the odds. His decision-making affords MSU a real opportunity to get out from underneath this deal.
Mm-hmm. You get to start over. You get to hit the reset button.
And I'm just going to take it. And you know what? It might not work.
No.
Might not work. We might become Rutgers. Whatever. I'm sorry. But the point I'm making is I have no respect for him. I have no tolerance for him. His behavior, his complete idiocy in decision-making, which, by the way, I can say those things. He admitted to it.
Yeah.
So.
And whether it was consensual or not, it still was a poor choice.
It violates the tenets of the contract.
Yeah.
And he's gone.
It's a bad decision. It was
not
a poor
fit
choice.
to lead a football team. He's not fit to. I don't want him anywhere around anymore. I'm done. I'm out. David, ticket text.
Mike and Rico, would it change your views on Tucker if after the Title IX hearing he is absolved of any wrongdoing?
No, because he admitted to the wrongdoing. How would you be absolved from it?
And like I said, even if they said, okay, you know what?
Totally consensual. Doesn't matter. You can't be involved with a vendor. You cannot be involved with a woman who is there to talk. I'm sorry. Go.
No, and the fact that you're the head coach of Michigan State, you're the leader of the program, you've lost all credibility. Plain and simple. You can't lead those 85 men out of the tunnel. You can't lead a fan base. You can't walk in front of boosters and donors and alums and say, I need money when people are snickering at you behind your back. You can't. You lost all of that. So even if they said no harm, no foul, okay, but you can't do it here. You got to go someplace else.
It's unfortunate and disgusting that Tucker was fired under these circumstances and not football, but ultimately it is a win for MSU by getting out of that contract that he robbed the guys of. Someone says, goodbye, Mel Tucker. Spartan Nation is better off without you. #GoGreen. And someone's saying, hey, guys, don't you think he should just resign?
Well, that's easy for me to say. I'm not the one who lost $80 million. Idealistic and realistic. In a Disney movie, he'd resign in shame and talk about how he's got to work. You know, he'd do a Tiger Woods. I got to work on my Buddhism and put my family back together. That's not realistic.
Or he resigns and says, I got to go deal with some family issue or health issue. But he does it before the season because they worked out a settlement. I'm going to take this all away. But eventually, I think it all would have come out in the wash. But yes, if you were going to resign, it was before the season.
Yeah.
Not now.
Now he's going to war, David.
Someone says, I'm a Michigan alum, and I can't believe the opinions you guys are having to deal with. The coverage is ridiculous. 3 out of the top 5 articles on the Freep this morning were about MSU. Funny how that happens to Michigan State and not Michigan. Alex and Wyandotte.
Alex, I wouldn't want it covered any other way. Let me be unequivocal. MSU deserves to be hit up today. Guys, the headline writes itself, right? I'm doing my best not to be like too goofy here because there's a lot of look. He's an idiot. All right, he deserves to be treated as an idiot. His decision making was idiotic. His behavior was idiotic.
Very poor decision making.
The newspapers have carte blanche to do whatever they like. My point is, short term, you take the medicine. But this idea, like there's always more attached to it. I just don't subscribe to it. Oh, my God. Will this job be attractive? Well, I don't know. Top 20 in attendance, top 20 in revenue, brand new football building, and they've already shown they're willing to pay about $9 million for a head coach. Does that sound attractive to you?
You get the right person, every job's attractive. Because you know what? There was a team that was 1-11 last year, and now they're the belle of the ball. Is Colorado the place to be?
No, and guys, understand, I've always been a firm believer. It's not that MSU's not a good job. It's that they don't hire good people. Because largely, MSU over the years has kind of been run by morons.
I'll allow that.
Thank you. Sustained. David?
Someone says, maybe Alabama would like to get rid of Saban and we could bring him back to MSU.
No, but I do think Mel Tucker would be a candidate. Oh, by the way, Nick Saban vouched for Mel Tucker's character. Hey, Nick, I'd like a word.
Okay, you know what? That's not fair.
Why?
Because as much as you think you know people, Mike,
I know.
You don't know people.
You know what? I'll allow that.
Thank you. You don't know. You're like, wow.
Overruled.
I didn't know this person was
You're
into
right.
that.
You're right. I'm annoyed. I'm so annoyed with him. And it's already bad enough we're not winning games. For you to embarrass the school beyond that and embarrass the do you understand? You understand it, but like people have to understand this school bent over backwards for this guy.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you got a $30 million athletic facility being built because they thought you were the guy to lead Michigan State to that next level. Now, it's still getting built, but I mean, you know what? And hopefully that'll be attractive enough for that next coach of, hey, we built this brand new house for somebody else, but you can repaint the walls if you want. It can be yours.
Go ahead.
Someone says, I hate this because I'm always cheering for an African-American coach to succeed, but right now it is what it is at this point.
David, I didn't even want to go down that road, but yeah, that was a major disappointment. It's just like, Mel, you had so many people counting on you, looking up to you, and you let down. You just let a lot of people down.
He ends up looking like a con artist. I'll just say it. All right? So for the people who had the opinions from the beginning that weren't fair, congrats. You ended up being right. All right? The people who called up, he's the finesse king and all. You know what? You ended up being right. You were wrong at the start because you had no evidence for it. But you're right. That's what he ends up looking like. All sizzle, no steak, no level of integrity, no level of credibility, and frankly, just a selfish, self-absorbed bum. All right? You were right. So when you wonder why I view today in the long term, not the short term, we're going to be a punchline anyways. In the long term, it's a net positive because MSU has to get out of business with this guy. And luckily, because of his complete moral bankrupt decision-making.
And his admission.
They have an opportunity to do that. But his lawyer's going to go to war. Rico said it. They're going to have to pay some money. It ain't going to be $80 million. No. All right. Uplifting stuff on a Monday. I got exactly 24 hours to be in a good mood with the Lions. That's what I got.
I was kind of in a good mood on Sunday. What about you, David?
Leave that alone. Let's go to the people next. 97.1.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yeah, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Jared Goff will start 6.
All right. Couple notes. Odyssey.com rewind. 2 p.m., 3 p.m., the big presentation. But if you're hopping in your car, you know we're talking about Mel Tucker. I'll try to keep it brief. I mean, straight up, the report Sunday, it stunned all of us. I mean, there's been a lot of smoke this offseason. I didn't like direction of the program. It's no accident I've been playing the drop for quite some time. But not this. This blindsided everyone I talked to, and it blindsided me when I woke up to 56 text messages. The involvement with Brenda Tracy, who he hired, the school paid $10,000 to come and speak to the team multiple times. She is a rape survivor. She is a sexual assault and sexual, behavior awareness advocate. She comes to town. She's talked at Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan State. She talks to teams on how to be a man, how to treat women, the whole bit, right? Runs the gamut. Any involvement with her is a violation of your contract, period. His defense that it was consensual does not matter. You cannot do that type of business with a woman you do business with. Then you admit to what went down on that phone call as in your capacity as Michigan State head football coach. Again, moral turpitude. You're gone. Now, MSU here, we'll go through this again. December of 22, she files the complaint with Title IX. They notify Michigan State there is going to be an investigation. You're not given details. Why? Because the new way of doing business, you protect the confidentiality of both parties. The only people who know the contents of that beforehand are going to be the Title IX office. Then, July 27th, the report comes out. The report goes to Tucker, it goes to Brenda Tracy, and it goes to the Title IX officer. It does not go to anyone at Michigan State. It cannot go to anyone at Michigan State.
You don't want it to go to anybody.
No, because it'll corrupt the investigation, or you can then weigh influence on the investigation, which is the exact thing you don't want. So you're notified there will now be a hearing October 5th and 6th. Now you know you have a real problem. If you're Michigan State and you're Alan Haller, you're sitting on a time bomb. But you can't do anything about it. Why? If you decide to go out before due process plays out, and John Jansen made a great point this morning. I thought the morning show handled this beautifully. All ball breaking aside.
Wait and see.
No, it was the idea of you couldn't act because you will immediately get sued. You're setting yourself up to owe this guy $80 million. Well, what changed, Mike? Why did he coach the first two games? Because Brenda Tracy went public and identified herself and released 1,200 pages of source material. Part of that USA Today released was Mel Tucker admitting that he pleasured himself on the phone with Brenda Tracy in an unwanted, according to her, standpoint. The point I've made since yesterday morning has been, whether it was consensual or not, it doesn't matter. You're an idiot, Mel. You violated your contract. They can get rid of you. You can't be with a subordinate. You can't be with people you're in business with. And of any people, you cannot be with Brenda Tracy. You might be the dumbest human on planet Earth. Right. So now we arrive at MSU has press conference 12 hours after the news happens, suspended without pay. That's what changed. There's no way Alan Haller and Woodruff, an interim president, acted without legal counsel. Then they could push the button. Now you're out, no pay, pending the hearing October 5th and 6th. Short term, of course, this is embarrassing. But I'm only catering to Spartans. Look, if you didn't like Michigan State before, you're sure as hell not going to like us now.
No.
If you thought it was already a horse bleep university, well, then really it doesn't matter. So the point is for Spartan fans, my anger, the fulcrum of my laser is at Mel Tucker. Because Mel Tucker has brought embarrassment to the university. Mel Tucker screwed over the people who paid him. The donors who bent over backwards to keep him. Yeah. The NIL, all that NIL money, he lit it on fire. The facility they built, the assistant pool they gave him, the fans. How about the players and their families?
Right.
Get the F out.
I mean, you can't come back from this type of thing. It was like, what was it, Petrino, when that happened to him. You can't bring this man back no matter what. You threw it all away. It's all on you. School didn't do anything. You chose to go down this route, and you're right. Of all the women in the world, you picked Brenda Tracy.
It's unthinkable.
Whose job is to talk about and to instruct young men not to put other women through what she went through. This would be a bad screenplay if you just made this story up. No, not believable. Rewrite it.
And if you want to say, well, look, MSU's acting this way because they don't want to have to pay Tuck when they fire him. Well, yeah.
Water's wet.
Because that's how business gets done. When you put yourself in the crosshairs of your company, if you are a CEO of a Fortune 500 and you have a morality clause and you violate that clause, that company is going to do everything in their power to execute that clause. Mm-hmm. That's on you.
Because rest assured, no matter where you are, there's somebody who thinks you're getting paid too much and, we can get that money back. Let's get that money back.
So long view, once you get past the, news cycle here in the next few weeks, the long term, do I think it'll be a net positive for State to not be in the Mel Tucker business, knowing the things I know? Yes. Doesn't mean they're going to get the hire right? No. But bottom line, they can't keep going down this path. I mean, even without the Brenda Tracy thing, many people wanted him gone. I have gone on these airwaves and said to you, if they didn't at least get to 7 wins, I'd want him gone this year. So
you did.
It's just, guys, I've been concerned for a bit. We're kind of a long way off from the 11 wins. And now you come to find out maybe why 2023 wasn't a real good year for old Mel. Why he's been a little detached. Why recruiting's in the toilet.
No, and just talking with Evan, the Richmond post-game press conference, looking back now, just seemed odd, strange. Like he knew, I'm never going to see you guys again in this capacity. So, yeah, it was different. It was weird. But, yeah, he did this to himself.
To the people, 248-539-9797. Tommy's up next, 97.1. What's up, Tommy?
Hi, Mike. Hey, Rico.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, hey, I was just as surprised about this as you guys. I heard about it late last night. And when I heard the update, they were saying, Howard Barnett, he's going to be the interim coach. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. He's well respected. He's been around the program for years. And but what kind of surprised me was Mark D'Antonio's back as an assistant head coach. And I'm like, I just wonder what you guys' opinion about that is, because I remember Mike. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but like when his era ended, it was basically okay. Don't let the door hit you in the rear end. Thanks for everything, but it's time to go. And now all of a sudden he's back. Is it because maybe because the Washington game is looming, and then Michigan's probably going to be undefeated coming into Spartan Stadium?
No, you don't have to go to a singular game. Look, no one was harder on Mark towards the end. He needed to go. I thought it was ridiculous the way he left. He didn't even have to leave if he would have evolved. But you know what? They can still build the statue, and he still needed to leave. Here's the point. Tommy, he's the only guy they could call. When Wisconsin has had crisis of coaching, they've called Barry Alvarez. When Oklahoma had a crisis, they called Bob Stoops. He's the only call they could make. Why am I accepting of it? Why am I good with it? Because you know what? In my world, not that Mark gives an F what I think, nor should he. This is his way to make it right. because he put them in this spot from the beginning when he left on signing day so he could get his bonus. All right? So now put in the 90 days and guide this boat. Can you get him to 6 or 7 wins?
90 days, not 91, because by 91, hopefully the new coach will be there for a bowl game if you make it. But I don't want to hear, well, really considering putting him up? No.
I will forever be gone as a fan.
No.
I would be done.
But it amazed me how time can cause people to forget things and why he walked away.
Believe me, I'm with you. I stand in solidarity on this. You can't go home again. Come back. You're the best guy to do this. You have credibility. Lord knows you're going to have to do your best to keep the players and talk to players' families and try to keep it together. The bottom line is, if MSU doesn't handle this right, first of all, anyone who doesn't handle something right, burn them to the ground. Second of all, if they don't get the hire right, if they don't get the transition right, if they don't get it right, they'll be Rutgers.
Well, and here's the thing. For Allen, I like Allen. If you want to stick around, no ADs don't get to hire 3 head coaches. You only get to hire 2. If you're hiring that third one, there's a new AD doing that.
That about sums that up. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls are next. When you've been injured, whether it's auto or motorcycle or slip and fall, David Femininio, the guy you need to call. We've told you, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. And David will make sure that you get every dime you deserve. And David never takes a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured or you know someone who is, call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH. Go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
right, I got some reading to do.
All right. I want to go straight to the people. David, we'll catch up on Ticket Text momentarily. We'll go to Keith, who's waited very patiently. Keith, how are you?
Hey, Mike, I want to say, man, you're speaking the truth as usual, especially around the $80 million and the legal part of it. I mean, I think Alan Haller and everybody is doing it exactly the way that they're supposed to be doing it. However, you're crazy if you think that he didn't have a heads up going into the first day that he found out about this, more than just that there was a Title IX claim out there. You know that he called Mel into the office as soon as he heard about it back in December. He said, Mel, what's going on? And Mel had to go, well, you know, Alan, that, remember that sexual assault victim advocate I brought in here? I was cranking the hog on the phone like it's 1980 dialing in.
Okay. I'm going to drop that because you can't use that term on the air. My goodness.
Yeah, I was just like, David, you know what to do.
You can't, if you're still listening, you can't say what you just said on the air. Literally.
Yeah.
There are a million ways you could have said that. You chose one of the ones you can't.
He chose violence. No. As a matter of fact, I think Alan went out of his way to make sure he never asked Mel about this. Because once again, Michigan State took a beating the last time they had anything like this happen. Allen wants his job. He likes his job. He wants to stay hired. So why would he do something as asinine as that? Now, I know that's how you probably think it went down, but no. I'm quite sure if I'm Alan Haller, hey, Mel, if he said, hey, I'm sure you got that piece of paper, we're not talking about this. I didn't come in here for this at all. We're not going to talk about this. 1 second.
Here's how it really works, not in the recesses of your mind. Look, I understand you want MSU to disappear, okay? You waited an hour and a half to use profane language. Congratulations. Here's my point. It's like an HR violation at work. Do you know what you can't do? You can't find out what HR issue is going on with said employee. Now, in your mind, it's as easy as just knocking on someone's door and going, hey, I heard Bobby's got an HR complaint. What's going on? Do you know what the HR person can't do? They can't tell you.
No.
So
come on, let's take you out to a beer. Tell me.
I'm just trying to play this out in reality. Now, here's the deal. I have a great policy when it comes to things like this. Show any evidence that it went down where Alan Haller did anything wrong. I'll burn him where he stands. It's the same deal I made with you guys with Izzo and D'Antonio during Nassar. Prove any connection, and I'll launch them both out of a cannon. I got no qualms. You see how easy it is for me with Mel Tucker. It ain't going to be no different with Alan Haller.
No.
So my point to you is, you can have your fantasies. I'm giving you what we know here today, which is even by national writers that want to bury MSU and the dirtbag writers, they're saying MSU's done everything right so far. Find that they didn't, and I will verbally destroy everyone.
Yeah. Haller holds a press conference the next day. He didn't wait. He didn't, because I thought, like, please, God, just hold it on Sunday, address this problem, and guess what? Email comes out at 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock press conference. They're out there trying to get ahead of this. Hey, guys, we found out when you found out. And they did, because they couldn't know. They were only going to find out in a few weeks during the hearing in October. They knew it was something, but they didn't know what it was, and they couldn't ask, and they didn't want to.
Let's go to Ryan, 97.1. What's up, Ryan?
Yo, Mike, Rico, how you guys doing?
What's up, Ryan?
Hey, not a whole lot. I was just curious, Mike. I know that you probably touched on it earlier. I've been listening to your show for a long ass time. Sorry. How you feel about Mike D'Antonio putting him in the situation where they couldn't properly vet Mel because they were rushed to hire him? Like, I was just wondering, like, how you balance that out of, like, because I know, like, you held Mike's feet to the fire for the way that he left, but then, like, he pigeonholed the university.
Well, Ryan, go back to the way it went down. I think Mark wanted Luke Fickell. They screwed it up. They couldn't get Fickell. So then I think they had to go into rush mode. I mean, remember, he signed on signing day, or he left on signing day. So now, all right, I'm angry about that, and I look at that and I go, that was a crap way to leave. I really was upset. Now they're in a crisis. Who's the one person they could call? And look, this is my belief. Spartan fans will get angry at me for saying this. He doesn't know any. I think he owes it to him to make it right.
Does.
I think he owes it to him to get back in here and make it right and help them the next 90 to 120 days.
And the next time they bring him out to the basketball court to say goodbye, it'll be a real celebration.
There it is.
Well, that and and I agree with both of you guys wholeheartedly that he definitely owes it for at least the next 90 days, considering he had 2.5 years to right the ship and just refused to.
That's the whole point, Ryan. That was the entire point of all of it. None of us wanted him gone at the time. He made us want him gone because he wouldn't evolve. He got stubborn, and frankly, he looked like he stopped trying. Then he held him up for the bonus.
I mean, to be honest with you, as a Michigan fan, watching his last game against U of M, where his last 4 plays were a Khalid Hudson block punt, and then the game's just over, and then Mark was gone later in the year. It was just man, what a crap way to go out for him after everything that he had built and everything that. So
he went out with a whimper.
These last 90 days, maybe these last 90 days, or these next 90 days, he can come in and maybe be open to change and actually maybe, I don't know, sky's the limit when you're already this low. But I just wanted to call and ask how you guys were. Love the show, and y'all take care of yourself.
Ryan, the fact that he's not the head coach, I'm assuming he's just kind of going to be the consigliere.
Yeah, let me give you a dirty secret. Rico knows this, but a lot of people don't pay attention. Mark's not dropping in from the clouds here, guys. He's already in contact and around all the time. Okay, he's already a resource for the current staff. It's not like, hey, let me introduce myself with a sticker that says, hello, my name is Mark.
They're going to put the stickers back on the helmets again. And, yeah, he's not the head coach. It's Harlan Barnett. I'm sure Harlan's going to use him as a sounding board, but we'll see what happens. But, yeah, programs do this all the time, and Mark D'Antonio is the MSU equivalent of bringing back somebody from the past to be the Band-Aid to help you through the transition. My thing is just be the Band-Aid, only be here for the transition, and then we move on and we find somebody else to lead this team.
And I've only asked 2 things from people today. A, direct your anger at Mel Tucker, not the university. You go to this selfish, self-absorbed, delusional moron. And 2, if you're a State fan, I don't care how it goes this year, do your best to give some support to the players. Because this group of guys got absolutely thrown under a bus by their idiotic head coach, who was more concerned with getting his wick wet than doing his damn job.
And that's what I said. And I know Washington's going to be here, Mike, but I do wonder if they use that as a rally of, you know what?
Ready?
Us versus the world.
Here's my official response. I have no idea.
Got to use your words.
Oh, this is me shrugging my shoulders. I'm sorry. We're sitting in a room together. I have no idea.
So
look, my focus is in the short term. If they can somehow block it out, the guy's not going to be around. Can you beat Indiana? Can you beat Rutgers? Can you beat a Maryland team that doesn't look to be nearly as good as I know you wish them to be? Can you beat Nebraska, who looks ever so Nebraska?
Just wait for the 4 turnovers.
I know. If they can get to 6 or 7, if they can find a way.
Right there, you just described, 7 wins?
I just described my best hope for Mel Tucker.
And that's not including Indiana.
No, and at least now, could it be a lifeline to the bowl practices, the ability to hire a coach and get out recruiting? That's all I got, man.
Yeah, because that gives the new coach a chance to come in and jumpstart at the bowl game, get the recruiting going on. Yeah, the next step is bringing in the right person.
Which, by the way, I'd like to go on record saying I don't have great belief they will. Signed, Board of Trustees.
This is a new MSU.
The Board of Trustees is the equivalent of Michael Scott running Dunder Mifflin.
This is a new MSU.
A Michael Scarn production. Schrute Farms. No, that's MSU. MSU is the cast of The Office. That's the BOT.
This?
Kevin's Famous Chili. MSU's Board of Trustees is Kevin carrying the chili.
This is a new MSU 97-1.
And I'm here to tell you about Moran Buick GMC. I'm going to be a professional. Your schedule's packed. I mean, hell, David with Youth Sports, looking at you, the 2024 Enclave from Moran, seating up to 7, or you get a bunch of projects around the house. Maybe you're a hunter, the John Jansen edition of the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation. They got you covered. Moran, new stock arrives daily. Something's off with the current vehicle, you take it in for certified service at Moran Buick GMC. And unlike dealers, Moran offers free loaner vehicles. You get about your day on your schedule. So if you're having engine trouble or any other problems, just go to MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
We've been talking the suspension with pay of Mel Tucker all day. If you missed
without pay.
I said, without pay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. David, forgive me. We've been doing this for a while. Without pay. If you missed any part of the show, hit that rewind button, the Odyssey Rewind. If you really want to hear what we had to say back in the 2 o'clock hour, Mel Tucker made a mistake. This was all on him. He knew better. The school actually did what they were supposed to do. You can't blame the school. The school couldn't suspend him before the Central Michigan game because they did not know. They knew that there was a case. They had no idea what the case entailed. Now, once Brenda made it public, Brenda Tracy, the victim, makes it public, now they can comment on it. But before that, their phones were blowing up just like our phones. David, a couple ticket texts, and then we'll get back to the phone line.
Someone says, in my Tyra Banks voice, I was rooting for you. Yeah. We were all rooting for you. How dare you?
You know what? That's exactly how I felt. I'm talking to my guy John in L.A., and that's exactly how I felt, was just that Tyra Banks thing. I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. You did this? You threw it all away.
What's crazy? Like, I remember a couple college football podcasts I like after they beat U of M. And I mean, a couple, and I'm not going to say the names. I'm not trying to embarrass anyone because I agreed with them. And I'm embarrassed because I actually was hopeful it would work. I'm with you. You go back to that and it was like, wow, MSU could turn into something dangerous if this guy's real. And they had the recruiting going and they had some sizzle and it was everything Mark wasn't willing to do. And you're like, all right, they're getting modern. And then last year happens. Yeah. And then it was a bad hire for the recruiting coordinator or the GM or whatever it was. And it was not getting rid of an assistant. It was all of it. And then this offseason, just too much smoke. And it's like, now you recognize why. And you're like, yeah, they got to get out of the Mel Tucker business. Yeah. So, again, his angle of consensual or not means nothing to me. It's a violation of the morality clause. And it's just a downright dumb decision that disqualifies him from being the head coach at Michigan State.
And as Mike talks about the clause says basically this, folks, he doesn't have to get convicted of anything.
It's not illegal. It's moral.
Right. It's like, well, he didn't do anything illegal. I know. But if you put the university in a bad light, they have every right to let you go without paying you anything and voiding your contract. And right now, that's what they're looking. That's why Mel came out with his lawyer and said, hey, I was set up. This is, you guys just wanted to get rid of me from my contract. And honestly, I'd be like, off the record, Mel, no bleep. For real? You didn't realize that they wanted to get from underneath that contract. Now you see the light. You didn't see the light in a hotel room in Naples, but now you see this. Okay.
Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. What's up, Kev?
Hey, nothing much. I really got a problem with, especially with what you said, Mike Bellini, because listen at this. I think it's racial overtones written all over this, okay. And I'm gonna tell you why. And you two brothers that's on there, and I'm gonna tell you what the problem I got with y'all too. I don't know you guys personally, but I'm just gonna tell you, Mike Bellini, something you said. I have a problem with you and you two brothers that's on there. I'm gonna tell you why I got a problem.
Well, you just get to it already.
Well, you go ahead, brother.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'm going to get to it, brother.
Please do. I'm begging.
Okay, Mike Bellini, you said, don't blame the university. Just put this all on Mel Tucker. Mm-hmm. But Mel Tucker works for the university. Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to go back to this. Just like when you said something about you kept getting on the Lions one time. I remember this. And a lot of we've been talking about this on the phone, me and my buddies. You used to criticize the Lions all the time. I know you're not from here. You ain't gotta like the Lions, but you work in Detroit, okay? And this is the thing. And what I understand is they took the Lions. I could be wrong. They took the Ford and them got mad, and they took the Lions off the air. Took them off you guys' station because they had a problem with you.
Kevin, let me stop you. We got a lot of callers, so let's get back to Michigan State and why you got a problem with us.
Okay. Mike Bellini said, don't blame the university, blame Mel Tucker. But Mel Tucker works for the university.
Yeah, and he made a terrible choice.
Yeah. Okay, I understand he did. But Larry Nassar and all them guys made terrible choices too, and they still kept their jobs. They knew what they was doing, and they still kept their jobs. They didn't just get rid of them. Them girls was coming forward all the time, swept it under the rug. But when Mel Tucker, and why don't a university like Michigan State have somebody on campus that can do that job? Why do they have to go out and hire a contractor to do that?
Okay, let's.
Okay.
All right, Kevin. Thank you.
No.
Go ahead. You're calling me racist because the guy decided to pleasure himself on the phone with a rape survivor who he decided to have an inappropriate relationship with. Really?
Okay.
I'm one of the biggest Spartan fans on the planet. I don't care if an alien coaches my team.
I know you are because you went there. You're supposed to. That's your parents' money went there for you to go to school. You're supposed to.
Yeah, no, I paid my own way because I grew up poor. But thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, well, good for you.
Well, let's make some more assumptions. What else? I'm a racist and I grew up rich. What else do we have?
No. I didn't say you was a rich man.
Really,
Kevin? I just say you. Wait a minute. Hold it. You can't tell me how.
Kevin, Kevin, what's your problem with us? What did we do?
Okay, I know you guys need to quit jumping on those bandwagons just to keep your job. Be a man and speak your mind. You should be able to keep your job, but don't.
You know what, Kevin? You're right. Hey, Mike, what should I say next? What should we say next? Kevin, I've been speaking my mind. Kevin, no. Kevin, hold on. I've let you babble on for 3 minutes. I've spoke my mind. I've talked to people. I've talked to people at MSU. When I give my opinion, rest assured, Kevin, it is informed. I know what the hell I'm talking about. Can you say the same? Oh no, go back to your little barbershop talk and you guys just sit around and say, they're racist. Just because a person is black does not mean they're absolved from any wrongdoing. He admitted what he said. But because I didn't agree with it, I wait for Mike to tell me what's going on. What on 2023 version of Step and Fetch It? What the heck is going on now? I mean, he's just babbling on and on and on. I can't say my opinion because I want to keep my job. Where have you been for this entire show? He let everybody down, including me, including future black coaches. Because yes, he has tainted them because people are going to look at them and say, wait, could this person be another Mel Tucker?
Apparently, Kevin just wants us to give Mel Tucker a pass because he's black. Just give him a pass.
Then, David, you're right. According to him and his barbershop quartet, we should have just gave him a pass. We just trying to keep our job. Hopefully, my key card works tomorrow. But then again, if it doesn't, that's okay. I'll take a vacation.
Hey, real quick, just because maybe I'm hallucinating. He started to calling me a racist. He says, well, you're not right. Well, I mean, guys, we don't need to get weird about stuff here.
You know what?
I don't care.
The 5 o'clock hour must be the witching hour.
Where wins become losses and callers become nutcases.
Good calls become bad.
I just want my coach not to embarrass my school and win some games. I don't care. I'll hire a zebra. I'll hire a cartoon character. I don't care. Right. Nobody wanted it to work with Mel more than me. What? I mean, good golly, Miss Molly. Ooh-wee. Okay.
Yeah.
248-539-9796. Kenny.
And you know what?
Kenny. That's 3.
You know what? And you rich POS. You pay for your parents just pay for all your schooling.
And then he goes, I grew up poor, so well, good for you. I'm like,
good for you.
Let's make some more assumptions. I'm not making assumptions.
Yeah. Well, you spent all your parents' money. I pay for my own schooling.
It's 44 past the hour here.
WCCC, Cheap Trick. Monaco. I just cloudy and 75 in Detroit. I quit. Get ready for the NFL season. Great offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers, you bet $5, you get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Best time to join FanDuel. The app's easy. Get paid quick. Great betting options. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. NFL Sunday ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yep, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Devontae on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done.
And finally,
for you,
bold ass predictions, Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long, Monday through Friday, prior to the NFC title game.
Wow. That's a lot, but that's what he's willing to do. Lastly, Doug, bold-ass prediction. Brian Branch will take a fumble and an interception back for a touchdown this year.
Beautiful.
All right, so here's the deal I can make you. All of your calls will get answered. I mean, if Rieger and Wojo talk about anything other than Mel Tucker to open the show, they shouldn't be on the damn air. It's really that simple. And while we can't get to all of them, please feel free. You can have a conversation with them. I have no idea what they're going to do. I'd like to think they could handle this like adults, but then again, I have to consider who's coming up next. David, some ticket texts. I still can't believe that last call. But then again, here we are.
And then I have a news story for you before we get out of here. Someone says, man, I'm not a Spartan, but I feel bad for y'all. Y'all deserve better. So much for Lions Happy Talk.
Oh, we're going to get back to Lions Happy Talk because, quite frankly, there won't be a lot to talk about with this until there's something, or unless there's something new, or until or unless you find out someone did something wrong at state, to which I will burn the place to the ground, and or the October 5th hearing.
Or
oh no more ors.
No, I was gonna say it'd be fun. I'll come up with a.
Hey, I didn't tell you to say this.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. Mike, is it okay if I come up with a head coaching candidate blitz for later?
Can I ask a question? Yeah. I'm being serious with you and David, because that I sit here when that bleep happens, and I dealt with it when Terry was here for a long time, and that is like bar none the most disrespectful claim someone can make, and I don't know how you and David sit here and don't just flip the F out.
You know what, Mike?
What? Why is that such a go-to move for people?
You can't control stupid.
Well, that's no.
And in the end, I'm going to hop in my car and I'm going to drive home, and I'm going to thank them for helping me get it. So,
I don't
and then
understand.
also, and
but
here's
it's
the other
something
thing.
you face as a black man, and I don't understand why it is a thing. Why is that a thing?
It's a thing because if you agree with a white man, you're just kowtowing to what they say.
Oh, Christ.
Now, the funny thing is, we disagree all the time, but nobody hears that.
We've known each other for 15 years.
But all they hear is, well, Mike said this, and you have to say that. And it's
Well,
like,
what was your opinion supposed to be? Nope, dude did nothing wrong.
no, you know what?
Chop. What?
No, my opinion to Kevin was, well, they're just railroading the black man. It's the system. It's the man. This is what's happening. And then I was supposed to lead a protest, and me and David were going to walk out here and picket the station until MSU fixes this problem and brings him back.
You'd be outside for a while.
I know. But that's what he wanted is, you know what? We're just going to have a sit-in until Mel Tucker is back coaching. And Mike, but that's how some people see the world. Because you get, unfortunately, I'm old enough. You just get tired and you look past it and you realize you can't fix stupid. And I've dealt with this going back to grade school, so I'm just gonna let it go.
No, I know.
That's why. Because it's just something you can't control what other people say and think and do.
No,
you can only control how you react.
But it's like a 3x5 talking point that people attack you with, or David with. And I'm like, wait, so hold on. We disagree 99 times, but the one time that two guys who went to the same school both want the same coach gone because he did what he did, that's the talking point you're faced with. It makes no sense.
Right, but when he can't come up with anything, well, you just say what they tell you to say. That means he doesn't have anything tangible, but him and his boys are like telling him, well, you know, Rico and David should be sticking up for Mel Tucker because he's a black coach and he did this. It's like, yeah, he's a black coach that pleasured himself in a hotel room and got himself fired. I was one of the main people supporting him when he got here, saying, guys, look past the color, look past the money, give this man a chance. And then he did this.
Sorry, we had a caller call up and basically accuse Rico that he didn't have his own opinion about Mel Tucker.
Oh.
Because we happen to agree that he's violated the morality clause in his contract.
Certainly seems that way,
And
yeah.
we need to be out of the Mel Tucker business. So we just had someone call up and go, I don't know, what the hell did you say you were? The 2023 version of
Step and Fetch It.
Oh, God. Well, you know what? And this is going to veer all sorts of directions, but the statement he released through his lawyer, he's up for a fight now.
Oh, sure he is. Well, here's
Which
what
makes sense because there's so much money at stake.
And what I said is, if you were the guy who cost yourself $80 million in a Florida hotel room, you would do the same thing.
Of
It don't
course.
mean it's going to work.
lose. Right.
But that statement is as poorly written and as tacky as it gets.
It is. And he's hanging on the consensual angle. It's
Which
consensual,
does not absolve him.
I don't think at all.
Well, he also believes there's somebody out to get him in the university.
Well,
he is
then, you know
suggesting
what?
that.
Then
Yes.
Maybe you should have
But
realized
not
that
giving them the ammunition that got
earlier.
you fired. Like, if you know there's somebody out to get you, you
Don't
probably
take
don't
the
do what you
cheese.
do.
Well, that is the thing, the conspiracy that's circulating now. That it was an inside job. That's why it was leaked to make him look bad.
No.
He's
Here's the
going to
thing.
use that.
If you didn't know that there were people who didn't want you to make that much money, and maybe it was because of the color of your skin, I can't help you that you gave them ammunition.
Of course.
That's where I'm like,
right.
What am I supposed
to say? It's a dumb defense.
Here's the other thing.
Because people didn't like me, they told people I did bad things. Well, if you did bad things.
If he were into extracurriculars that did not violate, I don't know, fishing off the company pier, or even worse, this particular person you're involved with was brought to the school where Larry Nassar was an issue. Hello.
He brought that up as well.
Even worse,
Shocker.
this guy, I didn't know that she had criticized MSU or criticized this or... Dude, you could have gone a million directions. You, Doctor Strange, there's one way you probably would have cost yourself $80 million.
The only thing I can hope for Michigan State is that he's fighting back just to get some of the money.
100%.
He's not fighting back because he thinks they screwed it up.
And Wojo, I think that's what's going to end up happening is there's going to be a settlement. It's going to be small. It won't be half. You're probably looking at maybe a tenth of what you're going to get.
You never know how these things go.
Nah, because they don't have to give him anything. Here it is. You take this $10 million. You go away. You can't sue us. We're done.
By the way, I must say, driving in, listening, love your guys' show. Every show now, it seems like there's at least one or two callers that become my favorite callers.
Crazy.
So today was the Izzo caller.
Oh, my God.
And then before that, the land the plane caller. When you tell the caller to land the plane, he's like, what?
Man the plane?
Man the plane? What are you talking about?
Wait, what was the Izzo called? To be head coach?
He's blaming Tom Izzo.
No, he wanted to re-adjudicate, maybe Godfather Izzo routine. Well, maybe he's the one who demanded Tucker only be suspended because what about Travis Walton? And I'm like, all right, dude,
living in his basement.
Just go to 2018.
Yeah.
I did all the shows. It's all adjudicated.
Just keep your eye on the ball, people, so to speak. Keep your eye on the ball right in front of you.
Listen, you're doing God's work. I'm really rooting for you, too. Rico.
Yeah.
I'll be
get
listening.
a drink. Go get a drink.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm okay. It just...
No, I understand what you said. That it's not a good thing that it happened, but long term, it probably wasn't going to work for him.
You're going to look back on this and probably say, you know what, that sucked at the time, but best thing that could happen.
You don't have to hear about the contract anymore.
And look, I admitted this, and then Rico, I know you want to do your read.
You just tell me when to do the read, Mike.
Yeah,
man. I'm on top of it, boss.
Order him to it.
Okay, I'm ignoring that. All I was trying to say was, you sit here and do this job every day. I got to be honest with you. I'm so tired. You know what? F it. I'm done.
No.
We're out. I'll talk to
Give
everybody.
Give him the order. Go ahead.
Shaking it over here, boss.
Can you tell him to go? Green
Rico, now it's okay to